The glacier under Yang Rui's feet actually began to melt on a large scale. Suddenly, the ice beneath her feet suddenly cracked, and without paying attention, she fell through the cracks in the cracked ice and sank to the bottom of the sea. For a moment, her whole body was enveloped in the cold and biting sea water, and her breathing began to become rapid. She was so frightened that she suddenly jumped inward and switched her breathing to internal circulation. Then she felt better. However, the dim blue ocean in front of her was still it gave her a faint fear. The female voice continues. As sea levels rise, large amounts of viruses rise into the clouds as the evaporating seawater floats to everywhere around the world. At this time, Yang Rui felt that she was being lifted up by a strange force and slowly suspended into the sky. She did not stop until she entered a layer of billowing black clouds. She looked toward the clouds with some fear. She saw arcs of lightning flashing in the clouds, like thunder dragons swimming in the clouds, and the lightning was getting closer and closer to her. Seeing this, a sense of fear arose. If it was struck by lightning, wouldn't it feel the same as real touch? Thinking about it, Yang Rui quickly said, "Can't we just simulate the environment and not the touch?" After the words fell, the surrounding scenery suddenly stopped. A female voice sounded in her ears, and at the same time, several cube options floated in her sight. Yang Rui quickly clicked on the scene simulation setting interface. There are only 3 options on it, namely, scene simulation, touch simulation, and sound effect simulation, and all 3 options are turned on. Yang Rui quickly turned off the touch simulation and exited the interface. At this time, the still surrounding scenery began to rotate again. Sure enough, after setting up, a thunderbolt as thick as a water tank struck her body. She was so frightened that she stepped back, but soon she discovered that she didn't feel anything at all when the lightning was draped over her body. She even felt the flashing arc on her body. It feels a bit fun. This is right. Yang Rui breathed a sigh of relief, and then fell deeply into the ebook reading scene. At this time, inside the ship, Jiang Cheng saw that Yang Rui had sat down with VR eyes, so he looked at Father Yang and Mrs. Zheng. Father Yang understood and immediately pulled his wife to pick up one. Jiang Cheng, watching everyone enter the game world, also curiously picked up the last VR goggles. Zhou, the imperial city of the great Zhou dynasty. This is the most magnificent, largest, most artistic, and most historical building in the world. It has gone through 3 dynasties. Now in the 21st century, it has become a pilgrimage place in the hearts of the people of the entire Zhou dynasty, and it is also a place that must be checked in when coming to Zhou. However, after the end of the world, outside the red wall of the imperial city of the great Zhou dynasty, a ring of cement walls was built that was 100 meters high and 3 meters wide, with steel bars poured in the middle. On the city wall, rows of soldiers stood guard with rifles in hand and firm eyes, and there was a naval gun at each post. Under the city wall, there is a steel arch 10 meters high and 10 meters wide. Within the city wall, there is also a steel fortress of nearly 150 meters, and there are people on top of the fortress directing the continued construction, just as the warriors were in full swing. Inside the castle, in the office of the Special Affairs Bureau, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth. Suddenly, he stopped and slapped one hand directly on the solid wood table next to him. In an instant, the solid wood table was smashed into pieces. The middle-aged man got angry and cursed. "Damn it, these old stubborns. How long have they been and still care about themselves? Do we have to watch the entire Zhou dynasty fall and everyone become zombies together?" After scolding, he looked at the men and women beside him who were bowing their heads in silence and reprimanded. "Every one of you, don't stand around pretending to be dead for me. Think of a solution for me now." Seeing that the captains in front of him still didn't say a word, the middle-aged man pointed directly at a young man with dyed white hair and said, "Li Chongying, don't you talk the most? You speak first." "Tough luck," Li Chongying secretly said to himself, then raised his head with a smile and said, "Director, this matter cannot be rushed. Each of our ancient martial arts families in Dazhou has been inherited for thousands of years. They have gone through several dynasties and have not declined. We must have an attitude of not caring about the crisis of destroying our country in the Great Zhou dynasty. So if we want them to start a class to teach skills and join our corpse-killing team, it will definitely be impossible for a while. Of course I know. That's why I asked you to find a way, not to reason with me here. The middle-aged man cursed angrily. Li Chongying was so frightened that he shrank his head and said, Director, to be honest, this method is not impossible. What can we do? The middle-aged director asked with a frown. The other captains and the middle-aged deputy director who had been watching the show also looked over curiously, holding a cup of tea. Feeling the eyes on him, Li Chongying took a deep breath and said, First of all, the first thing is to promise huge profits. As the saying goes, you can't afford to be early without benefit. Haven't they always claimed to have a transcendent status in the Great Zhou dynasty? Then why don't we just give them a transcendent status, such as a position of worship, and except for our number one officer, they will not be subject to Great Zhou legal restrictions. Listening, the middle-aged director frowned and said, Go on. Li Chongying listened with joy on his face and continued. Second, give them a fiefdom, with the 6 major families as the center, divide a land with a radius of 20 kilometers, and no one else is allowed to enter unless authorized by the number one officer. What about the third one? The middle-aged director looked at Li Chongying with a look of amusement. Li Chongying thought that his opinion was favored by the director, and said quickly, The third thing is that as long as you are a disciple of the 6 major families, you have the quota to kill 3 citizens, and any local county-level official or lower who meets the 6 disciples of the big family must cooperate unconditionally. Besides, as Li Chongying continued to talk, the middle-aged man's face became darker and darker. Finally, he kicked Li Chongying on the buttocks, knocked him to the ground, pointed at Li Chongying's nose and yelled, Nary Li Chongying, are you f***ing trying to create a group of Tianlong people in our Great Zhou dynasty? After being reprimanded by the director, Li Chongying replied inexplicably, Director, what are Tianlong people? Have you seen the Pirate King? A group of beasts that only know how to lie down and suck blood on the people. The middle-aged director cursed, then waved his hand and motioned the captains to leave. Finally, he sat on the chair and sighed. The deputy director next to him said, Old Bai, what do you think we should do about this? It would be great if my mother were here, but it's a pity that I have to stay in Chudu to find that illusory old turtle bastard. Otherwise, I will directly lead people to kill the 6 major families and make them arrogant. Okay, Lao Yang, don't talk too much here. Even if your mother is here, she may not be the other party's opponent. After all, there is an old monster at the Grandmaster level among the 6 major families. If you touch the 6 major families, this old monster the monsters can't just overthrow our Special Affairs Bureau. Lao Bai said helplessly. Okay. You, an old boy, don't give me any advice. You just make sarcastic remarks. Lao Yang waved his hand, walked back and forth a few times, and then asked, Who is the patriarch of the 6 major families? Aren't you still in the reception hall number 1? Probably. After all, they took advantage of the situation and robbed them not once or twice. Lao Bai smiled bitterly, but there was nothing he could do about the 6 major families he mentioned. History is a cycle, but the 6 major families are not. They can be said to be the evergreen trees of history. Forget it. No matter what, you call those losers and follow me to meet this group of people. This can only be the case for the time being. Reception hall number 1. 6 gray-haired old men sat on the golden Namu seats, holding the freshly brewed Longjing tea in their hands and tasting it leisurely. After a long time, an old man finally spoke slowly. Everyone, what do you think of the invitation from the imperial court? What do you think? What does the matter of the Great Zhou dynasty have to do with my Zhao family? Besides, it's not like you have never seen that monster before. According to the so-called science, it is powerful and evolves quickly. It can't be killed except for a headshot. Just when I was about to agree. Zhao, I wonder how many of our sons will be sacrificed. An old man with thick eyebrows was obviously very interested and cursed directly. Listening, another old man with 6 fingers also spoke. I think what Patriarch Zhao said is right. Not only zombies, but also those mutated monsters and plants, are not something that we, mortal bodies, can stop. I see that Dezhou definitely wants to take this opportunity to weaken the power of our family. I agree with Patriarch Qian's statement. Another old man with a skinny figure sneered. Originally, it was difficult for us to achieve great success in ancient martial arts, but today's zombies, just for the first level, need at least the acquired 6th level. To deal with it, there are 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level, and even higher levels. The only ones we can deal with are innate, Grandmaster, and Grandmaster. But the realm of the Grandmaster is so difficult. That is, the earth is changing, and the spiritual energy is, after all. Our ancestor Qin from the 6 major families has just reached the level of the legendary Grandmaster. This deal is really not a good deal. Then what should we do? Another old man frowned. The remaining one remained silent. It was the patriarch surnamed Qian who was the first to say, "In my opinion, we will neither agree nor reject this invitation. If it is really urgent, our 6 great masters will not be vegetarians. I think it will work." The head of the Zhao family responded. The head of the Sun family also nodded and said, "I think it's feasible. Agree. When the time comes, everything will be done as Patriarch Qian says." At this moment, the heads of the 6 major families quickly unified their opinions. Suddenly, the head of the Li family said, "Here we come." In an instant, the expressions of the other family patriarchs all faded, and they once again turned into calm faces, sipping tea leisurely. The next moment, the sound of footsteps approaching. Ta-ta-ta. Go to the door and push open the reception hall door. Soon, 2 middle-aged men strode in leading 8 young people. The middle-aged man at the head glanced at the 6 old guys leaning leisurely on the seats, thinking about how they had drawn a clear line with Dezhou, and suddenly a surge of anger surged up. As if he noticed something was wrong with the man's expression, another middle-aged man next to him quickly reminded him with his eyes, and the man's expression softened slightly. Then he straightened his eyes, looked at the 6 old men, and said with cupped hands, "6 clan heads, I am Yang Liang, the director of the Special Affairs Bureau of the Great Zhou Dynasty, and this is by Jian Nan, the deputy director of our Special Affairs Bureau. I invite you all to come here for the sake of common prosperity. Business affairs." After saying this, the 6 old men sitting still remained indifferent, without even glancing at each other, each sipping their own tea. Seeing that he was ignored by the other party, Yang Liang became even more angry. He ignored by Jian Nan's crazy hints and snorted directly. 6 clan heads. Although this invitation is a bit abrupt, as an ancient martial arts family with a 1,000-year heritage, have you lost all basic manners? After the words fell, an old man put down his teacup and said, "This tea is not fragrant enough, bitter and astringent, and lacks sweetness. After all, it is still not as good as my Yunanfeng tea. What does Patriarch Zhao mean by this?" Yang Liang could hear the ridicule inside. Patriarch Zhao smiled lightly and said, "Let me ask Director Yang, how long will my Zhao family inherit?" "More than 1,000 years ago." Yang Liang frowned. Patriarch Zhao continued, "How many dynasties have there been in the past 1,000 years?" Yang Liang heard the meaning and said in a cold voice, "Clan leader Zhao wants to stay out of the matter? It's impossible to talk about it. Our Zhao family has a history of thousands of years and has always been self-sufficient. This has been the case in all dynasties. If we don't take a point, we won't give a point. We have always been clear-cut. How can we stay out of it?" Patriarch Zhao said. He said calmly, "You." Yang Liang's temper came back again. Before he could get angry, another clan leader spoke up. "Director Yang, don't blame us for being too ruthless. You, the Zhou dynasty, want people in our inheritance. I want to ask, who can accept this kind of behavior that takes money from the bottom of the cauldron?" "Woolen cloth. Old Sun is right." The head of the Li family nodded. Patriarch Qian also said, "Besides, you ask for so much. What can you give us? Or what can we get in exchange for paying such a price?" As soon as this sentence came out, Yang Liang still didn't understand. The old guys had clearly colluded with each other and were waiting for him to set the price. Let's talk about the current situation in the imperial city of Great Zhou Dynasty. The current strength is about 100,000, with ordinary combatants accounting for more than 99.7%. Among the remaining more than 100 combatants, there are about 100 first-level awakened people, about 22nd-level awakened people, and 3rd-level awakened people. There are 3 people. One is following the number 1 officer and is ordered to provide personal protection, and the other 2 are the highest combat power in the imperial city. They cannot take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Apart from these awakened people, the remaining ones are the ancient warriors of their Special Affairs Bureau. Taking him as an example, He is at the first level of the innate realm, while Lao Bai is at the innate realm and an awakened person at the first level. There are a total of 8 captains, 6 acquired 9th level, 2 acquired 8th level, and below the captain he leads 3 team captains, whose strength is the acquired 5th level. Each of the squad leaders leads 3 team members, ranging from the acquired 1st level to the acquired 3rd level. Calculated in this way, they only have 106 combatants in the Special Affairs Bureau. Among these 106, only 24 squad leaders and 8 captains can deal with the 1st level zombies, and only he and Lao Bai can deal with the 2nd level zombies. It can be said that the means of dealing with zombies in the Special Affairs Bureau are very limited. Those so-called naval guns and missiles are very limited when they encounter zombies or monsters of the 3rd level or above. Let's talk about the problem of creating extraordinary combat power. The awakened ones are too dangerous and the probability is extremely low. At the beginning, the Imperial City had 150,000 troops. At the cost of losing 50,000 troops, more than 100 awakened ones were born. Of course, these awakened ones either voluntarily took zombie crystals in a dying state or volunteered. Such a ratio is difficult for them to accept. Although the creation of ancient warriors is not dangerous, the progress is slow. It takes basically 1 month to have a sense of chi. This is after the spiritual energy burst. Cultivation becomes much easier than before, and some warriors are born. In the past, only 2 or 3 ancient warriors could be born in a year. But now the zombies are spreading too fast, and it is undoubtedly unrealistic for them to produce a large number of ancient warriors. If they can invite the ancient martial arts families, the combat power will naturally be supplemented. But in the current situation, these old stubborn people of the ancient martial arts families are guys who will not get up early without profit, and he can't do anything about them. Thinking of this, Yang Liang recalled Li Changging's words. He sighed helplessly and said, "Then may I ask what conditions you have?" As soon as the words came out, the eyes of the patriarchs of the 6 major families lit up. They were waiting for Yang Liang's words. In fact, sacrificing disciples and hollowing out the family are all nonsense. As long as there are enough benefits, these are all possible. The head of the Zhao family couldn't help but speak first. Since Director Yang is sincere, we can discuss it. Hearing this, Yang Liang cursed in his heart that he was an old fox. What about the so-called insistence of not taking a point and not giving a point just now? I'm afraid he has been waiting for this sentence. Yang Liang twitched his lips and said, "The head of the Zhao family is really a man of great righteousness." Of course, the head of the Zhao family smiled leisurely, and his attitude was much more humble and easygoing. When Bai Jianan saw the conversation, he immediately pulled Yang Liang to sit down, and then started discussing with the 6 Guwu clan chiefs. Yang Liang said, "I wonder what the clan leaders want." Patriarch Zhao said directly, "It's very simple. With Yunanfeng as the center, a radius of 100 miles is divided among our 6 major families, and 6 more special affairs bureaus will be established. The rights are equal to yours. Our family has the ability to appoint and remove special affairs bureaus by itself. The rights of the director and below. Furthermore, operational arrangements can only be decided by us, and you have no right to order us." Besides, the more he went on, the more severe the slaps on Yang Liang's face became, until in the end, Yang Liang's entire face was black. What are the conditions for this damn thing? They want fiefdoms, special privileges, and they keep giving orders. Otherwise, just give them the position of number 1 commander. Yang Liang thought about it and said directly, "Regional division is okay, but it can only be within a radius of 10 kilometers, and the land is still owned by Dezhou, and you only have the right to use it. There are 2 special affairs bureaus in total. One is my Yang Liang's Ancient Martial Arts Special Affairs Bureau, and the other is Lao Zhou's Awakener Special Affairs Bureau too. If you want to set up 6 more special affairs bureaus, this is not possible. If possible, we can at most set up a special affairs bureau, and the director must be a member of our great Zhou dynasty. The remaining positions need to be assessed by your disciples before they can serve. Moreover, you must obey our arrangements and all actions will be as special as those of the special bureau. Things 1 and 2. Furthermore, after these are given to you, the heads of your 6 major families must be enshrined in our great Zhou dynasty. If our imperial city in Great Zhou Dynasty is in danger, we must take action. If you can do this, the conditions I mentioned above are all acceptable. Director Yang, don't you think that we are 3-year-old children? Patriarch Zhao's face darkened, and he said, if Director Yang's method is followed, then wouldn't the disciples of my 6 major families be at your disposal? And we old bones are also. Do you want me to do whatever you want? Yang Liang shook his head and said, since the founding of the country, no one has ever been able to receive such treatment as you. And the conditions we can offer you now are already our upper limit. This is under special circumstances such as the end of the world. Only then do we have this opportunity. Then Director Yang should find another job. Chief Zhao flicked his sleeves, stood up, and was about to leave, and the other chiefs also stood up one after another. Seeing this situation where the conversation was almost broken, by Jian Nan, who was sitting next to Yang Liang, quickly stood up and said with a smile, heads of the clan, let's talk again. Let's talk again. Don't hurt everyone's harmony because of a moment of anger. Well, Deputy Director Bai said exactly. Before Patriarch Zhao could finish speaking, Yang Liang scolded him directly. Old Bai, if they want to leave, let them go. Since the founding of our Great Zhou Dynasty, there has never been a precedent of giving up land. That was done by the bastards of the previous dynasty. Stupid thing. Old Yang, calm down. Bai Jianan quickly advised Yang Liang as he saw the expressions of several clan leaders turning gloomy. Stop trying to persuade them. It's no use talking to anyone. If they want to leave, just leave, Yang Liang said, and said firmly to several clan leaders. Everyone, please forgive me for my official duties and I can't send you far away. As soon as the words came out, snort, hum, several cold snorts sounded. The door was pushed open directly, and the heads of the 6 major families walked away. Seeing several clan leaders leaving, Bai Jianan looked at Yang Liang with a mournful face and said, Old Yang, you are confused. Once the clan leaders leave, where will our combat strength be replenished? Listening to Bai Jianan's words, Yang Liang also fell into silence. If only my mother were here. And now outside the door, several clan leaders walked out of the door with gloomy expressions. They knew very well that as long as they didn't let go, Yang Liang would come over sooner or later. The other side, above the sky, a full 3 hours passed. The first-level flying ship has arrived over the imperial city of Great Zhou. Then, a royal sister prompt sounded inside the ship. We are about to arrive at our destination. Please choose a landing location. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Cheng and others were forced out of the game. Listening to the broadcast from Flying Ship Number 1, Jiang Cheng looked at old Mrs. Zheng and said, Old Mrs. Zheng, I wonder where you need to arrive. The imperial city of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Mrs. Zheng pointed to a towering black fortress below the first-class flying ship. Jiang Cheng nodded, then said to Yujia Flying Ship Number 1, the landing location is the imperial city of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Ding! The landing location has been set successfully. Please take your seats as soon as possible to avoid bumps and slips during the descent. Several people listened, immediately took their seats, and fastened their seat belts. Soon, the first-level flying ship continued to fly over the Black Fortress. Just as they arrived above the Black Fortress, an alarm sounded immediately. Alert! There is a level 1 flying spirit beast approaching. Do you want to kill it? Listen, Jiang Cheng looked at the transparent display screen of the first-class flying ship. Sure enough, there was one about 6 or 7 meters long, completely black, with a long black beak and a pair of eyes like blood-colored gems. The cry was fierce, and he rushed towards them. At the same time, the imperial city of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Sirens were also sounded inside the fort. Alarm! The iron-feathered crows are attacking on the first level. Please prepare all units for combat. The alarm goes off. The soldiers standing guard on the city wall immediately trotted to the position of the naval gun and aimed the naval gun. And below the fort, the clan leaders who were in the number 1 reception hall were also stunned when they heard the alarm, and then they looked up at the sky. There were also Yang Liang and others from the Special Affairs Bureau who rushed out after hearing the alarm. Just as they looked up, the sudden explosion of the iron feather crow turned into a pool of blood mist that dispersed from the air. The soldiers on the tower were also stunned when they saw this scene. This is the iron feather crow, a flying spirit beast of the first level, whose combat power is not inferior to the awakened ones of the second level. Now it has been killed? And who did it just now? They obviously haven't received the order to open fire. Curious. Suddenly, an unidentified flying object stayed in the sky, and a blue light shot out from the front of the flying object, and the light formed a holographic image in the air. It was an old lady. She looked familiar. It seemed like Yang Liang, who was standing in the square, was stunned when he looked at the holographic image in the air. This is his mother? Soon, the projection said, I am Jiang Cheng, the director of the Special Affairs Bureau, the Great Zhou Worshipper, and the director of the Ancient Martial Arts Office. I request to land. It's really my mother. Seeing the projection speak, Yang Liang's face gradually changed from surprise to surprise. He ignored everything else and said directly to the intercom, General Command Office, I am Yang Liang, the director of the Special Affairs Bureau, and I request to open the square for my mother to land. The General Command Office received it. At this time, in the General Command Office, an old man in combat uniform and scarred on his face looked at the UFO and Jiang Cheng's image on the big screen in front of him and was also stunned. He heard Yang Liang's communication again and reacted and ordered directly, Open the square. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The people below received it and immediately conveyed the order. The old man stared at the big screen and muttered to himself, What the hell is Ping doing? She's back. Did she find that bastard? No. I have to rush over to see the situation. Thinking of this, the old man threw a sentence to the confused deputy commander on the side and then hurried to the square. At the same time, a broadcasting voice sounded from the fortress below. Permitted to land. Please land at square number 1. After getting permission, Jiang Cheng immediately ordered the first-level flying ship to land at the designated location. So, in the surprised eyes of everyone in square number 1, a black warship actually landed slowly at a vertical angle. As the flying ship landed, including Yang Liang's Special Affairs Bureau and others, as well as the old man and his guards who rushed over, and several patriarchs of the ancient martial arts families all stared at the flying ship nervously. Hiss! The hatch opened. A handsome young man with an unfamiliar face jumped down from the hatch. Then came a middle-aged man in his 40s. Finally, a young girl supported an old lady. When he saw this, Yang Liang immediately greeted them excitedly and said, Old lady, Xiaowei, you are finally back. Looking at the middle-aged man who came over excitedly, Jiang Cheng didn't have much fluctuation. This was a family gathering, which had little to do with him, so he looked around the great Zhou imperial city curiously. On the contrary, Father Yang was trembling a little when he saw this middle-aged man who looked 80% like him. When Yang Liang approached, old lady Zheng frowned and said, You are so old, but you are so flustered. What's wrong with you? That's right, you are not as steady as our Jiang Cheng. Yang Rui also complained in a low voice. The attitude of the two made Yang Liang look embarrassed. What the hell is it to be scolded by my mother at the beginning? Who is the Jiang Cheng mentioned by Xiaowei? And who are the old man and the young man next to them? Suddenly, his brows slightly frowned. Mom, who are these two? Yang Liang cast his eyes on the two people next to his mother. Zheng Ping directly scolded. You are disrespectful. This is your dad. Call him. She looked at the middle-aged man next to her who was less than 40 years old with affection. My dad. Yang Liang was confused now. After going to Chudu, my mother found a pretty boy who looks younger than him. And what's the matter with this man looking at him excitedly? For a moment, Yang Liang was embarrassed. He couldn't call a man younger than himself dad. So he looked at his mother with some embarrassment and lowered his voice. Mom, it's okay for you to find a pretty boy. Let's keep a low profile. You let me be in public, and there are people from the 6 ancient martial arts families next to me. I am the director of the Special Affairs Bureau after all. I really can't call him. Huh. As soon as Yang Liang finished speaking, he was slapped on the back of his head and staggered, and his head was a little dizzy. You unfilial son, this is your father. Your real father. The man your mother and I have been looking for 55 years in Chudu. Zheng Ping cursed angrily. What? This man who looks younger than him is actually his real father? No way. No matter how you calculate it, his father has disappeared for 55 years. According to his current age, his father is at least 78 years old. Even if he has practiced some magical skills, he should be as young as his mother, not as black and ruddy as he is now, with black hair and a full head of black hair, looking energetic. But thinking that his mother would not lie, Yang Liang could not help but tentatively ask the man, "You, are you really my biological father? Son, my good son, you are already this old now." When old man Yang saw his son with his own eyes, a son he had not seen for decades, he could not help but feel 1,000 emotions in his heart. He even stuttered with excitement when he spoke and walked forward to hug his son. But as soon as he approached, Yang Liang took a step back with a complicated expression. For some reason, he saw his own shadow in the eyebrows and movements of this middle-aged man, and there was also a sense of intimacy from the bones. But when he thought of this man abandoning them and their son and disappearing for 55 years, and letting his mother search for him alone for decades, resentment in his heart could not help but surge up. His face turned cold, and he said coldly, "I know." Seeing his son's cold words to him, old man Yang trembled, as if his heart was cut by a knife, but he soon calmed down again, his face full of guilt. He understood Yang Liang's reaction at this time. It was indeed he who abandoned them. Even if there were reasons, it was a fact. So he did not blame Yang Liang for his cold attitude towards him. On the contrary, if possible, he hoped to make up for Yang Liang and his son with the rest of his life. So he said, "It was me at the beginning." "Stop." Yang Liang stopped him directly, and then said to Zheng Ping, "Mom, you haven't introduced this person yet?" Although the tone was better, because this young man seemed to be in the same group with old man Yang, and it was even possible that he was the child or grandson of the woman he found outside. In short, because of old man Yang, Yang Liang did not have a very good face towards Jiang Cheng at this time. Seeing Yang Liang asking, old lady Zheng said with gratitude, "This is the leader of the Shuguang base in Linxian, Chudu, Jiang Cheng. It was also because of leader Jiang that I was able to meet your father." "The leader of the Shuguang base?" Yang Liang raised his eyebrows slightly. He glanced at Jiang Cheng. "The breath is peaceful, nothing special, just like an ordinary person. But being able to fly such a flying machine and save his father, he should be an awakener, or the lowest level. After all, Linxian is a small city, which is only the 7th or 8th line. There are many such cities in the country, and what kind of high-level awakener can such a city produce? It is lucky to be able to awaken." In addition, judging from Xiaorui's tone just now, it seems that she is particularly concerned about Jiang Cheng. This is not a good phenomenon. But because of Zheng Ping and Jiang Cheng really helped their family, Yang Liang said politely, "Brother Jiang, thank you for helping my mother find people, and thank you for sending my mother and daughter back safely. As the director of the Special Affairs Bureau of the Great Zhou, I, Yang, will definitely reward you generously." Listening to Yang Liang's speech and the tone of the other party deliberately reporting the title, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly and said lightly, "No, a small person like me can't afford it." "Just no?" Yang Liang didn't know if he had lost his mind because of old man Yang, so he didn't hear the sarcasm in Jiang Cheng's tone, but thought that he was self-aware. At the same time, but old lady Zheng on the side had a gloomy face and wanted to teach him a lesson. Suddenly a sarcastic voice sounded. "Director Yang, so this is your confidence." After the voice fell, Yang Liang frowned. Of course he knew who was speaking. Jiang Cheng looked over with interest in the direction of Zheng Ping's gaze. It was an old man with mottled hair, who seemed to be in his early 60s. His breath was steady and powerful, and he was not stained by worldly dust. He was still a master. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised, because he had learned about the explanation of the master realm from the upper mystical art. As if noticing Zheng Ping's gaze, the old man smiled again and said, "Director Zheng, we haven't seen each other for 10 years. I didn't expect to meet each other in Zhoudu today. It's a blessing. Zhao Chun, after 10 years, you still like to be horny." Zheng Ping ridiculed mercilessly. You are so sharp-tongued, Zheng Ping. I just don't know if your cultivation is as good as your mouth after 10 years. Zhao Chun, the head of the Zhao family, said coldly, "You will know if you try it." Mrs. Zheng's voice turned cold, and the internal energy in her palm surged. Just as she was about to raise her palm, she was pinched by a hand on her wrist. "A Ping, you don't need to do anything with this kind of garbage. Leave it to me," old man Yang said softly. Zheng Ping felt warm in her heart, then put her hand down and said softly, "Be careful. This old man is a master. Master? I don't care what he is. I will beat him until his butt is bruised and he cries for his parents. Old man Yang sneered, looked up at Jiang Cheng, and said, You are the one barking like a dog? Who are you? Do you have a place to speak here? Jiang Cheng looked at old man Yang's young face and said coldly, Hee, I am Ah Ping's husband. Do you think I have the right to speak? Old man Yang raised his hand and said proudly, but Jiang Cheng was stunned when he finished speaking. The 5 patriarchs of the ancient martial arts families beside him were equally surprised, and they all looked shocked. After a brief shock, they all laughed loudly. Ha ha! What did this kid say? He is Zheng Ping's husband. Jiang Cheng laughed. The others also laughed so hard that they fell backwards, and they did not look like the 6 ancient martial arts families at all. When did Zheng Ping find a gigolo? It seems that he is still strong and healthy. An old horse is still ambitious. After laughing, Jiang Cheng's face turned cold and said, Since you don't know whether to live or die, I will start with you. After saying that, the aura around him was agitated and the true energy flowed. A red light was looming on his palm. Suddenly, he shouted, Fire palm. In an instant, a flaming palm several meters high condensed into shape. The heat wave was rolling, and even standing 10 meters away could feel the burning pain. Yang Liang saw the heat wave coming, and his face was immediately shocked. He hurriedly said, Jiang Cheng, you dare to fight in the imperial city. Then he pulled Zheng Ping and Yang Rui to one side and said anxiously, Get out of the way. You know, Jiang Cheng had already reached the Grandmaster level 5 years ago. What is the concept of Grandmaster? It is equivalent to the 3rd level among the awakened. There are only 3 3rd-level awakeners in the Imperial City, and they are the highest combat power in the Imperial City with unparalleled status. Such terrifying strength is far beyond their ability to deal with. Compared with Yang Liang's fear, Zheng Ping and Yang Rui did not change their expressions, and even faintly flashed with expectation, which made Yang Liang puzzled. And the young man behind him also had a calm expression, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Disdain? Did he see it wrong? When Yang Liang was puzzled, his face was full of anxiety. Now was not the time for him to think too much. If he wanted to die, let this old man die. He didn't want to be affected, so he pulled the old lady Zheng's hand hard. But the next moment, Okay, it's just a master. Why are you so flustered? Let's see how your father crushes him. Crush? Could this father who suddenly appeared be the Grandmaster? Does that mean my dad is a Grandmaster? Yang Liang looked at Father Yang suspiciously. Faced with the flame palm coming towards him, Yang's eyes were indifferent and he shouted softly, Hard Qigong. Bang! A powerful stream of air was suddenly released from his body, causing Yang Liang to take several steps back and unable to open his eyes. Fortunately, he quickly circulated his true energy, and then a layer of air shield was formed around his body. Kankan blocked this airflow. Look again. Father Yang's originally thin body began to skyrocket like an inflated ball at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop until it reached 2 meters and turned into a muscular man like an iron tower. Is this the long-lost hard Qigong of the heavenly sex martial arts? Yang Liang lost his voice. As the administrative department for ancient martial arts and special persons in the Great Zhou dynasty, their special affairs department naturally collected a lot of martial arts information. The most mysterious one is Tianpai martial arts. Its hard Qigong is different from the hard Qigong of Dalu. I heard that can change body shape. At first, he still didn't believe it, thinking that the record was too exaggerated. I didn't expect to see him today, and I couldn't help being shocked beyond measure. As the hard Qigong was being used, Father Yang stared at the fire palm that was very close at hand and said disdainfully, Take a punch from me. As he spoke, the true energy circulated, and the spiritual attributes were fully activated. A diamond punch was blasted out directly. Bang! As soon as the punch arrived, the fire palm was scattered without any warning, as simple as a thin piece of white paper being pierced. This is impossible. Jiang Cheng lost his voice and said, You must also know that this is his Zhao family's secret skill fiery palm. Its flame temperature can turn ordinary people into ashes. Its power can smash an artificial rockery to pieces. Even the most advanced armored vehicles can be beaten into a piece of iron. As a result, he was dismissed so easily. Jiang Cheng didn't believe it, and Yang Liang didn't believe it even more. What did he just see? This man knocked away the fire palm with one punch. I'm afraid it's not an illusion. But soon, Father Yang's voice brought him back to reality. He said extremely arrogantly, "Can you use a little more force? It'll break like that girl's thing with just one poke." After the words fell, Zhao Chun fell silent. Yang Liang also fell silent. Yang Liang's team members also fell silent collectively. The clan leaders beside Zhao Chun were even more silent. They had never seen a being that could crush the Grandmaster. In the hearts of several clan leaders, the one who can crush the Grandmaster is the Grandmaster. However, from the aura of the old man in front of him, it is obvious that he is not a Grandmaster, not even a Grandmaster, but his power far exceeds that of a Grandmaster. Could it be that he is a great master of body refining? After all, they have only seen one Grandmaster, the ancestor at the head of their 6 major families. He can control the air, fly, move mountains and fill seas, and is in the realm of the invincible Grandmaster. However, just when Father Yang was extremely powerful and pretending to be extremely happy, he suddenly slapped him on the back of the head, causing him to stagger. Who the hell sneaked up on the back of my head, old man? As soon as Father Yang shouted, his ear was rotated 80 degrees by a hand, and he reprimanded. "You old man, just fight when you fight. What are you talking about? Bad words? Or are you saying that you have been carrying my mother behind your back for so many years and went out to hang out with that naughty fox?" Hey, it's wrong, I was wrong." Father Yang quickly shouted for mercy, and at the same time lowered his voice and said, "A ping, there are outsiders here." Only then did Mrs. Zheng let go of her hand. And looking at this weird scene, Zhao Chun was completely confused. Where did such an old woman, Zheng Ping, fool her? And it seems that he is still being controlled. Why don't he hook up with her someday? It really doesn't matter whether they are male or female. Everything is for the Zhao family. Trance. Father Yang's voice sounded again. "Let's use any other moves together. The old man is in a hurry." Hearing such words of contempt for him, Zhao Chun was extremely angry and stamped his feet. Bang! Floor tiles chipped. The red airflow spreads out. His hands drew a strange arc in the air, and almost all the true energy in his dantian surged out. Behind him, a group of phantoms of the gods gradually solidified. I didn't expect that Lao Zhao could even show his housekeeping skills. The clan leaders on the side were surprised. Is this the Vulcan wrath of the Zhao family? Yang Liang gasped when he saw this, and the first floor lit up. Hiss! You must know that the special thing about the Zhao family's fire god's wrath is that it can increase the strength attribute 5 times. Its terrifying power is at the same level, and it can easily burn a person at the first level of a Grandmaster to death. Moreover, its scorching flame temperature can melt even hundreds of smelted steel. Can the old man really block this move? As if he felt the power of this move, Yang Lao also stopped his playful expression. He grabbed the air, and a Tang Dao appeared in his hand. As his inner energy surged, he shouted softly, "Demon Slayer 3. The third sword style." When the move was shouted, the true energy poured into the second-level Tang Dao like a flood. Zheng. A metallic buzz sounded. The Tang Dao's black light flourished, condensing into a Tang Dao that was more than 20 meters long and glowing with light. What kind of move is this? Yang Liang looked at the moves used by Old Man Yang, and his heart was shocked, as if the world had turned upside down. Because of the power emanating from the sword, he felt the terrifying energy contained in it that could move mountains and overturn seas. "Destroy the demon," Old Man Yang shouted. As he swung the sword, the wind swept away the clouds, and the strong wind spread. A 20-meter-long Tang sword flashing with black light rose up and slashed up. At the same time, Zhao Chun also shouted, "The wrath of the fire god." A statue with a fiery shadow burning behind him seemed to come alive. As Zhao Chun raised his hands, he raised his arms and grabbed the Tang sword. But it was only the moment of contact with the sword. Zhao Chun felt a terrifying energy surge over, and he had almost no ability to resist. The condensed shadow of the fire god was split in half by the sword of the Tang sword. The shadow dissipated. He himself was even more shocked by the huge recoil force and flew backwards. After smashing the door of the #1 reception hall behind him and flying backwards for more than 20 meters, he stopped. He wanted to get up, but a large mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. His face was as pale as gold paper. He lay on the ground, without the strength to fight again. How can the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? Old Man Yang dragged his sword and wanted to kill Jiang Cheng on the spot. Seeing Old Man Yang's actions, the clan leaders present all looked depressed. Because the 6 major families are of the same blood, once one party is killed, the next few families will not be far away. Yang Liang felt very relieved after being shocked, but soon he thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Then, that Jiang Cheng cannot be killed." Originally, he wanted to call him Old Man, but he couldn't see him for 55 years, so he still couldn't say it. However, Yang Liang was also a little nervous. After all, the other party was able to kill the Grand Master, and he was at the innate realm, and he didn't know if his words would work. And the next moment, Old Man Yang paused. He turned around and showed a fatherly smile to Yang Liang and said, "My son said he won't kill him, so I won't kill him." As soon as these words came out, Yang Liang inexplicably felt a love from his father and a little bit of pride, but the other party was a man who abandoned him for 55 years, and he didn't know whether he should accept it. In short, it was very contradictory. So he simply didn't look at Old Man Yang's eyes and turned his head away. This action made Old Man Yang's eyes dim again. His son hasn't forgiven him yet. He needs to work harder. But these words sounded different when they fell into the ears of the other family patriarchs. What? This old monster turned out to be Yang Liang's father? But shouldn't our director Yang's father be Wang Zhengwo, the commander-in-chief of the imperial city? Or did this Yang deliberately conceal it so that he could keep this big killer as a backup? Actually, it makes sense if you think about it. Wang Zhengwo's surname is Wang, Yang Liang's surname is Yang, and Zheng Ping's surname is Zheng. She doesn't take her mother's surname. No matter how you look at it, she has nothing to do with Wang Zhengwo. So the real boss is here. The clan leaders were thinking a little bit and began to rethink their attitude towards Yang Liang. However, for all the members of the Special Affairs Bureau, this is simply a God-sent soldier from heaven. Especially by Jiannan. Looking at Yang Liang with a meaningful smile on his face, "You kid is hiding deep." As for other members, FCK, is Director Yang's father so awesome? He could have relied on his background to make a living, but he chose to rely on his strength. Director Yang is inspiring. Does Director Yang still need a godson? In short, the members of the Special Affairs Bureau looked at their director more differently. At this time, Father Yang said again, "This Jiang Cheng can be spared from death, but he can't escape the punishment of life. How are you going to deal with him?" Dealing. Yang Liang was silent again. He had never thought of dealing with a grandmaster in his life. It was just that the situation in the imperial city was tense now, so he could use his old, "Well, dad is dad." Yang Liang sighed. This can be regarded as bearing humiliation for our great Zhou. After a simple thought, he blushed and said awkwardly, "Old dad. Then, let these clan leaders sit down with me again to talk about cooperation." "Okay." Old Man Yang nodded, glanced at several clan leaders, and said in an imperative tone, "Did you hear that? My son wants to cooperate with you, so be smart." The remaining 5 heads of the Guwu family looked at each other with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Old son, isn't this old guy too arrogant?" the head of the Li family said in a low voice. "Yes, if we really follow their demands this time, what will happen to our 6 major families if word spreads about it?" the head of the Qian family said angrily. "Although this old guy is powerful, if the 5 of us go together, I don't think we have no chance." The head of the Zhou family said with a hint of coldness in his tone, "I agree with what Lao Zhou said. If we retreat today, we may be at their mercy in the future. Besides, we still have our ancestors. I don't believe that this Yang Liang dares to kill us for the sake of our ancestors." The head of the Wu family said the same thing. The 5 of them gathered together and looked at Father Yang. The leader of the Qian family, his eyes slightly cold, stood up and said, "Director Yang is really arrogant. Thinking that he has defeated Lao Zhao, he thinks that our 6 major families are at your mercy? Or are you saying that you won't control the members of our 6 major families? Does the ancestor take it seriously?" As soon as the words came out, Yang Liang's pupils shrank, and he secretly said something bad. How could he forget that old monster? The old monster was a real grandmaster, and he was still a grandmaster 20 years ago. His current strength was probably even more profound. He glanced at Father Yang hesitantly. Father Yang's eyes became even colder, and he was no longer prepared to hold back. He said, "You don't know whether to live or die? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Haha. Judging from our strength, we are indeed no match for you if we fight alone. But if we fight together, you may not be able to get a good deal." The head of the Wu family said solemnly, "That's right. Even if we lose to you, our ancestor will definitely come looking for us if we don't go back," said the head of the Li family. The head of the Sun family also reminded, "Our ancestor was already a grand master 20 years ago, and if you seriously injured Lao Zhao, our ancestor will not let you go." As the three clan leaders spoke, their attitudes became arrogant again. They have a great master as their backing, and these people dare not really kill them. Okay, very good. Father Yang was so angry that he laughed. He has seen arrogant people, but never such arrogant people. She said, "The opportunity has been given to you. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for killing it." As he spoke, he said loudly to Yang Liang beside him, "Son, stay away. Dad, I'm going to do something serious." Yang Liang was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that the head of the Zhao family has just been knocked away, and he still hasn't taken any serious action? Thinking of how Father Yang had easily seriously injured the head of the Zhao family before, he began to believe his father's words. Maybe Dad really didn't try his best. And by Jiannan's eyes, Father Yang's words were extremely meaningful. The move just now was indeed very powerful, but facing 5 grandmasters at once, masters equivalent to third-level awakeners, he felt that Father Yang was just scaring them. Not only by Jiannan thought so, but also the other team members, and Wang Jingwo, who came over and was wearing a combat uniform. To be honest, he doesn't want Father Yang to win because Father Yang is his love rival, but he also hopes that Father Yang will win because he can sacrifice his personal emotions for the sake of the country. "Old guy, I hope you really have such strength," Wang Jingwo murmured. "Ha. Lao Qian, Lao Li, Lao Sun, Lao Zhou, let's come together and give this old guy some color." The head of the Wu family laughed loudly. His body trembled. His true energy stirred up, and he shouted loudly, "Kuei Nyo's true body." As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient aura emanated from the head of the Wu family, and behind him, the phantom of a hornless bull with the body of a dragon, covered in scales, and an independent Kuei cow condensed into shape. Kuei Nyo looked up to the sky and mooed, with the faint sound of wind and thunder, and its power was extraordinary. The head of the Li family also shouted, "The sword of the river is coming from the sky." As soon as he finished speaking, the true energy around him soared into the sky and transformed into a 10-meter golden sword. It was filled with light and seemed to be able to cut off everything. The head of the Sun family, the true form of the demon ape. The head of the Qian family, Thunder God's shadow. Head of the Zhou family, breath of the blue dragon. All of a sudden, 5 auras came towards Father Yang. A bunch of clowns. Father Yang sneered. As they said, if it was 1 against 5, he would really struggle without using his powers. It's a pity that these people misjudged his strength. Besides being an ancient warrior, he is still a second-level awakener. He immediately shouted angrily, "Hard Qigong." With the roar, his figure once again skyrocketed to 2 meters. But this was not enough. Father Yang immediately activated his true energy. For a moment, his spiritual attributes were fully activated, and a majestic force surged out of his body, and the next moment, become a Buddha. Zheng. A golden ray of light bloomed from his whole body. His skin looked like a Buddha statue enshrined in the temple, stained with gold, and his face also became like a Buddha, without sadness or joy. His ears drooped on his shoulders, and his palms clasped together. In front of the chest, the body shape turned into 7 or 8 meters, like a hill, full of oppression. Looking at this scene, the corners of Jiang Cheng's lips curled up slightly. The Eye of Data shows that Yang's 2 attributes have reached a terrifying level for Grandmaster-level opponents. Strength, 1,425.25, 25,654.5. Agility, 146.4 to 1,317.6. Now, there is something good to watch. Yang Liang's mouth opened wide when he saw Old Man Yang transform. This is a superpower. My dad is actually an awakener, just from the breath emanating from Old Man Yang. Yang Liang felt like a small boat drifting in the sea, which could be overturned by this majestic breath at any time. Not only Yang Liang, but also by Jiannan and all the members of the Special Affairs Bureau were stunned. This guy really hides his strength. As for the patriarchs of the 5 major families, their faces were very ugly. Their current realm is at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, that is, the 10th level of the Grandmaster realm. They are only one step away from entering the Grandmaster realm, but it is this last step that has troubled them for more than 10 years. But long-term practice has also made their strength reach a terrifying level. Even if they face an awakener on the 3rd level, they are confident that they can kill him. But now facing Old Man Yang, they feel powerless. But things have come to this point. The arrow is on the string, and it has to be shot. The head of the Wu family roared. All clan leaders, let's go. Go. Let this old thing know how powerful we are. Amid the roars, the 5 clan leaders rushed up together. Kuei Nyo Deng. Demon Ape Roar. Wind and Thunder Fist. Blue Dragon Roar. One sword falls to the 9 heavens. For phantoms of divine beasts and a golden long sword swept over. When the old man saw this, he was too lazy to look at it. He narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "The 1,000-handed golden body of Buddha." Instantly, several golden arms stretched out from behind and overlapped in front of Old Man Yang, turning into a golden round shield. The next second, 5 attacks hit the round shield. As the air exploded, a strong shock wave spread out in all directions. The shock wave swept the gravel on the ground and rushed towards the surroundings. If it were an ordinary person, he would be swept away directly. Even a postnatal warrior could not resist such a shock wave. Not good. Feeling the terrifying aura sweeping over, Yang Liang secretly said that it was not good and immediately shouted, "Quickly circulate the internal breath to protect the body." After the shout fell, the team members on the side also reacted and hurriedly mobilized the internal qi in the dantian to circulate throughout the body. It was a pity that the captains of these special affairs bureaus were only in the postnatal realm. Even if they circulated the internal breath, they were knocked back by the shock wave. Because Bai Jiannan was in the innate realm, he barely stabilized his body. But as an ordinary person, Wang Zhengwo was miserable. Feeling the overwhelming force coming, the 2 soldiers behind him hurriedly said in horror, "Commander-in-Chief, be careful." As they said, the 2 stood in front of Wang Zhengwo. Seeing this scene, old lady Zheng frowned secretly. Wang Zhengwo was a mortal, and as the commander-in-chief, if something really happened, it would definitely be a big trouble for the great Zhou imperial city. This old thing, he has no sense of proportion in fighting. He muttered, turned his head, and whispered to Jiang Cheng behind him, "Jiang boy, rare is in your hands." After that, he rushed towards the horrified Wang Zhengwo in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Zhengwo. Looking at the panicked Wang Zhengwo, old lady Zheng pressed his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, I'm here." After that, she mobilized the true essence of Dantian and formed a layer of light yellow protective shield around Wang Zhengwo to wrap him in it. "A ping you." Wang Zhengwo's voice trembled, and he was moved. Zheng Ping turned her head away and said calmly, "As the commander-in-chief of the imperial city, your life is more important than mine." Wang Zhengwo listened to these words, and his turbid eyes opened dimly. After so many years, Ping still didn't love him. But he still said, "What about Xiaorui? She is just an acquired warrior. Don't worry, with that boy, Xiaorui is safer than you." Zheng Ping said calmly. Listening to the other party's words, Wang Zhengwo felt strange. This is the first time he heard Zheng Ping praise someone so much in so many years, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look. Seeing that Jiang Cheng stood in front of Yang Rui, he said calmly, "Unbreakable golden body. Zheng." A layer of golden light shield wrapped the 2 inside, and the shock wave also hit the light shield at this moment, leaving a faint ripple. What a terrifying strength. Seeing this, Wang Zhengwo was extremely surprised. He saw how powerful this shock wave was. Even the captain of the Special Affairs Bureau could not withstand it. They were all martial artists of the 9th level of the acquired realm. However, this young man looked relaxed. No, he should not take this shockwave seriously at all, because he could see the calmness in Jiang Cheng's eyes. At this moment, the center of the crowd, The shock wave dissipated. Old Man Yang stood still. The patriarchs of the 5 major families were embarrassed and retreated repeatedly, obviously shocked by the recoil. Damn it! How can this old thing be so strong? What should we do? Old Wu, give me an idea. In one move, the 5 patriarchs were no match for each other, but now that they had already fought, they would not be willing to admit defeat now. After hesitating for a second, the head of the Wu family made up his mind and gritted his teeth and said, Old Li, doesn't your family have a move called One Sword Opens the Sky? How do you know? The head of the Li family asked in surprise. Then he added, This move requires a huge amount of true energy. I can't use that move now. The head of the Wu family looked embarrassed and said, Now is not the time to talk about this. I just want to ask, if several of us concentrate our true energy on you, can you use that move? Can you? The head of the Li family hesitated. After all, the true energy required for this move is too strong. Even a grandmaster can only use it twice. As a grandmaster, his true energy cannot support this move at all, unless he takes the explosive pill of their family. But the explosive pill is a magical medicine of the family. It can only be used to save his life. In addition, this medicine has a significant side effect. That is, as long as the explosive pill is used, not only will his realm fall, but his cultivation will not be able to improve in his lifetime. So he can't use it unless it is absolutely necessary, even if he has one on him now. It has to be done now. I will transfer my true essence to you now. Without thinking twice, the head of the Wu family slapped the head of the Li family on the back and injected all his true essence into the head of the Li family. For a moment, the head of the Li family only felt a surge of true essence being injected into his dantian, which quickly replenished the true essence in his dantian. But this is far from enough. The head of the Li family frowned and said, It's not enough. And mine. The head of the Sun family also slapped the head of the Li family on the back and injected all his true essence into it. And us. The remaining 2 heads of the Qian family and the Zhou family looked at each other and immediately injected their true essence into the head of the Li family. In an instant, compared with the previous one, the true essence in the head of the Li family was like a small lake compared to a river. In an instant, he became more confident in using this move. He stared at Old Man Yang and shouted sternly, Old man, dare you take my sword? Why don't you dare? Just let your horse come over. Father Yang said confidently, Okay, I hope you don't die. As the head of the Li family spoke, he clasped his hands together and his eyes flashed. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, Condensation, Zheng. The sound of metal hums. A torrent of true energy was released from his body, turning into a golden light and condensing into a nearly 50-meter golden giant sword above his head. This scene made Yang Liang and others swallow hard. I'm afraid even a great master would have to avoid this move, Yang Liang murmured. Bai Jianan also said in a stunned voice, Can Uncle Yang really be able to take this terrifying sword? Not only Yang Liang and Bai Jianan, but also Mrs. Zheng's calm face began to change. After all, the power of this sword is comparable to the attack of a 4th-level awakened person. The equivalent ancient warrior is the Grand Master. Wang Zhengwo looked at Zheng Ping's worried eyes and felt even more disappointed. Yang Rui sighed. She looked at Jiang Cheng with some worry and asked, Brother Jiang Cheng, Grandpa, can he catch it? Listening, Jiang Cheng's face darkened slightly and his data eyes flashed. Soon he saw clearly the statistics of the head of the Li family at this time. In itself, under the infusion of such a massive amount of inner energy, his basic attributes have increased 5 times, and the power of this move is comparable to that of the Great Destruction Palm, which can increase the power 10 times. In other words, under the leadership of the Li family, with a basic value of 4,000 for the strength attribute, plus 50 times the output, this sword has a full strength of 200,000 points, which is 20 million kilograms when converted into weight units. It's comparable to the strength of a 4th-level warrior. And based on the old man's data, if he uses the 3rd form of the 3 demon-slaying swords to slay demons, he can be evenly matched. If he uses the 4th level of the demon fist, he can crush the opponent. But in this way, with his current strength, the strength will definitely cause serious damage to the vitality. To take action or not to take action? Jiang Cheng was a little confused. After all, Now is the time for Father Yang to establish his power, and the injury is not incurable. His rash action may have the opposite effect. Forget it, just wait and see what happens. If the old man's life is really in danger, he won't be too late to take action. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng said to Yang Rui beside him, "Believe in your grandpa. He is very strong." "Really?" Yang Rui's eyes lit up. Jiang Cheng pointed in the direction of Father Yang and smiled without saying anything. And at this time, this golden giant sword has condensed into substance. The Li family immediately shouted angrily, "Mysterious truth, open the sky with one sword." Putting his hands together, the golden giant sword moved accordingly, tearing the air and slashing towards Father Yang. Seeing the golden giant sword swinging, Father Yang's face rarely became serious. He could feel the power of this sword. "Huh." Father Yang suddenly grinned again. "It's just a sword. Let's see how he breaks it." Put the Tang sword in his hand back. Father Yang bent his arms and squatted. A ball of black light continued to condense on his fist, and a fist shadow condensed on his side. "Old man, are you really going to use this trick?" Jiang Cheng thought to himself, and at the same time checked the spirit pool water in the space ring. Fortunately, he brought at least 2 tons of spirit pool water on this trip. The first-level recovery potion is also sufficient. Even if the old man was seriously injured, he was sure that he could stabilize the old man's injury. At worst, with his speed, it would only take him 10 minutes to get back to Linxian. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng felt relieved. At this time, Father Yang roared, "Fourth heavenly demon fist." The shadow of the giant fist with black light hit the golden sword. With a bang, the sky became extremely dazzling, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. As the one who threw the punch, Father Yang stared at the shadow in the sky without blinking, keeping the posture of punching. "Open it for me." After a roar, all the people from the 5 major families were horrified, and a huge recoil force came from the head of the Li family, knocking the 5 people to spit out a mouthful of hot blood and flew backwards together. They lost. As the 5 people were defeated, the golden sword in the sky was also smashed into 2 by the fist shadow, turning into countless light spots, like a gorgeous firework blooming, dissipating between heaven and earth. In this battle, Father Yang won. As the winner, Father Yang stared at the 5 people and said, "Now, either cooperate, or the 6 major families will disappear from this world from today." "Old man, I'm not kidding," Father Yang said. The true energy in his palm surged, and he strode towards the 5 people. Seeing Father Yang getting closer and closer, the 5 people were in a panic, and the head of the Li family hurriedly said, "My Li family is willing to cooperate with Dezhou." "Old Li Yu." The head of the Qian family looked at the head of the Li family with disbelief, and the others also came over. Facing the gazes of several people, the head of the Li family did not feel ashamed at all, but said, "The strength of the Dezhou imperial city is strong, and there is no reason for my Li family not to join." Shameless. The other 4 people all cursed in their hearts. But they can also understand that who is not an old fox who can continue the family to this day? So the next second, the head of the Qian family also said, "My Qian family agrees to cooperate." After that, he looked at the other 3 families and said with a look of approval, "Why are you looking at me? My Qian family is willing to hold the thigh of the great Zhou, and I advise you to agree as soon as possible. Don't be ungrateful." As soon as these words fell, the Wu family, Zhou family, and Sun family all blushed and looked at the head of the Qian family with anger. It's not that they don't want to participate, but they were just about to agree, and they were sent out by the head of the Qian family as a favor. Damn, then we are a favor? It's really shameless. However, the situation is stronger than people now. The heads of the 3 families immediately said, "My Wu family, my Zhou family, my Sun family, we are willing to cooperate with the great Zhou imperial city." As soon as these words came out, the true energy in Old Man Yang's hand dissipated immediately, and his face changed from unfriendly to smiling. "That's right. What's wrong with joining the great Zhou imperial city? There are food and drink, and safety is guaranteed." The head of the Li family hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Yang is still wise. We were just blinded by lard for a while, so that we almost missed such a good thing. My Qian family is the same. My Zhou family is heartbroken and can't wait to join earlier. My Wu family is willing to let all the clansmen join and contribute to the defense of the great Zhou imperial city. My Sun family will join now. Several people said in succession. Looking at this dramatic scene, Yang Liang just felt a little bit unbelievable. Are these still the 6 unruly families before? This is more obedient than the guard dog of his Special Affairs Bureau. This is too fake. But the scene in front of him really told him that what he saw was real. Just when he was about to act as a peacemaker to ease the atmosphere and discuss cooperation, a vast, distant, and old voice came, covering the entire square. The 6 major families cannot join the great Zhou imperial city. Hearing this voice, everyone present, including Father Yang, was stunned. Who dares to be so shameless? A member of the Special Affairs Bureau couldn't help but whispered. Bai Jiannan and Yang Liang looked at each other and could see the worry in each other's eyes. Wang Zhangwo and Zheng Ping, who were standing on the side, changed their faces. Wang Zhangwo said with a gloomy face, "He's here." Yes, the old thing that hasn't been seen for a century has now appeared. Zheng Ping said in a deep voice. Unlike Wang Zhangwo and Zheng Ping, who were solemn, Jiang Cheng had a playful look on his face. He had already noticed this person when he came. Now from the solemn looks on the faces of Mrs. Zheng and Director Yang, as well as the majestic sea-like aura, it is not difficult to guess that this person should be the 6 major families, the ancestor mentioned by the clan leader. And this person's strength should have reached level 4 or higher. Interesting, really interesting. Jiang Cheng continued to watch the show with great interest. At this time, Father Yang came back to his senses and looked around, but he didn't see half a figure. In his anxiety, he said loudly, "Young man, it's useless to be sneaky. If you have the ability, come out and see me. You are just a genius. You dare to speak to me in such a tone. You are very brave." The voice sounded again. Then, everyone's eyes were blurred. Immediately, an old man with white hair, a childlike face, a long beard, and a black tang suit appeared in the center of the crowd. Then he looked at Father Yang with a smile and continued. "You are just a genius, but you can overpower the 6 major families." They all surrendered, which really impressed me. It's a pity that the move you just made should have been extremely loaded, but now it's just the end of the force. The end of the crossbow? He is deliberately bluffing us. The heads of the 5 major families frowned. He actually saw it. Father Yang was shocked. He originally thought that he had pretended to be flawless, but he didn't expect that the crystal stone would be seen through by this old guy who suddenly appeared. His eyesight alone was terrifying, but Father Yang still wanted to give it a try to see if the other party was deliberately deceiving him. He forced himself to laugh loudly and said, "You will know if you are exhausted or not if you come over and try." The old man listened, shook his head, and said with a smile, "I only need to count 3 numbers, and you will know whether you are pretending or not." Having said this, the old man opened his mouth and counted a number. 1. Listening, Father Yang sneered in his heart. This old guy is too confident. After all, he is also an innate master, so he can still endure this injury. As soon as this thought came to an end, blood suddenly surged up from his throat. Not good. Father Yang secretly thought something was wrong, but the expression on his face did not change, and he suppressed the mouthful of blood again. Seeing Father Yang's little movements, the old man laughed and continued counting. 2. As soon as he finished speaking, blood surged up again, giving him a feeling that was extremely difficult to suppress, but Yang still relied on his willpower to swallow it hard. 3. As soon as the old man in black finished speaking, the blood in Yang's throat surged up uncontrollably, and no matter how he suppressed it, he couldn't suppress it, so he could only hold it in his mouth forcefully, causing him to choke. He started coughing. Cough, cough. As the cough sounded, a trace of blood slowly slid down from the corner of his mouth, and the coughing sound became stronger and stronger. Father Yang could no longer hold on. Wow! Several large mouthfuls of blood were vomited out, staining a large area of the marble floor red. After vomiting out the bruised blood, Yang's face immediately turned red, but he also felt much more comfortable. He raised his hand to wipe the blood on his mouth, stared at the old man, and said, "It's just a few mouthfuls of blood, and it won't affect me, old man. Why don't you fight with me and see if I'm at the end of my strength?" As soon as he finished speaking, The old man's smile disappeared, his figure flashed, as if he shrunk to an inch, disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared in front of Father Yang. One hand directly pinched Father Yang's neck, but just a few steps away from Father Yang when the distance between the neck and neck is less than 10 centimeters. No further movement is allowed. The old man's expression changed. He looked at his hand and found that at some point, there was an extra hand on his wrist, clamping him tightly. When exactly is it? A flash of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. But it was only fleeting. He followed the hand and looked at his master, only to see a young and shameless young man. His eyebrows are slightly short, his eyes are red and phoenix-shaped, his face is as sharp as a knife, and his nose is high, making him look quite handsome. The old man smiled and said, "Are you related to him?" Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "He is mine." "Interesting. I didn't expect that your excellency has such strength at such a young age. This really surprises me. Why don't you betray me and join my Guwu family?" the old man said with a smile. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "I understand, and I have no plans to join other forces for the time being." "That's really a pity." The old man had a look of pity on his face. But soon, his expression changed, and one hand suddenly reached out and struck Jiang Cheng's Adam's apple like a snake. "Old Inbi." Feeling the strong wind coming, Jiang Cheng sneered. His eyes flashed, and a ripple spread out. Psychic shock, a flash of brush. The old man felt that he was in a trance, and even the movements at hand slowed down. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng raised his hand to fight back. Erdujin. Bang. The back of his hand directly hit the old man's chest, causing the old man to take several steps back. Only then did he stabilize and regain his energy. He touched his chest and looked at Jiang Cheng with even more shock. This brief confrontation also left everyone stunned. Who is this little brother? At such a young age, he can actually force the ancestor of the 6 major families, old Demon Qin, to retreat. Wang Jingwo was surprised and turned around to look at Mrs. Zheng inquiringly. "He is the immortal leader of my family," Mrs. Zheng said calmly. "The immortal leader of your family?" Wang Jingwo thought carefully and lost his voice. "Then he is stronger than that old guy from your family." When he said this, he seemed to have a huge wave in his heart. Oh my God! A being more powerful than a master who defeated 6 grandmasters? What strength is that? Grandmaster? The invincible grandmaster? Or is it the legendary land immortal who is the highest level of martial arts? This is too fantasy. Thinking about this, Wang Jingwo quickly lowered his voice and said to the 2 guards on the side, "Go and inform the #1 officer that the situation is urgent. I, Wang Jingwo, apply to mobilize the 3 gods of war in the imperial city." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." The guards got the order and hurried away. And the next second, but Mrs. Zheng mocked lightly. "Why did you call those 3 boys here? Which one do you think they can suppress? It's better than nothing." Wang Jingwo's face turned red, and he said bravely, "Snort." Mrs. Zheng simply turned her head away. Except here, Yang Liang was stunned when he saw the 2 people fighting on the field. He knew one of the old men. He was the #1 figure in the top secret documents of the Special Bureau. He was the ancestor of the heads of the 6 major families. His surname was Qin, and his single name was Yang. He was a late master with great strength. This was recorded 50 years ago. File. As for the current level of strength, he didn't know and didn't dare to think about it. In the Special Affairs Bureau, everything related to this old man is a taboo topic. He really didn't expect that this interview with the 6 ancient martial arts families to discuss cooperation matters would actually attract this old devil. Let's reason a little further. In other words, could the refusal of the 6 major families to cooperate this time be also the result of this old demon Qin? Yang Liang didn't dare to think about it. Apart from these, Jiang Cheng's sudden action was unexpected to him. When he first saw this young man, he thought he was his father's disciple. He was neither weak nor strong, at least not as good as himself. But now it seems that this young man can fight against old demon Qin and repel him. Terrifyingly strong. You made a mistake. For the first time, Yang Liang had doubts about his vision. As the deputy director of the Special Affairs Bureau and Yang Liang's deputy, Bai Jianan was also shocked. Damn it, 3 ceiling-level masters appeared in one day. His worldview is about to be overturned. Just when everyone has their own thoughts. Jiang Cheng looked at Qin Yang and said with a smile, "You are pretty good." You can recover so quickly after being hit by my attack. I admit that I admire you a little. Think about it. How about joining me, Dawn? Haha. As the ancestor of the 6 major families, it is not convenient for me to join other forces. Qin Yang sneered a few times and replied sarcastically using Jiang Cheng's words. What a pity. Jiang Cheng shook his head in disappointment and then said with a look in his eyes, none of the things that Jiang Cheng likes can escape. Today, you have to add it, or you can't. Add. After saying that, Jiang Cheng secretly said in his mind, open the eyes of data. Name, Qin Yang. Gender, male. Age 138. Level, Invincible Grand Master 3rd level. Wisdom, 100. Power, 45,000. Agility, 800. Spirit, 800. Skills, Shrink the Ground into an Inch, 5 Directions Divine Art, Tai-Bai Sword Art, Invincible Domain. Gong Method, he transformed into the Great Freedom Kung Fu. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 46,700. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. He turns out to be a 100-year-old monster. Jiang Cheng murmured. He learned from the introduction of the realms in Xin Yuju that warriors are divided into 6 realms: acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, invincible grandmaster, and land immortal. This Qin Yang is the first invincible grandmaster he has ever seen, and also the first person over 100 years old. Just when he checked out the information and exited, Qin Yang sneered. Young people, once you have some strength, you don't know how high the sky is. You must know that there is a sky outside the world, and there are people outside the world. That's for the weak. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Then I'll see Xinjiang under my command. Qin Yang snorted coldly, took a step forward, and turned into a shadow and disappeared out of thin air. Jiang Cheng looked at Qin Yang, who had disappeared, and the corner of his mouth curled up. The other party is very strong. It's a pity that he is stronger. Enough to crush everything. Boy, watch out. A voice came from behind, accompanied by dragon roars. Kuei-nyo kicks. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Jiang Cheng shouted angrily. Unbreakable golden body. Zheng. The bull's hoof, transformed by the true essence, stepped hard on the golden light layer of the unbreakable golden body, rippling several ripples, but was soon shaken back by a rebound force. The figure slid back for a distance before stabilizing the body. The attack of the ancestor was actually blocked. The head of the Li family said in disbelief. In his mind, the existence that was almost invincible in the Great Zhou was blocked like this, which really shocked him. The 4 clan leaders Qian, Sun, Zhou, and Wu were equally shocked. Since the appearance of the ancestor, they had finally regained their confidence, but now they were blocked by Jiang Cheng's unbreakable golden body and disappeared without a trace. On the contrary, Mrs. Zheng and Yang Liang were surprised, and their chests were filled with surprise. Especially Yang Liang, who secretly decided in his heart that since he was his father's leader, he must be won over. Qin Yang's face darkened as he saw his attack being blocked. Jiang Cheng's blocking instantly shattered the prestige he had built up over the years. He must not let this kid stay in the world. He made up his mind. Qin Yang immediately decided not to hold back, and with his arms outstretched, his aura was agitated, and his momentum began to rise continuously. Even the surrounding airflow was stirred up by him, creating whirlwinds. This aura did not stop until it reached its peak. He looked at Jiang Cheng again and said calmly, "Boy, you are the first person I have met in more than 60 years who can block my attack. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you for the compliment. If you have any skills, show them off. I am very busy and in a hurry." Jiang Cheng turned around slowly, looked at the old man in front of him with some boredom, yawned loudly, but secretly said in his heart, "Spiritual opening." In an instant, he also released a powerful aura, which was not inferior to Qin Yang at all. "Good boy, you actually hid your strength. It seems that you can't be kept." Feeling Jiang Cheng's aura, Qin Yang's eyes gradually turned cold, and he put his hands together. Suddenly, the true essence gushed out from the top of his head like a fountain and condensed above the Baihui acupoint into a golden giant sword about 200 meters long. The sword body burst into golden light and soared into the sky, as if it had the momentum to look down on the world. Is this the move that the head of the Li family just used? Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. It seems that the relationship between this old man and the 6 major families is not as simple as imagined. However, with the bonus of the old man's invincible Grandmaster realm, the basic strength points will increase to 6.3 times, plus the power increase of this sword. The strength attribute will reach 283,5000 points. Such strength can indeed be regarded as the ceiling among the humans he has met, but compared with the red-eyed golden rock in Jiaozi, it is still a little bit inferior. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's mouth curled. In this case, then show some skills. Looking at the golden giant sword again, Jiang Cheng's eyes were extremely calm. He said lightly, "Triple golden body." After the words fell, a faint golden light flashed on his skin. Then, he moved his right foot back, squatted slightly, bent his arms to accumulate strength, and a faint black light gradually condensed on his right fist. At the same time, a black giant fist shadow condensed on his right side. "This is the move that my father just used," Yang Liang said in surprise. But now Jiang Cheng used it. It was more powerful than Father Yang. The phantom was condensed. At this moment, Jiang Cheng and Qin Yang attacked at the same time. Secret, one sword to open the sky. Fourth heaven demon fist. As soon as the words fell, a black fist shadow collided with the golden sword. In an instant, the sky above the imperial city changed, and the imperial square was full of flying sand and rocks, and even the soldiers standing guard on the tower were shaking. In the air, the black fist shadow and the golden sword were deadlocked for half a second. The next moment, the giant fist easily broke the golden sword in the middle, turning into golden particles that slowly dissipated in the void. As for Qin Yang, his body shook, and he stepped back several steps, then covered his chest, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "What a strong punch," Qin Yang muttered to himself. Jiang Cheng looked at Qin Yang, who was already injured, and smiled faintly. "Do you want to continue?" "Huh." Qin Yang sneered with a dark face, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Originally, I was going to save the trick until the end, but I didn't expect you to force me to use my trump card. I was wondering why you were so arrogant. It turns out you have a trump card. Then hurry up. I'm afraid I will lose my patience." Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Boy, you are so arrogant." Qin Yang scolded, stepped forward, and leaped up with the force, rushed into the sky, and then used the true energy to float in the air. With the momentum released, he roared again. Invincible field. In an instant, a circle of faint ripples was released from his body, covering everyone in the square, including Jiang Cheng. At this moment, everyone present felt the changes in their bodies. "What's going on? Why can't I feel my internal energy?" a captain of the Special Affairs Bureau said in horror. Yang Liang and the others listened, and all mobilized their dantian. The next moment, they discovered that except for those who were at the innate level and above who could mobilize the internal energy in their dantian, the internal energy of the remaining people in the acquired realm seemed to be suppressed by some force. And the innate realm is not completely unaffected. Although it can mobilize internal energy, it can only mobilize 70%. Jiang Cheng felt the changes in his body and frowned, because he also felt that his strength was suppressed. Looking at the changes of the people below and Jiang Cheng's slightly depressed face, Qin Yang couldn't help laughing and said, "I believe you have all discovered that under my invincible domain, the internal energy of anyone below the invincible Grandmaster will be suppressed, and the lower the realm, the stronger the suppression." At this point, he paused, and then continued proudly. "And within this domain, my strength can be increased tenfold. So, within my domain, I am invincible, ha ha ha." Hearing Qin Yang's laughter, Jiang Cheng's mouth curled up again after a brief surprise. This so-called domain is quite interesting. It seems that the invincible Grandmaster is no worse than the 5th-level awakener of the same level, and even better. What a pity. This old man met him. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng calmly looked at Qin Yang in the air and said, "Your domain is indeed powerful." Ha ha. Hearing Jiang Cheng's admission, Qin Yang was even happier and laughed out loud again. Soon, he stopped laughing and looked down at Jiang Cheng and said, "How is it? If you admit defeat now, I can still spare your life. But you are not invincible to me." Qin Yang had just finished speaking when Jiang Cheng spoke again. Hearing this, Qin Yang's eyes turned cold, staring at Jiang Cheng, and said, "Boy, you are so arrogant. It seems that you are really not afraid of death. Just attack. I'm in a hurry." Jiang Cheng said lightly, "Okay, very good. Since you are so eager to die, then I will fulfill your wish." Qin Yang suddenly became furious when he saw Jiang Cheng's expression of not taking him seriously. Immediately, he shouted angrily, "5 directions divine art." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 colors of light emitted from his body and floated behind him. Breath of the blue dragon, white tiger wind, Suzaku fire, Xuanwu water, land of the yellow dragon. Soon, the 5-color divine light condensed into 5 roaring phantoms of divine beasts. Another loud shout. Condensation. Immediately, the 5 divine beasts merged into one. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and there was a faint thunder dragon rolling. Crack! A bolt of lightning fell from the thundercloud, lighting up the sky. At the same time, a giant dragon that stretched hundreds of meters and was 3 times thicker than the water tanks used to extinguish fires in the imperial city was coiled in the sky. The dragon's body is golden in color, with 5 claws on its body, and its eyes are shining with a faint golden light, exuding a power that shocks the world. Is this a 5-clawed golden dragon? Jiang Cheng frowned slightly and immediately opened the data to look at Qin Yang's power attribute. Power, 45,708,75000. The power attribute of this golden dragon condensed by this old thing actually exceeds 100 million. Jiang Cheng was startled, but soon his eyes calmed down again. If that's the case, then he doesn't need to hold back anymore. So he opened his spirit and dispersed his momentum. Then he said softly, "Hard Qigong start. Spiritual explosion, open. Meditation on. 3-layer Vajra body, open." For a moment, Jiang Cheng's aura increased steadily. He took half a step back with his right foot, squatted, and bent his arms. The real energy in his fist continued to condense. The black light was magnified several times more than before. On the right side, a weapon covered hundreds of Mi's giant fist condensed into shape. 6th level heavenly demon fist. The shadow of the giant fist was condensed, and Jiang Cheng punched directly into the sky. On Qin Yang's side, he also finished accumulating his energy, threw his arms forward, and shouted angrily, "Proud holy dragon!" Moo! A dragon roar sounded. The golden dragon opened its huge mouth and roared, biting towards the black fist shadow. The next second, the two collided. Suddenly the sky became dark and the earth became dark, and there was no light from the sun or the moon. The sky above the imperial city was shrouded in darkness. Soon, shock waves flew out in circles. Even the imperial city wall, which is 3 meters wide and 100 meters high, has cracks. Countless soldiers were bleeding from their orifices and fell to the ground wailing in pain. Those with weaker constitutions even fainted directly. Everyone in the square got lucky immediately. Although their meridians were shocked, they were able to resist it. This kind of vibration lasted for a full 5 seconds, but the people in the imperial city felt as if a century had passed. Finally, the sky and the earth calmed down, the dark clouds dispersed, a rainbow appeared in the sky, and everything returned to normal. Everyone slowly looked up. I saw a blood-stained figure plummeting down from the sky. Boom! A big hole was made in the ground. Marble slabs shattered and rubble flew everywhere. As the figure fell, a figure floated down and landed steadily on the ground, quietly looking at the unconscious person in the stone pit, with a calm and indifferent expression. After seeing the figure clearly, Yang Rui was the first to shout in surprise, "Brother Jiang Cheng, are you okay? What can happen to me?" Jiang Cheng turned his head and smiled. But in fact, this time it consumed a lot of his strength. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was okay, the 5 clan leaders also showed a look of shock, but fear soon followed. Yes, it is the fear from the soul. If Jiang Cheng is fine, the person lying in the pit is. Thinking of this, their chests tightened, and they did not dare to go to check the situation. They could only stand obediently in place. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, slowly walked towards the big pit. Ta-ta-ta. His steps were very slow, making a slight sound when he stepped on the ground, but it was filled with a sense of oppression in the ears of everyone present. Wang Jiangwo looked at Jiang Cheng quietly and said to himself, This kid is so terrifying. Mrs. Jiang, on the other hand, stood there with her eyes in a daze, obviously not having recovered from the shock just now. Father Yang looked excited. He had witnessed Jiang Cheng's countless battles, but the most shocking one so far was the one just now. That stunning punch and that peerless figure. How could he not be convinced and follow him from the bottom of his heart? Now, Jiang Cheng walked to the pit and looked inside. He saw that Qin Yang, who was originally dressed in mysterious clothes, had blood all over his face. His eyes were closed, his chest was sunken, and his limbs were irregularly twisted. He seemed to have lost his voice, but through careful observation, he could see that Qin Yang's chest was still full of blood. He was rising and falling slightly, and he looked like he was still alive. This old immortal's vitality is really tenacious. After complaining, Jiang Cheng waved to Qin Yang. Immediately, a force pulled Qin Yang out of the stone pit and floated him in front of Jiang Cheng. Then he turned to look at the 5 clan leaders who looked frightened, then glanced at everyone present and said, "Didn't you just say that we wanted to talk about things? Everyone, let's go." "Hey, yes, we have something to talk about." The head of the Qian family immediately nodded and said with a smile. Then he hurriedly trotted towards the reception hall number 1, regardless of his injuries. When the other clan leaders saw this, they also ran inside, fearing that if they ran a step slower, they would be the next to be slaughtered. I saw 5 clan leaders entering. Father Yang was so busy that he said to his son, "Silly boy, why are you still standing there?" "Listen," Yang Liang and others from the special bureau reacted. Yang Liang waved and said, "Let's go to the reception hall number 1. The rest of the team members immediately followed Yang Liang and walked in. As for Jiang Cheng and Yang Lao, they all followed in, leaving Wang Zhengwo and Zheng Ping alone outside. Seeing Father Yang enter, Zheng Ping glanced at Wang Zhengwo lightly and walked over. Looking at Zheng Ping's back, Wang Zhengwo was in a daze. He felt as if he was getting farther and farther away from Zheng Ping. In his trance, 3 figures came over quickly. Looking at Wang Zhengwo, he said, "By order of Chief Number 1, we are here to assist the Commander-in-Chief in suppressing the intruders." Hearing the sound, Wang Zhengwo came back to his senses, turned around angrily, and looked at the 3 gods of war who were coming and said, "Okay, everything is settled. You can go back and forth wherever you want. In fact, I just want to scold my mother. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? If Jiang Cheng hadn't been here, the day lilies would have been cold by the time you arrived. This Commander-in-Chief really has nothing else to do." One of the gods of war asked hesitantly, "It's okay. Go back and tell Commander Number 1 that I will see him later if I have something to do." Wang Zhengwo said, "Yes." The god of war responded, turned his head and motioned to the other 2 gods of war. The 3 nodded, and then disappeared from the square in an instant. Watching the 3 war gods leave, Wang Zhengwo said to the guard on the side, "Xiao Wang, you go back first. You are the Commander-in-Chief. I want to hear how they work together." In the number 1 reception hall, originally, Yang Liang, as the person in charge, should have sat in the main seat, but thinking of Jiang Cheng's fighting power, he sensibly gave up the main seat. After all, the unconscious old monster Qin Yang was floating next to him. Jiang Cheng sat down, and Yang Liang, by Jiannan, Old Man Yang, Old Lady Zheng, and Wang Zhengwo, who came in later, all sat down, and even Yang Rui found a seat to sit down. Only the 6 patriarchs of the ancient martial arts families did not dare to sit down, but lowered their heads and stood in a row in front of Jiang Cheng. Of course, the head of the Zhao family has woken up. "You guys should sit down too." Jiang Cheng looked at the patriarchs and said lightly. At this time, the 6 patriarchs of the ancient martial arts families thanked them and sat down one after another. After several clan leaders took their seats, Jiang Cheng signaled to Yang Liang and said, "Director Yang, please say whatever you want to say." Yes. Yang Liang was delighted. He could certainly hear the hidden meaning in Jiang Cheng's words. However, considering the identities of the 6 ancient martial arts clan leaders, he thought for a while and said, "I will talk about the cooperation first. First of all, my Special Affairs Bureau will re-establish the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th bureaus, and the 6 clan leaders present will naturally serve as the directors of these 6 bureaus. What do you think? Of course, when the country is in trouble, Every man has a responsibility. Facing these damn zombies, we naturally have no choice but to do so, said the head of the Li family, and the other clan leaders also echoed. And everyone was relieved. If they really served as a captain under Yang Liang, it would be a great loss of face. Now that they can serve as the director of the Special Affairs Bureau, it is not an insult to them. Yang Liang continued. Secondly, the positions of the 6 deputy directors and the 4 captains of each bureau need to be appointed and dismissed by the director of our Special Affairs Bureau. As for the remaining 4 captains of each bureau, the 6 major families can appoint and dismiss them at their own discretion, but they need to report to our Special Affairs Bureau in advance. Of course, the faces of the 6 family heads looked a little ugly. This so-called deputy director was clearly used to monitor their director, and there were only 8 captains in a bureau, and the imperial city accounted for 4 of them, which held a large part of their power hostage. But it was acceptable. Next, Yang Liang continued. After reaching adulthood, the children of the 6 major families who have reached the first level of the acquired realm need to report to our Special Affairs Bureau and take the entrance test. Only those who pass the test can join our Special Affairs Bureau. The 6 family heads hesitated. They have to come to register after reaching the first level of the acquired realm. This is to investigate their power thoroughly, and those who pass the test will join the Special Affairs Bureau, which is equivalent to digging out their past. What? Are the 6 clan leaders dissatisfied? Jiang Cheng suddenly asked with a smile. Satisfied, very satisfied. The Li family gritted their teeth. The situation is stronger than people now. Even the ancestor has been beaten to a cripple. Can they not agree? The other clan leaders also agreed. Yang Liang continued. Of course, after joining my Special Affairs Bureau, all treatment will be the same as my Special Affairs Bureau. There will not be a single difference. You can rest assured. After speaking, Yang Liang looked at Jiang Cheng and said, I have finished talking about cooperation. I wonder if Chief Jiang has anything to say. He had seen Jiang Cheng's eyes a long time ago. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Of course, it's about cooperation. Oh, now, Yang Liang was a little curious. Zheng Ping, Wang Jiangwo, and the other 6 clan leaders were also a little curious. As a powerful ancient martial arts family like them, they disdained the invitation of the imperial city. A strong man like Jiang Cheng actually took the initiative to ask for cooperation with the imperial city. It was really strange. Only Father Yang understood Jiang Cheng's meaning immediately and couldn't help but smile in his heart. These people are afraid that they will become the leader's scapegoats. Jiang Cheng said directly. Let me talk about our cooperation method first. As he said that, in everyone's eyes, he took out an item like a magic trick and introduced. This pistol is called the first-level Doomsday Pistol. The bullets fired can penetrate the defense of any first-level zombie. If it is a headshot, it can kill it. As soon as these words came out, Yang Liang's breathing stagnated instantly. What did he hear? A pistol can kill a first-level zombie? You know, the defense of a first-level zombie can't be penetrated even by a rocket launcher. It can only injure but not kill. This leads to the fact that when facing the zombie army, they have to use heavy weapons. But there are not too many such weapons. It can be said that the less they use, the more zombies there are. This is why they need the 6 major families to join. Rely on the power of warriors to fight against zombies. If all soldiers are equipped with this kind of pistol now, wouldn't it be possible for an ordinary soldier to kill a first-level zombie? How many casualties can this reduce? So he couldn't help but excitedly asked, Is what Chief Jiang said true? Of course. Jiang Cheng smiled. Yang Liang looked at Jiang Cheng's sincere smile and instantly regretted asking that question. What do you mean by is it true? He is able to kill the invincible Grandmaster. Do you need to lie to him? After introducing the first-level Doomsday Pistol, Jiang Cheng took out several more weapons and introduced them one by one. This is a first-level Doomsday submachine gun. The effect is the same as the first-level Doomsday Pistol. The difference is that it can fire continuously. This is a first-level Doomsday Bomb, which can kill and injure first-level zombies. This is a first-level Doomsday Bullet, a specific bullet for the first-level Doomsday Pistol and the first-level Doomsday Submachine Gun. After introducing it here, Jiang Cheng took out a black submachine gun again and said, This is a second-level Doomsday Submachine Gun, which can kill second-level zombies. What? It can kill second-level zombies. As soon as this item was taken out, Yang Liang was not calm. He knew very well what a second-level zombie was. A monster that could be compared with an innate master. Even if he was, at most he could only compete with a second-level zombie. If he really encountered a third-level zombie, he would be killed directly without running. Seeing Yang Liang's surprised look, Jiang Cheng smiled secretly, and then took out a grenade and said, "This is a second-level doomsday bomb, which can kill or injure second-level zombies. The above is the introduction of the weapon. I will talk about this again." As he said, Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and a uniquely shaped mecha about 2 meters high appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall, introducing, "This is a first-level doomsday mecha, which can be operated by ordinary people. Its strength is equivalent to that of a first-level zombie. It needs to be equipped with a first-level energy block. One block can provide the mecha with continuous combat for 15 days. If it is an ordinary battle, it can probably last for a month or so. If we can have this mecha, wouldn't it be equivalent to having one more first-level master?" Yang Liang couldn't help but say. Jiang Cheng nodded and smiled. "That's right." Hearing Jiang Cheng's affirmation, Yang Liang couldn't help it anymore, and said directly, "Chief Jiang, how many of these weapons and mechas do we need in the Imperial City?" Not only Yang Liang, but also the patriarchs of the 6 ancient martial arts families paid attention to Jiang Cheng's items. Jiang Cheng looked at the excited Yang Liang and smiled to himself. There is a high probability that this deal will be successful, and by then, a lot of zombie crystals will have entered his pocket in piles. But on the surface he still said, "Director Yang, don't be anxious now, and continue the introduction for me." Besides, Yang Liang was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately when he realized what he was doing. He was increasingly looking forward to what items Jiang Cheng would introduce next. Jiang Cheng took out a black Tang sword and continued, "This is a first-level Tang sword. It can hurt first-level zombies. Even second-level zombies can be injured or killed with the blessing of inner energy. To put it bluntly, it is a defense-breaking weapon. Such a weapon is a good choice for first-level awakened people or acquired warriors, but it is a waste for ordinary soldiers." Yang Liang thought to himself and continued to listen. Jiang Cheng continued to take out a syringe and said, "This is a first-level genetic enhancement potion. After injection, it can increase your strength by 100 kilograms. It also has a very high speed increase. It can increase your running speed by 7 meters per second. It can also increase your running speed by 7 meters per second. After improving the reaction ability and strengthening it, the mental strength of ordinary people can be doubled. Strengthen your body." What did Yang Liang hear? He stared intently at the syringe flowing with red potion, eager to plunge the potion into his body and give it a try in the next second. Not only Yang Liang, but also the heads of the 6 major Guwu families were not calm. To ordinary people, this potion is just a way to strengthen the body, but in their eyes, the effect is no less than a precious pill that strengthens the bones. Even the battle-experienced commander-in-chief, Wang Jiangwo, couldn't bear it anymore. If all his soldiers were injected with this medicine, their chances of survival on the battlefield would be greatly increased, and their combat power would also be greatly increased. Looking at everyone's expressions, Jiang Cheng changed the subject and said, "However, one person can inject at most 2 of this medicine, and when the second injection is given, the effect will be halved. It does no harm to the body at all, and it can even heal. Some hidden injuries slow down the death rate of those who are seriously injured." Magic medicine. In everyone's mind, this first-level gene-enhancing potion is comparable to a miracle drug. It can slow down the speed of death, which is a medical miracle. Waiting until you are seriously injured is equivalent to racing against death, and every second is precious. Regardless of everyone's looks, Jiang Cheng continued to take out a potion that was 89 similar to the first-level gene-enhancing potion, except that the syringe turned into silver metal, and said, "This is the second-level gene-enhancing potion. It can increase strength by 500 kilograms and speed. 35 meters per second. The energy is increased by 5 times that of ordinary people. It can heal all hidden injuries in the body, delay death, and not only that, it can also increase the awakening rate by 30%. Increase awakening rate by 30%? God, what did he hear? Yang Liang just felt that this world was too crazy. Moreover, by increasing the strength by 500 kilograms, This is almost half the strength of a semi-awakened person, and such a warrior is already considered a super warrior. As for the 6 ancient martial arts families, they looked at the potion with eyes like hungry wolves, eager to grab it immediately. Jiang Cheng secretly laughed in his heart, but said calmly, "This potion is still the second injection, and the effect is half. The third injection is ineffective. However, after the second injection, the level of arousal that can be increased remains unchanged. In other words, after injecting 2 second-level gene-enhancing potions, the awakening level can be increased by 60%. Not only that, if the second-level awakened person is injected, each one will have the same improvement effect, and it can also increase the second-level awakening potion. The awakening level of the awakened person is 6%. Of course, after the first-level awakening person is injected, the awakening level is increased by 30%. The world must be crazy." Yang Liang lost his mind. Even Bai Jiannan, who had always been calm, was breathing rapidly. He has stayed at the first level for 2 months, and he vaguely feels that he is only 1 step away from being a second-level awakened person. If he injects such an injection, wouldn't it mean that he can directly break through to the second-level awakened person? Oh my God, he wants it so bad. Regardless of everyone's rapid breathing, Jiang Cheng continued to take out a potion and said, "This is a third-level gene-strengthening potion. It can increase the strength by 1,000 kilograms, the speed of 70 meters per second, increase the arousal level by 40%, cure all hidden injuries, and organically the rate of rescuing the dying can also improve the resistance to the zombie virus. The effect of the second injection is half, but it can increase the awakening level by 80%. Gulu. Yang Liang swallowed hard. What does it mean to increase strength by 1,000 pounds? It is equivalent to having the power of a semi-awakened person, and the speed is increased by 70 meters per second, which is already faster than the speed of a first-order crusher. Remember that they tested the speed of the first-order crusher on the battlefield before, which was 42 meters per second, and the speed of the first-order reaper was only 49 meters per second. After being injected with the third-level genetic medicine, even if an ordinary person hits, even if you don't defeat these zombies, you can still walk away with these 2 types of zombies. If all 50,000 warriors had the power of a semi-awakened person, then he wouldn't have to worry about the defense of the imperial city at all. Seeing that Yang Liang was already shocked by him, Jiang Cheng continued to take out a red potion and said, "Well." He spoke for a while and whetted everyone's appetite. Seeing everyone staring at the potion, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "This is a first-level awakening potion. After injection, you can awaken on the spot without any side effects. However, this potion has no effect on people who have already awakened." The words just fell. Before Yang Liang could speak, Wang Jiangwo stood up directly and said with a serious face, "Chief Jiang, we need as much of such important medicine as we need. Even if it means selling the pot. I, old Wang, have to get it." Commander Wang is serious. "Even for Mrs. Zhang's sake, I will give priority to selling the medicine to the imperial city," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Wang Jiangwo listened and said with some gratitude, "Thank you very much, Chief Jiang. And if Chief Jiang is willing, I am willing to apply to Chief Number 1 to confer Chief Jiang with the rank of Major General of Zhou Dynasty." "Commander Wang, don't you want to hear the introduction of other items?" Jiang Cheng said with a meaningful smile. Wang Jiangwo reacted immediately and said quickly, "I'm sorry, the items in Chief Jiang's hands are shocking. I was just too excited." "Chief Jiang, please continue." Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then took out a potion that was 80% similar to the first-level awakening potion and said, "This is the second-level awakening potion. Its function is to instantly awaken to become a first-order awakened person, and in the next one those who will break through to the second level of awakening within the month will have no side effects." Second level. Isn't this equivalent to creating an innate strong man on the spot? Yang Liang was still shocked and couldn't help himself. Wang Jiangwo almost sat up again. The heads of the 6 ancient martial arts clans also forced themselves to hold back the shock in their hearts. They know better than anyone what this potion represents, which is equivalent to mass-producing innate realm experts. The innate realm is the mainstay of every family, and it is also the successor that the family attaches most importance to and focuses on cultivating. It's a pity that as the losers, the 6 major families have no right to speak and can only serve as vassals of the Special Affairs Bureau. Next, Jiang Cheng took out another green potion and said, "This is a first-level ancient virus potion. After injection, you can be immune to the zombie virus. Of course, if you are scratched by a second-level zombie, you will be unable to recover. This is a vaccine." Wang Jingwo's eyes lit up. Wang Jingwo's shoulders were shaking a little. The emergence of vaccines undoubtedly brings him great hope. In fact, during the battle against the zombie tide, not many soldiers actually died from serious injuries. Most of the soldiers were infected with the virus and eventually turned into walking zombies. If there is a first-level ancient virus vaccine, their casualties will be greatly reduced. The heads of the 6 ancient martial arts families were also a little moved. Their practice is different from that of the awakened in that they do not rely on zombie crystals. This results in the awakened being born with virus antibodies. Even if they are promoted to the realm of Grand Masters, even if they are scratched by the most common zombies, they will be transformed due to infection. For zombies. In this way, the first-level ancient virus vaccine is very important to them. Looking at everyone's appearance, Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, took out a black Tang sword and introduced, "This is the second-level Doomsday Tang sword, which can kill second-level zombies." As he said that, without waiting for anyone to speak, he took out a wooden white box and said, "Inside this is an inheritance crystal of martial arts skills. What is recorded in it is the martial arts skills called Xianyuan Gong, which can directly access the innate." Then he took out a small milky white porcelain bottle and said, "This contains Xiaohuan Dan." Having said this, he swept away the crowd and said, "You are all martial arts masters, so I don't need to introduce the function of Xiaohuan Dan." Until these words fell, the patriarchs of the 6 major families, who had always been as stable as Mount Tai, could no longer calm down. Xiaohuan Dan. This is a holy medicine that is hard to find in a century. One can save 10 years of hard work. So the Li family finally couldn't help but said, "Chief Jiang, are you telling the truth? There really is a Xiaohuan Dan in it." Jiang Cheng glanced at the rude Li family patriarch and said with a smile, "It's just a small return pill. As long as you can afford it, I have plenty here." There are many. Jiang Cheng's last words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding in everyone's hearts. They all looked at Jiang Cheng, very curious about what kind of existence this was. He would take out such a precious item as soon as he asked. Wouldn't he be afraid of being coveted? Just as the thought came up, Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke again. "Since I can produce these items, I must have the matching strength, so you can rest assured if you buy from me." These words seemed to be deliberately reminding those who had ulterior motives and also sounded like a warning bell in everyone's hearts. Yes, he has the confidence to be able to seriously injure and capture the invincible Grand Master alive. Okay, that's all for now. I wonder if Director Yang has any trading ideas? Jiang Cheng looked at Yang Liang, who was still in a daze with interest. "Hey, Lao Yang, you've come to your senses." Bai Jianan reminded quickly. Only then did Yang Liang react, and said to Jiang Cheng, "This batch of items is of great significance to our imperial city. I wonder how much Chief Jiang is asking for it. As long as our imperial city can do it, Chief Jiang can do it. Feel free to speak." After saying these words, Yang Liang felt a little uneasy. He was not afraid that he would not be able to afford these, but that Jiang Cheng would regret it. Seemingly sensing Yang Liang's thoughts, Jiang Cheng said, "When I do business, I have always been fair and honest. I will never ask for a penny more or a penny less. Everyone's price is the same with me." As he spoke, he introduced a first-level Doomsday pistol, 1,600 ordinary zombie crystals, a first-level Doomsday submachine gun, for 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals, a first-level Doomsday bomb, 800 ordinary zombie crystals, a first-level Doomsday bullet, originally 201 shot of ordinary zombie crystals, but for the sake of Mrs. Zhang, I can decide and only charge 100 ordinary zombie crystals for one shot. The second-level Doomsday submachine gun, 14W ordinary zombie crystal, the second-level Doomsday bomb, 8,000 zombie crystals, Level 1 Doomsday Mecha, 64,000 zombie crystals per piece. Level 1 Doomsday Tang Sword, 2,400 zombie crystals. Xianyuan Gong, 500,000 zombie crystals. Zio Wandan, 3,000 zombie crystals per piece. Level 1 Gene Strengthening Potion, 1,000 zombie crystals. Level 2 Gene Strengthening Potion, 8,000 zombie crystals. Level 3 Gene Strengthening Potion, 8W zombie crystals. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 32,000 zombie crystals. Level 2 Awakening Potion, 320,000 zombie crystals. Level 1 The Ancient Virus Potion costs 6,400 zombie crystals. The second level Doomsday Sword costs 8,000 zombie crystals. This is the price of all items. You can also use higher level second level, third level zombie crystals, or spirit beast crystals to trade. I will also make an estimate based on the different values of the crystals. I don't know how much Director Yang wants. Jiang Cheng said seriously. Yang Liang was slightly silent. It wasn't that Jiang Cheng's offer was too expensive and he couldn't afford it, but that he was too excited. After 2 months of hard work, what does the Imperial City lack most? It must be zombie crystals and spirit beast crystals. Also, because of the burst of spiritual energy, a lot of precious medicines such as exotic flowers and herbs were obtained. It can be said that apart from the cultivation breakthroughs of these awakened people, the remaining crystal stones were almost too much to contain. When Yang Liang was silent, the 6 ancient martial arts families looked at each other and said in unison, "Chief Jiang, I wonder if we can buy it?" After saying this, Yang Liang looked sharply at the 6 major families. And Wang Zhengwo was like an awakened beast, staring at the 6 major families with extremely sharp eyes. They know very well what kind of people these people are. If Jiang Cheng hadn't come over, I'm afraid he would have raised the price. However, they didn't know what kind of person Jiang Cheng was. They also knew that the more moral blackmail such a master used, the more disgust he would cause. Facing Jiang Cheng, they had to show sincerity. But now was not the time for them to speak. Wang Zhengwo and Yang Liang looked at Jiang Cheng together, wanting to know his answer. Feeling everyone's gaze, Jiang Cheng smiled secretly, and then said, "Of course I can buy it." As soon as these words came out, Wang Zhengwo and Yang Liang's hearts sank to the bottom. The two looked at each other and could see the bitterness on each other's faces. These ancient martial arts families completely crushed the Imperial City in terms of single-soldier combat. Although the Imperial City had a large number of hot weapons, they had almost consumed them in the face of waves of corpses. If the 6 ancient martial arts families were really allowed to buy it, the status of the Imperial City would be very embarrassing. Thinking of this, Wang Zhengwo was about to speak, but was stopped by Jiang Cheng's smiling eyes. Jiang Cheng continued, "However, it needs to be purchased at 10 times the price just now. After all, Father Yang is my man, and old lady Zheng is father's wife. I can even discount the price of the remaining items by 20% on the basis of the price just offered, except for the first-level Doomsday Bullets. What do you think, clan leaders?" When they met Jiang Cheng's gaze, the clan leaders of the 6 major families dared not object. However, Jiang Cheng changed the subject and said, "If the 6 major families join the Special Affairs Bureau, it will be another matter, because I am trading with the Imperial City. Naturally, how the Special Affairs Bureau distributes the items purchased by the Imperial City is Director Yang's own business." Hearing this, Yang Liang's face immediately showed surprise. Father Yang and old lady Zheng looked at Jiang Cheng with gratitude. They knew that Jiang Cheng was giving them face and also helping their son to crack down on the 6 major families. The 6 major families understood Jiang Cheng's meaning, and with a wry smile on their faces, they could only say, "Of course." "Okay, I've already told you the price. As for how much you want, Director Yang, please tell me a number." Jiang Cheng threw the question back to Yang Liang. Yang Liang couldn't hide his joy on his face and said, "How many does Chief Jiang have? We want them all. As for the price, Chief Jiang just needs to give a total amount." He has already imagined the rise of the Imperial City after purchasing this batch of medicines. At that time, as the director of the Special Affairs Bureau, the power of his subordinates will be greatly enhanced. "Okay." Jiang Cheng lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and finally burst out a number. A total of 41,616,000 zombie crystals. Hearing this number, Yang Liang was silent again. It's not because of anything else, but because this number is too terrifying. The permanent population of Zhoudu is 60 million. Even if all of them become zombies, this number accounts for 2/3 of Zhoudu. So he couldn't help but look at Wang Jiangwo and asked, Commander-in-Chief Wang, how many zombie crystals do we have in stock in the Imperial City? Hearing the words Commander-in-Chief Wang, Wang Jiangwo frowned. In fact, he preferred Yang Liang to call him father. It's just that at this occasion, some emotions need to be put aside. After a moment of silence, Wang Jiangwo said, there are about 15 million ordinary zombie crystals, about 9.6 million mutant zombie crystals, 5 million first-level zombie crystals, 200,000 second-level zombie crystals, and 15 third-level zombie crystals. 10 million ordinary spirit beast crystals, 6.4 million mutant spirit beasts, 100 perfect first-level spirit beasts, 300,000 second-level spirit beasts, and 8 third-level spirit beasts. As for other spirit plants, they have not been counted yet. Yang Liang nodded and said, Chief Jiang, this is the current crystal inventory of our Imperial City. Do you think it is enough? Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed. It's not that it's not enough, but converted into ordinary zombie crystals, it's simply too much. He didn't expect the Imperial City to be so rich. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given that 20% discount. It's heartbreaking. But his main point is a long-term deal. After the first transaction, are you afraid that there won't be a second one? He said slowly, 15 million ordinary zombie crystals plus 5.3232 million zombie crystals will do. Okay. Yang Liang's eyes lit up, and then he continued. I wonder if Chief Jiang can provide us with more in addition to this batch? I guarantee that we will take as much as Chief Jiang has. With the numbers reported by Wang Jiangwo, Yang Liang was more confident, like a local tycoon, and said to Jiang Cheng, see, I have a lot of crystals. Of course, I only brought such a small batch at present. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, so, when the matter is finished, I will list the items, and Director Yang can choose from them, and then we will set the transaction in 3 days. How about it? That's great, Yang Liang said happily, then stood up and stretched out his hand to Jiang Cheng and said, Chief Jiang, our Imperial City is very satisfied with this transaction, and I hope our next transaction will be smoother. No problem. Jiang Cheng smiled and shook Yang Liang's hand. At this moment, the transaction with Zhou Du was completely completed. At this time, Wang Jiangwo also stood up and said with great emotion, Chief Jiang's items can be said to have solved the urgent needs of our great Zhou. I wonder if Chief Jiang is willing to become a major general of our great Zhou. As he said that, he seemed to be afraid that Jiang Cheng would misunderstand, so he immediately explained, it's just an honorary major general. Unless the Imperial City is in danger and Chief Jiang needs to come to support, he will not be subject to our orders at other times, and Chief Jiang can temporarily dispatch the army of any province in the entire Great Zhou. How about it? Listening to this, Jiang Cheng's mouth curled up. He didn't understand that Wang Jiangwo wanted to tie him to the Great Zhou, but in fact, as a native of the Great Zhou, he naturally would not watch the Great Zhou fall into crisis. And this honorary major general rank did not have much impact on him, and even played a positive role in recovering various bases in Chu province. After thinking for a while, he said, okay. Originally, Wang Jiangwo was a little worried that Jiang Cheng would refuse. After all, his little thoughts were almost written on his face, but when he heard Jiang Cheng's agreement, he immediately smiled, and his old face had several more wrinkles. He smiled and said, that's it. I will arrange people to prepare immediately. As for the ceremony of conferring the title, our #1 officer will personally confer the title on you in a while. Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded. Next, under the leadership of Yang Liang, Jiang Cheng went directly to the highest-level base warehouse in the Imperial City and took out all the items he brought with him under the shocked eyes of the two. Then he handed Yang Liang a list of items and said, this is the list of items. Please take a look. No need. We believe you. Yang Liang happily took the list. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, it's better to take a look. I like to settle accounts with brothers. Okay. Yang Liang nodded and picked up the list to check it out. 1,000 first-level Doomsday pistols, 1,000 first-level Doomsday submachine guns. The number of each item was clearly listed on the paper. 1 minute later, Yang Liang happily put away the list, and then took Jiang Cheng to get the zombie crystal. and arranged for someone to take Jiang Cheng to visit the imperial city base. Until Jiang Cheng left, Yang Liang and Wang Zhengwo sat in a small office and began to divide the spoils, and the guards who had their hands outside heard the fierce quarrel inside. "You little bastard, you are so ugly. You were brought up by me, you little beast without conscience. Hey, you old man, I don't treat you badly. I treat you like a father. How can a father not let his son do what he wants? Stop talking nonsense. I am your father after all. Give me at least 80% of the first, second, and third level gene enhancement potions. What if I don't give it to you? FCK you. Oh, Wang Zhengwo, you really want to do it?" The guards outside twitched their mouths. After a long while, the two finally stopped. They sat opposite each other at a desk, panting. Wang Zhengwo's shoulders rose and fell as he said, I don't care. Now all the first-level gene enhancement potions belong to me, and you and I will each have half of the second and third-level gene enhancement potions. You can take those first-level and second-level Tang swords, Xianyuan Gong and Zio Wandan. I don't want them. I will take half of the first-level, second-level, and awakening potions, and all the vaccines belong to me. All the hot weapons belong to me. After all, the first-line defense is the top priority and cannot be ignored. Count your cruelty. So, this dividing the spoils was settled. After doing all this, Yang Liang said goodbye to Wang Zhengwo and returned to the Special Affairs Bureau 1 to adjust the positions. First, each Special Affairs Bureau has a director and a deputy director, above the 5th level of innate or master. In the first bureau, there are 8 captains, innate or first-level awakeners, 3 squadron leaders under the captains, 10th level to 8th level of acquired, 3 team leaders under the squadron leaders, 7th level to 5th level of acquired, and 3 team members under the team leaders, below 5th level of acquired. In other words, starting today, each Special Affairs Bureau has a total of 322 directors and team members. In addition to the Special Affairs Bureaus 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, there are a total of 8 Special Affairs Bureaus, with a total of 2,576 people, and the first-level awakeners alone will reach 64. After making adjustments, Yang Liang quickly submitted the report to the Special Affairs Bureau. As the director of the General Bureau, Mrs. Zheng naturally approved Yang Liang's application readily. "Oh, Xiaoyang, let me remind you that we must do our best to win over Jiang Cheng. We cannot afford to slack off. The future of the great Zhou dynasty may very well depend on him." Looking at his mother with a serious face, Yang Liang nodded solemnly. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Imperial City Army, "Go, call the Deputy Commander-in-Chief and several battalion commanders of the Dragon Fong Special Operations Battalion to me." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." As Wang Zhengwo's order came down, the guards immediately ran out. Not long after, an old man wearing military uniforms and 5 battalion commanders knocked on the door and entered. "Commander-in-Chief, who are you looking for us?" Deputy Commander-in-Chief Lu Weigua couldn't help but ask. "Of course I came to you if I had something good to do." Wang Zhengwo showed a rare smile, then placed 6 syringes on the table and said, "Inject these first." "This is it?" Lu Weigua asked curiously. Even the 5 battalion commanders behind him couldn't figure out the situation. Is this why the Commander-in-Chief anxiously called them over? "Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to take the injection, you will take the injection." "Why, my words are not working." Wang Zhengwo scolded with a serious look on his face. Lu Weigua hesitated for a moment, then took the lead and stepped forward, picked up a medicine and injected it into his arm. As the red potion was pushed in, he soon felt a wave of heat rising in his body. It was like tens of thousands of ants crawling in his bones, and his skin felt like it was being cut by knives. However, Lu Weigua clenched his teeth tightly, and he felt the Commander-in-Chief would not let him get injected without any reason. Seeing Lu Weigua sweating profusely, the other 5 battalion commanders looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and immediately stepped forward to grab a potion and hit it directly. Soon, they also developed the same symptoms as Lu Weigua. About a minute passed. The pain just disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and strength. As for the vague odor, they simply ignored it. After all, there was a battle on the battlefield, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and there was no place in the battlefield that did not emit the smell of decay. They had long been able to naturally block these. Wang Jiangwo suddenly smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Lu Weiguo was extremely surprised and said, "Commander, what kind of medicine is this? It's amazing. I feel that my strength has increased a lot, and all the previous hidden injuries have disappeared without a trace, and the old rheumatoid shoulder is completely healed." As he spoke, he raised his shoulders. In the past, he could not do such an action easily. Wang Jiangwo bypassed Lu Weiguo and looked at the battalion commanders behind him and said, "Where are you?" The 5 battalion commanders were also extremely surprised. One of the battalion commanders said, "Commander, I feel better than ever before. If before, I could fight 5 with 1, but now I am confident that I can fight 10. Several other battalion commanders also spoke. "Me too. This potion is really amazing." Lu Weiguo couldn't help but speak again. "Commander-in-Chief, please stop hiding it. I feel like I'm scratching an itch." Wang Jiangwo glared at Lu Weiguo angrily and said with a smile, "This is a first-level genetic enhancement potion that can increase the body's strength by 100 kilograms, a speed of 7 meters per second, and double the energy." "So magical?" Lu Weiguo said in surprise. Although his strength has increased at this time, he still doesn't believe it. "You old boy, you have been with me for so many years, and you are still so cautious." Wang Jiangwo smiled and continued, "But now is not the time for you to experiment. There are still some medicines, so you should inject them now." After saying that, he took out a first-level awakening potion and 5 second-level awakening potions and said, "Take these and inject them." Lu Weiguo was naturally assigned level 1. The remaining 5 battalion commanders were assigned level 2. Almost 5 minutes later, Am I awakened? The power of this potion is too terrifying. What the hell is this?" Several people looked at Wang Jiangwo again. Wang Jiangwo smiled and said, "What Lao Lu injected was a first-level awakening potion, and what you injected is a second-level awakening potion. This level of awakening potion can awaken you into a first-level awakened person. After the injection of the second-level awakening potion, you will first awaken as a first-level awakening person. However, you will be promoted to a second-level awakened person within a month." He repeated everything Jiang Cheng had said before. Having said this, he moved out 3 boxes, which contained the remaining 994 first-level gene enhancement potions, 48 second-level gene enhancement potions, and 49 first-level awakening potions. After describing their functions respectively, Wang Jiangwo said, "Take these potions and inject them into the soldiers under your command. Remember, there are not many potions at present, so it is best for a soldier to inject 2 first-level genetic enhancements. The potion and 2 second-level gene-strengthening potions will increase the strength of individual soldiers to the highest level. As for the distribution of the first-level awakening potion, you can allocate it yourself." Having said this, he added, "I will ask the director of the Imperial City Armory to distribute new weapons to those who have been injected with the medicine in a while. These weapons can kill first and second-level zombies, so you must cherish them especially. Do you understand?" "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." The 5 battalion commanders replied immediately. "Okay, you guys can leave. Lu Weiguo will stay." "Yes." Soon, the 5 battalion commanders of the Longya Special Forces Battalion happily carried their things and went out, leaving Lu Weiguo alone in the office. "Close the door," Wang Jiangwo asked. "Old Lu, you have been with me as deputy commander for more than 40 years. You should have been injected with the second-level awakening potion first, but I asked you to inject the first-level awakening potion. What do you have to say?" Lu Weiguo shook his head solemnly and said, "No. These soldiers are fighting on the front line and the casualties are too high. As the deputy commander-in-chief, I am in the rear. They should enjoy these resources first." He then sighed. "I'm over 60 years old. It's my luck to be a first-level awakener. How can I compete with these young people?" "Okay." Wang Jiangwo slapped the table and stood up forcefully, saying, "You are a qualified commander if you can have such awareness." After that, under Lu Weiguo's confused eyes, he took out 2 second-level gene enhancement potions and 1 third-level gene enhancement potion and said, "I left this specially for you. Take it and inject it. These 2 second-level potions can increase the strength by 6%. 0 Awakening Degree. A 30.1 can increase the awakening degree by 40% so that you can immediately break through the second level. Commander-in-Chief, stop the bullshit, just inject it when I tell you to. I'm old, and I may die on the battlefield one day. The guard of this imperial city will eventually be handed over to you. Listening to Wang Jiangwo's words, Lu Weiguan nodded with emotion, and then said firmly, Commander-in-Chief, don't worry. If you want to break through the defense of the imperial city, you must first step over me, Lu Weigua. And at this moment in the Special Affairs Bureau, Yang Liang picked up the intercom and said, Li Changying, Li Xing, Su Yueming, Zhang Yi and other captains, take your people to gather at the training base of the Special Affairs Bureau. I have something important to say. Soon, several voices sounded in the intercom. Director, Li Changying received it. Li Xing received it. Su Yueming received it. Soon, Special Affairs Bureau training ground. The 8 captains stood in a row. 6 of them were men and 2 women. Behind them, they each led 9 members under their command, a total of 72 people. Yang Liang swept away everyone calmly. Seeing everyone's hearts tightening and not daring to look elsewhere, Yang Liang nodded with satisfaction and then said, I'm calling you here this time to enhance your strength and to better defend the emperor. The city will be able to regain the capital of Zhou in the future. As he spoke, he bent down and took out a cardboard box at his feet, took out 8 first-level awakening potions, and said, Whoever's name is called, come and get it. As he spoke, he shouted, Su Yueming, Li Xing, Zhang Yi, Li Changying, Zhou Xiaodong, Wang Hai, Du Changya, Gu Shengnan. This is a first-level awakening potion. You can take it and inject it. Is this, such a valuable item, really given to us? Li Changying said excitedly. At that time, several captains were present in the number 1 reception hall, and naturally they also knew about the first-level awakening potion. You know, although they have reached the acquired 9th level and can deal with ordinary first-level zombies, they are still very powerless against first-level killers. Even if ordinary zombies scratch them, they will be transformed into zombies due to infection. It can be said that they were very cautious in every battle. They were completely inferior to those awakened ones in Special Event 2 who killed zombies without any worries. If they were injected, they would be able to let go of their hands and feet when facing zombies. Even first-order killers would not be unable to test their edge. Except for Li Changying, the other captains also looked excited. Okay, let's inject it first. Yang Liang waved his hand helplessly. Yes. The 8 captains responded quickly and injected these injections together. 5 minutes later, I'm awake. Li Changying looked at the metal long sword floating in his hand in disbelief. I'm awake too. Su Yueming also looked shocked. His eyes were flashing red at the moment, and his whole body was exuding a burning aura. Also awakened at the same time were the other 6 captains. Yang Liang watched everyone wake up and said with satisfaction, Okay, now you can inject these. After saying that, he threw 2 second-level awakening potions to each of the 8 captains. After several injections, their strength increased again, reaching the 1st level. Next, Yang Liang continued to distribute. The 3 squad captains under the 8 captains have also completed their awakening. The remaining 18 first-level awakening potions were evenly distributed to the 8 brigades, with each team getting 2. There is also Xianyuan Gong, 1 for each team leader, and the remaining ones are distributed to each team in turn. The Xiaohuan Dan also costs 3 for the team leader and 1 for the team leader. There is also a first-level Doomsday Tang sword, 1 for each person. In total, there were 51 light-awakened people in a special round of 72 people. As for the rest, Yang Liang collected them all. Looking at the members of the Special Affairs Bureau who had greatly improved their overall strength, Yang Liang said loudly, From today on, there will be 3 squadron captains under the squadron leader, 3 squadron captains below the squadron leader, and 3 squadron captains below the squadron captain. There are 3 team members. The overall situation is implemented, and the former team leader of the Special Affairs Bureau is automatically promoted to the squadron leader. After saying that, he waved his hands and dismissed everyone, leaving only Bai Jiannan standing where he was. Looking at Bai Jiannan, Yang Liang directly took out 2 level 2 gene enhancement potions, a level 3 gene enhancement potion, 3 small returning pills, and a level 2 Doomsday Tang sword, and said, "Old Bai, take these." "Go ahead." "Lao Yang, what do you mean?" Bai Jiannan's expression changed drastically. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. I don't know you yet. Let's take the injection first. Our special mission currently requires strong combat power." "Oh well." Just as the improvement in strength here is in full swing, Jiang Cheng was already smiling broadly in the lounge. "This is how you get 15 million ordinary zombie crystals and 5,323,200 mutant zombie crystals. In total, it's 624,240,000. 624.24 million energy points. According to this progress, the so-called first-level universe manual is not without hope, and he may also be able to exchange for the 5th-level Doomsday battleship worth 20 billion energy points. Just thinking about it." Suddenly, there was a weak murmur. This is what I am." Listening to the voice, Jiang Cheng looked at Qin Yang floating beside him, with a playful look on his face. "You're awake." It's you." After seeing Jiang Cheng's appearance clearly, Qin Yang's pupils shrank in fear, his body kept trembling, and he also noticed something strange about himself. He took a deep breath and said, "You. What do you want?" No, it's not what I want. It's what you want. Everyone's future is in their own hands, and no one can interfere." Jiang Cheng smiled. Listening, Qin Yang fell silent. He has lived for more than 100 years. How could he not understand the meaning of Jiang Cheng's words? He sighed and said, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" "It's very simple. Join our dawn base." Jiang Cheng said, "I agree." Qin Yang did not refuse, but readily agreed. After all, his life was in the hands of others, and he had no reason to refuse. "You are indeed a smart man." Jiang Cheng's smile deepened, and then he said, "Then from now on, I have some questions that need your help to answer." "You ask." Qin Yang said deflatedly. "Very good." Jiang Cheng nodded, and then asked, "How long have the 6 ancient martial arts families existed? What other forces are behind you?" Hearing Jiang Cheng's question, Qin Yang seemed to fall into a certain memory and slowly narrated. About 2,200 years ago, Qin unified the 6 kingdoms. In order to shock the people of the world, 12 golden men were cast and 6 guards were set up, which are the predecessors of the 6 ancient martial arts families today. They were given the surnames Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, and Wu respectively. After the Qin dynasty was destroyed, the 6 guards protected the son of Prince Fusu and wandered among the people and established the 6 major families. The children of the Ying family changed their names to Qin, and the 6 major families have been living in seclusion in the mountains and not caring about worldly affairs. This is the source of the 6 ancient martial arts families. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng was a little surprised and said, "In other words, you are the daughter of the Queen of Qin?" "Yes." Qin Yang nodded. "Your 6 families are so powerful, logically speaking. How could the Qin dynasty perish?" Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I don't know either. I can only know from the records of my ancestors that the Qin state seemed to have offended an existence that should not have been offended. That existence has great power, and the cultivation methods of the 6 ancient martial arts families seem to have come from there. What is that existence you are talking about? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I don't know, and there is no record in the classics. Seeing that Qin Yang's words did not seem to be false, Jiang Cheng had to change the question and asked, Are you the only invincible grandmaster in the world? Qin Yang shook his head and said, I don't know. After all, apart from our 6 major families, there are many ancient martial arts families, the most famous of which are the Northwest Hanging Temple, Junan Mountain Sanqing Temple, and Taiji Mountain Jiang Sect. Then there are the 3 gates responsible for the underground world, Shadow Gate, Rakshasa Gate, and Iron Corpse Gate. All these 6 major forces have been passed down for more than 1,000 years, and it is possible that there are invincible grandmasters. Is that so? Jiang Cheng listened, although he was calm on the surface, but he was shocked in his heart. It can be said that he was cut by a knife and opened his eyes. It was not until now that he realized that this world did not seem to be as simple as he imagined. Just when he was about to ask, bursts of alarms sounded outside. Alarm! Alarm! A large number of zombie spirit beasts are attacking. Please prepare for the battle. It seems that our conversation can only be suspended here. Listening to the alarm outside, Jiang Cheng ended the topic, and then looked at Qin Yang with interest. That look made Qin Yang a little scared. Of course he knew what Jiang Cheng was thinking, and said embarrassedly, I also want to help the leader, but it's a pity that I'm in my current state. Qin Yang tried to move his eyes to indicate his physical condition. The limbs were twisted, the sternum was sunken, and the ribs were all broken. If it weren't for the invincible Grandmaster's cultivation, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. I have a lot of ways. This is still a minor injury. At this moment, outside the Imperial City wall, countless zombies walked onto the street from the corners, as if they had received some instructions, and gathered densely. After a while, the number of zombies reached a terrifying level. Among the zombies, first-level zombies can be seen everywhere. Although the number of second-level zombies is not large, there are also hundreds of them. There are more than a dozen third-level zombies. The most terrifying thing is that in this zombie tide, there is also a giant zombie with a body of more than 10 meters walking behind the zombie group. Every time it steps out, ordinary zombies that have no time to dodge are instantly trampled into a pool of meat. In addition to these zombies, there are countless spirit beasts running towards this side from the other side. The sky is also densely packed, and there are many high-level spirit beasts. Although these two groups come from different directions and different races, they have a common goal: the Imperial City. At this time, above the Imperial City, several soldiers looked into the distance with binoculars. When they saw the zombie tide, they were almost stunned, because this was the most violent attack they had ever encountered, and there were even two fourth-level zombies and fourth-level spirit beasts that rarely appeared. After a long time, the soldiers came back to their senses from the shock. He took off the telescope and picked up the intercom and said, Command, this is reconnaissance number 1. A large number of zombies have been found in the northeast. It is roughly estimated that there are at least 300,000 zombies, including a giant zombie about 10 meters in size, which is very likely to be above the third level. There are also a large number of spiritual beasts attacking from the southeast, and the number is estimated to be more than 300,000. There are also a large number of spiritual birds gathering in the sky. The number is unknown. Request for immediate reinforcement. Command received. The operator's voice sounded in the intercom, and the soldier felt more at ease. Looking at the dense tide of zombies in the distance, he muttered to himself, I hope this time it will be a blessing in disguise. In the command room, after receiving the message, the operator immediately reported the situation to Wang Jiangwo. Looking at the tide of zombies and spiritual beasts in the monitoring screen, Wang Jiangwo immediately ordered, Lu Weigua, you will be the temporary commander of this battle. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Lu Weigua, who had been promoted to a second-level awakener, responded immediately. Notify the Dragon Teeth Special Operations Battalion, all ready to fight. Notify the 1st and 2nd Divisions of the Great Zhou Dynasty, and immediately reinforce and support the walls of the Imperial City. After making arrangements, Wang Jiangwo patted Lu Weigua on the shoulder and said, Fight this battle well, and make sure to show the momentum of my great Zhou Imperial City. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Lu Weigua saluted, and then hurried out. Watching Lu Weigua leave, Wang Jiangwo said again, Xiaozhong, connect me to Zheng Ping of the Special Affairs Bureau. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. After Xiaozhong made some operations, Zheng Ping's voice soon sounded. Without waiting for Wang Jiangwo to speak, Zheng Ping said, Don't worry, the Special Affairs Bureau 1 and Special Affairs Bureau 2 have all been dispatched. Where are the 6 ancient martial arts families? Wang Jiangwo asked with a frown. The people of the 6 families said that they were seriously injured and it was inconvenient to fight. No, wait, Jiang Cheng is here, let me see what's going on. Zheng Ping hurriedly hung up the line. Wang Jiangwo looked helpless, but soon said, Xiaozhong, connect with Officer Number 1. Yes. Soon, Officer Number 1's voice sounded. Old Wang, what do you want to talk to me about? Old Zhou, lend me 2 of your war gods. There are 4th-level zombies and 4th-level spirit beasts outside the Imperial City. I lack high-end combat power here. Wang Jiangwo said, No problem, I'll let the 3 war gods go together. Then what about you? Haha. Old Wang. Compared to the soldiers on the front line, I'm afraid I'm the safest. Officer number 1 smiled. His voice was deep. I understand. Wang Jingwo sighed and hung up the call. Then he looked at the big screen and said, show me the surveillance screen of the battlefield outside the Imperial City. Yes. Wang Jingwo dispatched troops here, and the Special Affairs Bureau was there. Yang Liang looked at his men and said, today, we have only one goal. Either we repel these monsters, or we die on the battlefield. Are you afraid? No. Except Yang Liang, all 105 members of the Special Affairs Bureau, including Deputy Director Bai Jiannan, 8 captains, and 24 team leaders, said in unison. Okay, remember one more thing. Don't lose to the Special Affairs Bureau. Don't embarrass me. Yang Liang said loudly, and then waved his hand. All team members, go to support the Imperial City Wall immediately. Yes, Director. All the members of the Special Affairs Bureau rushed out. It just so happened that the Special Affairs Bureau next door was also rushing towards the city wall. For a moment, the two teams just bumped into each other. Soon, an untimely voice came. Hey, isn't this the son of our director Zheng? Why? Are you taking those crooked melons and cracked dates under your men to the battlefield? Came a sinister female voice. Yang Liang looked sideways and saw a beautiful middle-aged woman with a graceful figure and faint fine lines at the end of her eyebrows, who was very similar to Yang Rui, looking at him provocatively. Yang Liang frowned and said, Zhao Xiaofeng, stop being so weird here. I tell you, if it wasn't for my sake, I would have taught you a lesson. Tisk, TSK, teach me a lesson? Do you rely on your innate first-level cultivation or the mountain-shaking palm inherited from your family? Or do you rely on these stinky fish and rotten shrimps under your hands? Lack clack. The woman named Zhao Xiaofeng finished sarcastically. He let out a delicate laugh, like a silver bell. Haha, just wait and see. When you get to the battlefield, you will know who is the crooked melon and split jujube. After Yang Liang finished speaking, he shouted to all the members of the Special Affairs Bureau next to him. Did you hear that? Director Zhao said you are a bunch of idiots. How can you bear it? Can't. All the members of the special team roared in unison. Okay, then let them take a good look at our strength on the battlefield. After Yang Liang finished speaking, he snorted coldly and accelerated his pace. And Zhao Xiaofeng looked at Yang Liang's leaving figure. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed with shame, and then scolded, Speed up the speed for me. Remember, give these special guys a good beating for this director. Face. Yes, Director. The members of the Second Special Bureau raised their heads and shouted loudly, then quickly ran towards the Imperial City Wall. Except for these two competing teams. Inside the General Administration of Special Affairs, Zheng Ping frowned deeply as she watched the heads of the 6 major Guwu families sitting in front of them slumped on their chairs, acting rogue. Director Zheng, you also know that we were seriously injured just now. Yes, the leader of the clan can't move anyway. Whoever likes can go. As soon as he finished speaking, a young joking voice sounded. Oh, seriously injured? Then let me take a look. The heads of the 6 major families were so frightened that they sat up straight and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a young man walking towards them with a smile, and beside him there was an old man with white hair and beard. His pupils shrank suddenly, and the head of the Li family lost his voice. Ancestor. The visitors were none other than Qin Yang and Jiang Cheng. Snort. Qin Yang snorted coldly, glanced at the heads of the 6 major families in front of him, and said calmly, You guys, didn't you hear what the leader said? Chief? Which leader? The head of the Li family murmured. Qin Yang said coldly, Who else can there be? Of course it's the leader of my Shuguang base, Jiang Cheng. What? Qin Yang's words could be said to shock the hearts of the heads of the 6 major families. When did your ancestor join the Dawn base? How come they don't know? Also, what is the origin of Shuguang base? Never heard of it. But they didn't dare to disobey the ancestor's words, so they all surrendered and said, Ancestor, it's not that we don't want to go. It's because in the previous battle, all our true energy was exhausted. Even if we have the intention, it's powerless. This. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Cheng questioningly. Jiang Cheng waved his hands and said with a smile, It doesn't matter. As he spoke, he took out 6 first-level recovery potions and threw them over like a magic trick. This potion can quickly restore most of your injuries. And these two, Jiang Cheng took out 6 bottles of spiritual water and 6 small returning pills and threw them over and said, "These spiritual water and small returning pills can quickly replenish your inner energy, which is enough for you to fight." Looking at the syringe in his hand, the clear water in a cheap mineral water bottle, and a clear yellow pill, the heads of the 6 major families were stunned. Did you just throw Xiaohuan, a holy medicine of martial arts, to them so casually? Or the one without blinking an eye? Oh my god, this world is too crazy. As for this water, which is no different from mineral water, is it that magical? And can the turquoise liquid in this syringe really restore injuries? The 6 clan leaders looked at each other suspiciously. It was the head of the Zhao family who spoke first. "No matter what, I will give the injection a try first." Speaking of injuries, he was the most seriously injured among the 6. His sternum and ribs were broken several times, and his combat power was severely reduced. So he plunged the syringe directly into his arm. The next second, a warm current spread from his arm to all parts of his body until it reached the broken bone. As a master at the master level, he actually felt that his bones were healing, and the most amazing thing was that the originally dented bones were healing. The chest is also like memory metal titanium, and it swells up like a balloon. Seeing this, he quickly unscrewed the mineral water bottle, opened his mouth and drank the whole bottle of water directly, like a whale swallowing water. There was also Xiaohuan, which he also swallowed. Finally, he sat cross-legged on the ground and silently performed his exercises. Almost a minute later, the head of the Zhao family slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. The next moment, a huge surprise burst out on his face. "What a magical potion! I've recovered completely." Zhao Chun spoke excitedly, but at the same time, he was extremely shocked. You know, pills like Xiaohuan are extremely rare even if they are placed in their Zhao family. There are only 3 pills in the entire family. These 3 pills were left behind to cultivate family heirs, but Jiang Cheng gave them to him casually. This is enough to show that Xiaohuan is completely worthless in the hands of this big boss. Thinking of this, Zhao Chun stood up, bowed respectfully towards Jiang Cheng, and said, "Thank you, Chief Jiang, for giving me the medicine. I, Zhao Chun, am deeply grateful. At the same time, I hope that Chief Jiang, for the sake of our ancestors, can allow me, the Zhao family, also join the Shuguang base. As long as my Zhao family joins, our Zhao family's resources will be intensive from now on, and the disciples will be at the mercy of the leader." "Oh, you want to join me, Don?" Jiang Cheng showed a playful look. He secretly thought that Zhao Chun, this old guy, was really smart. He must have thought that he had a lot of treasures in his hands, and he was quite courageous because he could use his family wealth as a bet. Except for Jiang Cheng, Zhao Chun's behavior shocked the other 5 clan leaders. No, Zhao Chun, an old fox who has always been unprofitable, is willing to condescend to others. Could it be? The head of the Li family pondered in his mind and looked at the medicine in his hand. So he immediately injected the medicine into his arm and drank the spiritual water and Xiaohuan as Zhao Chun had done before. Soon, the head of the Li family woke up and then said to Jiang Cheng as respectfully as Zhao Chun, "Chief Jiang, my Li family is also willing to join. From now on, everything in the clan will be left to the leader's discretion." What? This old boy Li Changhe is also sick. The other 4 families were even more shocked. They secretly glanced at the ancestor, who could not help but nod as he looked at Li Changhe and Zhao Chun, and showed a satisfied smile from time to time. This moment, they became enlightened. Bang, bang, bang. For sounds of knees falling to the ground were heard. The 4 people simply kowtowed and said, "Please, Leader Jiang, let us join the Shuguang base." Damn it, these bastards like Lao Qian are so shameless. Li Changhe and Zhao Chun both cursed secretly in their hearts. After all, they just bowed and handed over, not as much as Qian Shui. Cursing secretly in his heart, he quickly knelt down. Zheng Ping was also a little confused when she saw the 6 people kneeling in front of Jiang Cheng. What is going on? Zheng Ping was a little confused. After all, these 6 are also masters of the Grandmaster realm, with a rich family background for thousands of years. There is no need to kneel down to a young man. Thinking about it, she looked at the proud old man Yang sitting next to him, And when she thought about the weapons Jiang Cheng had taken out before, she understood everything at once. However, if all 6 major families really joined the Dawn base, then this dawn would be too terrible then. Zheng Ping didn't dare to think about it. At this time, Jiang Cheng looked at the 6 people kneeling on the ground, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It must be said that these 6 old guys are really smart. However, this also posed a problem for him. If he really agreed to let them join, Dezhou would inevitably be afraid of him. If he didn't agree, 6 third-level or even 4th-level combatants, as well as countless first-level and second-level masters in their family, would also be an important asset. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a little funny again. He even took out the 2nd-level awakening potion. What else is there to be afraid of? He cleared his throat and said, "Okay, everyone get up," I agreed. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yang pretended to be angry and said, "The leader has spoken. Why don't you guys call people?" Qian Shui, Li Changhe, and the other 6 people kowtowed and said, "Thank you, leader." "Thank you, leader." Just as the few people finished shouting, Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke again, his voice slightly cold. "If you dare to do anything in private, you know my methods. Also, you can only enter the periphery for now. The rest depends on your performance." After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, the few people were slightly stunned, then secretly glanced at each other, and immediately kowtowed again with tears of gratitude. Zheng Ping, who was sitting on the side, looked at this scene with a complicated expression, thinking in her heart, "Subordinates will remember the leader's teachings." The 6 clan leaders knelt down and said in unison. Jiang Cheng said calmly, "Okay, now follow me to the tower to meet the enemy." "Yes." At this time, on the wall of the Imperial City, "Ready, fire." A commander waved a flag, and countless rockets flew out from the castle of the Imperial City and landed in the zombie group. Boom, boom. The flames shot up into the sky, and countless broken limbs and arms splashed around, or hit a zombie, or fell to the ground with a snap. So you can see a spectacle. Some of the ordinary zombies who came one after another had an intestine hanging on their necks, and some were splashed with dark red blood. They had no fear, no pain, and only one goal, that is, on the wall. Except for the ordinary zombies, those first-level zombies jumped high at the moment when the rocket flew over, and then held the rocket tightly with both hands in the air and threw it towards the wall. The 2nd and 3rd-level zombies jumped up directly and split the rocket in half. Apart from the zombies in the northeast, the spiritual beasts in the southeast were more spiritual than the zombies. At the moment the rockets fell, the beasts quickly spread out. This resulted in a large number of rockets, but very few spiritual beasts actually died, and most of them were injured. As time went by, the zombies had already reached the bottom of the city wall. The 100-meter-high city wall in front of them, this group of zombies were like stacking monks, stepping on one by one, and stacking on the city wall like ants, and soon they piled up half the height. And on the top of the city wall, seeing the zombies climbing up, the commander shouted, "Soldiers, fire." As soon as the words fell, the soldiers picked up their rifles and fired at the bottom of the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. Tongues of fire spit out. The climbing zombies were temporarily stopped from climbing. Just when everyone thought the battle situation was temporarily stabilized, suddenly, a black shadow leaped high and quickly landed on the tower. Reacting, several soldiers immediately shouted, "Quick, it's a first-level Reaper, scatter." Then they picked up their rifles and kept shooting at the first-level Reapers rushing up the tower. Roar! Feeling the bullets coming, the first-level Reaper quickly overlapped a pair of giant sickles in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets of ordinary rifles hit the giant sickles, leaving faint white spots and making a metallic sound, but did not cause any substantial damage to them. They even used the giant sickles in their hands as shields and kept moving forward. "Scatter, watch me." Seeing the first-level Reaper approaching, a soldier operating the naval gun turned around and roared at the first-level Reaper. "Bastard, get out of here." Bang, bang, bang. The power of the ship's guns is far beyond the reach of ordinary rifles. Although the scythe was not broken, it also prevented the first-order harvester from approaching. Its powerful impact even forced the first-order harvester to retreat continuously. Just when everyone thought that the first-order harvester would be forced off the wall, suddenly, another larger zombie rushed up and landed next to the machine gunner. Whoosh! The fist wind whistled past. The machine gunner had no time to react and was directly hit and flew backwards. After killing a soldier, the zombie continued to wave his thick arms and continued to harvest the lives of the surrounding soldiers. Damn it, it's a second-order crusher. A soldier shouted, then took out a grenade and threw it at the second-order crusher. As if sensing the approach of the grenade, the second-order crusher glanced at it with its red eyes. Swish! The figure quickly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the soldier, and he raised his fist and blasted over. The soldier's pupils shrank sharply, watching the fist in his sight continue to grow. The next second, his vision went black, and he turned into a headless corpse and collapsed. Xiaofeng, the comrade next to him, stared at his brother who had been with him day and night and fell down, and immediately a surge of anger surged up, raised his rifle, and pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down on the body of the second-level crusher, but unfortunately, it was bounced back without leaving any trace. Looking at this scene, a sense of sadness and despair rose in the soldier's heart. Is this really something that people can defeat? While he was thinking desperately, the second-level crusher raised his fist again and blasted over. At this critical moment, shaking the mountain palm, the roar was accompanied by a huge palm print flying from the side. The second-level crusher had no time to dodge and was hit by the palm print condensed by the true essence and flew out directly. The hurricane made the soldier stunned in place. The next second, a deep male voice came to his ears. "Boy, this is not a good place to be in a daze." Hearing the voice, the soldier came back to his senses and looked to the side, only to see a middle-aged man with a square face and a serious face telling him, "Director Yang." The soldier trembled and spoke. Yang Liang looked at the young face in front of him, patted the soldier's shoulder silently, then walked past the young soldier and said lightly, "Try to stay alive." Then he said loudly to the team members beside him, "Brothers, kill these monsters and avenge the sacrificed soldiers." Revenge. Many members of the Special Affairs Bureau shouted in unison. As the captain, Li Changing, rushed out first, holding a metal sword suspended in his hand, circulating his internal energy, adding it to the metal sword, and threw it at a first-level harvester. Fleeting light. Swish. The metal sword turned into a stream of light and shot out, and in the next second it pierced the giant sickle of the first-level harvester trapped by the soldiers and flew out from its back. Blue-green blood immediately gushed out from the wound and flowed all over the ground. Roar. Feeling the body being hurt, the first-level harvester let out a shrill roar at the crowd and no longer blocked the giant sickle in front of his chest for passive defense. Unfolding the giant sickle, the developed thigh muscles suddenly contracted, and the soles of his feet kicked towards the ground. Bang! A crack was left on the ground. The first-level harvester swooped down like a gust of wind. Looking at the enraged first-level harvester, Li Changing was not panicked. With a thought, the small metal sword immediately circled in the air and flew back to his hand, and then threw it again at the first-level harvester that was rushing towards him. Fleeting light. Swish. Instantly pierced the head of the first-level harvester that was less than 3 meters away from him. After getting rid of a first-level harvester, the morale of the surrounding soldiers was greatly boosted. Yang Liang watched and immediately ordered loudly, "Li Changing, you take your team members to guard the number 1 ship gun position." "Yes, Director," Li Changing responded and immediately led his team to rush there. Yang Liang continued, "Zhang Yi, Su Yueming, Li Xing, Zhou Xiaodong, Wang Hai, Du Changya, Gu Shangnan, you guys guard the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th ship gun positions respectively." "Yes, Director." The captains led their men to their respective positions. Yang Liang stared straight ahead. The level 2 crusher that had just been knocked away stood up again. "Lao Yang, what about us?" Bai Jianan looked at Yang Liang and asked. Yang Liang said, "Old Bai, leave this second-level crusher to me, and Li Changing and the others will leave it to you for the time being." "No problem. Please pay attention to yourself," Bai Jianan ordered, turned around, and ran towards the position of the number 1 naval gun. Yang Liang, on the other hand, stared at the position of the second-order crusher and said loudly, "You little thing, I will be your opponent." Roar. As a second-level death crusher, There is the most essential difference from ordinary zombies. Wisdom reaches the level of a human child. Seeing Yang Liang's provocation, it opened its mouth and roared, causing the ears of the surrounding warriors to tingle. He bent his body and shot out like a cannonball, raising his fist and hitting Yang Liang. Oh! Yang Liang sneered, slowly raised his palm, and the true energy surged in his dantian and poured into his palm. At the same time, he took a step forward, raised his body, and hit the second-level crusher with a palm. Shaking Mountain Palm. The battle in the first round of special events was fierce, and the people in the second round of special events were not left behind. Director Zhao Xiaofeng said softly, "Zhou Hu, Li Bao, you guys and others, give me a hard beating. Don't lose to those weaklings in the special round." "Yes, Director." Zhou Hu shouted loudly and immediately shouted angrily. Beast transformation, subgod species, silver MO white tiger. Zhou Hu's eyes immediately turned silver, beard stood up on his face, his body bulged as if inflated, and white hair grew all over his body. Roar. A roar fell. A giant tiger 8 meters long and 2 meters high appeared on the tower. Ouch! With a long roar, Zhou Hu rushed towards a first-order crusher that climbed up the city wall. Naturally, the other captains of the Second Special Bureau also did their part. Li Bao transformed into a leopard with lightning patterns engraved on his body and arcs wrapped around his body. There are several others, some breathe fire from their mouths, and some turn into giants. It can be said that they are the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. As for Zhao Xiaofeng, he glanced at the situation of several captains and then walked in the direction of Yang Liang. Now, Yang Liang is fighting in full swing. Jinshan Palm. The palm print of condensed true energy hit the second-level crusher, and the crusher flew backwards again as if it was hit hard. Looking at it, Yang Liang's heart moved. A 3-meter-long golden bodhisattva statue with thousands of hands floated above his head. This is exactly the ability he awakened after injecting the second-level awakening potion, the battle puppet, thousand-armed Buddha. Controlling the Buddha, Yang Liang leaned forward and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the second-level crusher. He raised his fist and shouted angrily, "Thousand-hand angry Buddha fist." As soon as he finished speaking, the arms behind thousand-armed Buddha spread out like a machine, and then turned into countless shadows, punching crazily at the second-order crusher who fell in the pit. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xiaofeng, who had secretly come over, was stunned. When did this stinky man awaken his powers? And it looks quite powerful. While she was in a daze, a second-level Reaper bypassed the defense in front of the city wall, wielded a giant scythe, and rushed towards her. It's just that this second-level Reaper hasn't arrived yet. Zhao Xiaofeng didn't look at it, waved her hand, and said to herself, "Get out of here. I'm not in the mood to play with you now." While talking, a black demon-like palm appeared out of thin air, pinched the charging second-level Reaper directly in his hand, and then squeezed it hard. Crack! A ball of blue juice immediately dropped from the center of the black palm. "Release your palms." The second-level Reaper collapsed weakly on the ground and wailed. His body was compressed into a ball, and his arms were irregularly twisted. Except for his head, which could still move, his body completely turned into a ball of soft flesh. It's so annoying to scream. Zhao Xiaofeng pointed downwards, and the big black hand struck again, turning into a giant fist and hitting the second-level Death Reaper's head hard. After easily disposing of the second-level Death Reaper, Zhao Xiaofeng continued to stare in Yang Liang's direction in a daze. After both Special Event 1 and Special Event 2 rushed to the battlefield, the 3 gods of war, the 5 battalion commanders of the Longya Special Operations Battalion, and their soldiers also rushed over. For a time, there was a massacre on the city tower, and the battle quickly became fierce. But not for long. A dozen huge black figures jumped onto the city wall. Roar! Tremendous roars echoed around. The captains who were fighting reacted immediately. "No, it's a third-level mutated zombie," Li Chongying exclaimed, and then immediately shouted to the team members beside him, "Brothers, retreat." After the words fell, the team members of the Special Task Force immediately moved away from these third-level zombies after receiving the order and quickly gathered together. The same goes for the Second Bureau of Special Affairs. When they saw the third-level zombies, they were shocked and immediately gathered around them. As the director of the Second Special Affairs Bureau, Zhao Xiaofeng frowned and turned to face a third-level zombie with his palm out. "Didn't you see that I'm busy? You're in the way," he scolded, and then a 5 to 6 meter black hand appeared out of thin air. I saw that the skin of this palm was blue-black, and the color of the fingernails was purple. The nails were about half a meter long. Following Zhao Xiaofeng's movements, the black palm hooked into claws and brought out a fierce wind to grab a third-level zombie. On the other hand, looking at this third-level zombie, looking at it being grasped by the palm, its dark pupils were as calm as water, even mixed with a touch of disdain. As soon as the palm reached the front, it suddenly raised its fist and punched the black demon's palm. Bang! Just a casual punch. The black palm that was coming with great momentum was hit directly in the palm, and it flew backwards. As the owner, Zhao Xiaofeng's pupils trembled. He immediately stepped back half a step, stretched out his hand to cover his chest, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his lips, as red as a rose. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Is the old witch injured? As if sensing something, Yang Liang punched the second-level Death Crusher away, then quickly turned around and ran towards Zhao Xiaofeng without hesitation. Standing in front of her, Yang Liang said with his back to her, "Leave this to me. You go to the side first." Hearing Yang Liang's words, Zhao Xiaofeng trembled. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, and she said in a charming voice, "Why? Are you worried about me?" "Whatever you say," Yang Liang said. His eyes were cast on the third-level zombie again. His eyes were sharp, and he kicked and shot out. TSK still so arrogant. Looking at Yang Liang's back as he rushed out, Zhao Xiaofeng's beautiful eyes moved, and she murmured with a little dissatisfaction. Although Yang Liang has awakened, the strength of an ancient warrior plus a first-level awakener is stronger than most innate warriors, but facing a third-level mutant zombie, it is still not enough. Just a simple fight. He fell into a disadvantage, which made Zhao Xiaofeng worried. "No, this guy is not a match for a third-level zombie. Just want to rush out." The next second, an old voice came from behind. "Xiaofeng, you step back and rest first. Leave this to us." "Who are you?" Zhao Xiaofeng turned around in surprise. "Director General, when did you come back?" Zhao Xiaofeng turned around and saw an energetic old lady and a middle-aged man walking over. "Xiaofeng, we haven't seen each other for so many years, and you don't even want to call her mother-in-law?" Mrs. Zheng said with a half-smile. Zhao Xiaofeng looked bitter and said, "How dare you? But it's not like you don't know the situation between Liang and me." Mrs. Zheng said nonchalantly, "What do you care about that stubborn donkey? He is as dead as his father. Anyway, I, Zheng Ping, am the daughter-in-law whom I have chosen. No one has the right to drive you away." As soon as he said this, Zhao Xiaofeng showed a look of joy on his face and said, "But Yang Liang? If he doesn't agree, I'll take the director of the Special Affairs Bureau from him." Zheng Ping snorted coldly. Zhao Xiaofeng immediately shouted sweetly, "Mother-in-law, you are so kind." Zheng Ping glanced at Zhao Xiaofeng fondly, then pointed to the middle-aged man beside her and introduced, "By the way, this is your father-in-law, Yang Liang's biological father, Yang Jianan." Yang Liang's biological father? Zhao Xiaofeng looked over with some surprise. This man looked to be in his early 30s. Previously, she thought this man was her mother-in-law's subordinate, but she didn't expect that he turned out to be her father-in-law. Could it be that he has practiced some kind of rejuvenation technique? But he still timidly called out, "Hello, father-in-law. I am Zhao Xiaofeng, Yang Liang's wife." "Hee, I didn't expect Xiao Yang's wife to be so handsome." Father Yang smiled awkwardly, then flipped his wrist, and a matte black tang knife appeared in his palm, and then handed it over and said, "This is the second-level Doomsday Tang sword, which can kill second-level zombies, so I give it to you as a meeting gift." "Can you kill level 2 zombies?" Zhao Xiaofeng was shocked. Then there is disbelief. You know that level 2 zombies can't even penetrate a rocket launcher, so how can a mere knife break through the defense? Real or fake? But regardless of anything else, Zhao Xiaofeng still accepted it obediently. "Okay, now you go to the rear to rest first, and your father-in-law and I will leave this place to you." Mrs. Zheng gave instructions and then rushed directly into the battlefield. Father Yang was naturally dissatisfied and shouted angrily, "Hard Qigong!" Bang! The body swelled as if inflated, and the muscles all over the body bulged even more. The originally thin body suddenly swelled to 2 meters, and a powerful airflow was released from the whole body. Then Void grabbed it, and a black tang knife appeared in the palm of his hand, and then rushed towards a third-level zombie. The first move of the 3 demon-killing swords is to kill the demon. Zheng. The black light bloomed on the blade, and the blade was wrapped in true essence, and then a dozen meters of black light condensed at the tip of the blade. Swish! Cut it off with one knife. The third-level zombie in front of him was accidentally split into 2 halves from the middle. Is this my father-in-law's strength? Behind him, Zhao Xiaofeng's big eyes widened in shock. The third-level zombie was killed with just 1 blow. Could it be that my father-in-law is a third-level awakener? With the addition of Father Yang, the pressure on the awakened people nearby was greatly reduced, and their fighting spirit became stronger. They rushed towards the third-level zombies beside them, just when people are fighting in full swing. Roar! A thunderous roar came from outside the Imperial City wall. The airwaves caused by the sound wave pushed some ordinary soldiers off the city wall, and some first-level awakened people were not careful, and their bodies swayed and almost fell to the ground. Everyone looked towards the outside of the city wall in horror. I saw a zombie that was more than 10 meters tall and looked like a little giant walking towards it. Its head was like an erected oval, with 8 pairs of eyes lined up on it. The pupils were crimson, and under the refraction of the sun, it gave off a glow. A faint red glow. The body is slightly stooped, and there is a long thorn on the spine of the back. The arms are thick and strong on the ground, like a gorilla, and there are 4 legs walking under the body, which looks very weird. Roar! Another roar. The 4th-level mutant zombie opened its mouth, and an invisible sound wave emitted from his mouth. The next moment, the surrounding ordinary zombies seemed to have been injected with stimulants. Their eyes turned red, and their movements became more agile than before, rushing towards the soldiers beside them. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels also had their combat power greatly increased at this moment, and the decline that was finally brought back by Father Yang fell into passivity again at this moment. Damn it! Father Yang's eyes turned cold, and he decapitated the approaching zombie with 1 knife, and then said to old Mrs. Zheng beside him, "Old lady, leave this 4th-level zombie to me, and you go and support our Liang." "That's the 4th level. Can it?" Mrs. Zheng asked in surprise. "You have to do it even if you don't. Only by killing him can we reduce the casualties of the army." After Yang finished speaking, he bent his legs and was about to jump off the city wall. And the next second, a palm pressed on his shoulder, and at the same time a voice came from his ear. "Old man, leave that 4th-level zombie to me. Just protect the city wall." Looking sideways, the person who spoke was Jiang Cheng, who was rushing over. In his arms was a white cat with 3 pairs of ears, none other than Meowth. Father Yang said directly and decisively, "Okay." He turned around and rushed in the direction of Yang Liang to support him. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and a 3.5-meter-high zombie with a gray body, a pair of giant scythes on its forearms, and fine bone spurs up to 5 centimeters long appeared on him out of thin air. "Side," he said directly. "Aaron, my papas, the safety of my father and Mrs. Zheng will be left to you too," said, under the surprised eyes of Aaron and Meow Pass. "Of course, you can devour these zombies at will." Meow. With Jiang Cheng's words, Meow Pass was like a chicken blood, showing an excited look in an instant, and without waiting for Jiang Cheng to continue speaking, he immediately pounced on a zombie. Seeing Meow Pass take action, Aaron's face suddenly became anxious. He raised his head and roared to the sky and ran up. Watching this scene, the 6 ancient martial arts family patriarchs and Qin Yang following Jiang Cheng were slightly stunned, and then their faces were full of shock. Those were zombies and spirit beasts just now, right? And they looked quite powerful. They were so obedient to Jiang Cheng. Seeing this, the 6 innocent families and Qin Yang were really envious. Watching Meow Pass leave, Jiang Cheng turned to the 7 people behind him and ordered, "Old Qian, Old Li, Old Zhao. The 3 of you are responsible for clearing the 3rd-level zombies in the north of the tower." "Yes, leader." The 3 responded and left in an instant. "The remaining 3 of you, Old Zhou, Old Wu, and Old Sun, are responsible for guarding the south of the tower and killing all the zombies of level 3 and below in the south of the tower. Yes, leader. Last is Old Sheen, the 4th level spirit beast, and the 4th level mutant zombie in the spirit beast tide are left to you. Yes, leader. After giving the order, Jiang Cheng looked at the black spirit birds in the sky, and with a thought, he rushed directly towards the flock of birds covering the sky. Cry. A piercing cry of a strange bird resounded through the clouds for a long time. Looking around, the strange birds were like a black curtain, stretching for hundreds of meters, and like a big umbrella, covering the sky above the imperial city tightly. Only occasionally a ray of sunlight came through the gap. Most of these spiritual birds were estimated to be at least 20,000 to 30,000, most of which were ordinary spiritual birds with a body length of about 3 meters. Only a few hundred spiritual birds barely reached the 1st level, and dozens reached the 2nd level, and more than a dozen reached the 3rd level. The largest one was the strange bird flying in front of the flock. It was more than 30 meters long, had a long golden beak, eyes like blood-red gems, and a body as black as ink. Jiang Cheng controlled the wind to raise himself in front of the flock of birds. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and he said inwardly, Data I. Open. Name, Golden-billed Phoenix King. Race, Phoenix. Level, 4th order lower. Wisdom, 1.1. Strength, 50,000. Agility, 500. Skills, Black Flame, Flying Feathers, Death Gate. Comprehensive Combat Power, 50,500 1.1. It turned out to be a spiritual bird below the 4th order. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, and then smiled helplessly. According to Zhou Du's defensive ability, if he hadn't happened to come over, with such a lineup, Zhou Du would have been in big trouble. It's a pity that these guys came at the wrong time and ran into him. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed. Just right. Use this stupid bird to try out the newly acquired skills. Grabbing the air with one hand, a bronze dragon-headed ancient sword appeared in his hand, and then he shouted, Revenge. The moment the words fell, his dantian suddenly became agitated, and his true essence seemed to be guided by some force, like the rolling Longjiang River, rushing back into the bronze ancient sword along the meridians. Clang! The ancient sword hummed. A green light flickered on the ancient sword. The sword body flew out of his hand and floated above his head. The sword light wrapped around the sword body, turning into a green lightsaber, and began to extend continuously. 100 meters. 200 meters, 300 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. It extended to a full kilometer and poked a huge hole in the cloud before stopping. Seeing the might of Jiang Cheng, the leading golden-mouthed Phoenix King's bird eyes became even more scarlet, opened his bloody bird mouth, revealing rows of sharp shark-like teeth in an inverted triangle, and made a shrill and mournful cry. Quack! The sound was somewhat similar to that of a crow, but compared to a crow, it sounded like a child crying. As the voice was shouted, a circle of ripples spread to Jiang Cheng in an instant. In an instant, Jiang Cheng only felt a faint sense of sadness rising from his chest, and the surrounding scene suddenly changed. This is... Jiang Cheng looked at the surrounding environment in disbelief. The walls in front of the worn-out cardboard boxes with black mud were supported by 4 bamboo poles as the frame, and the roof was capped with a simple awning with holes everywhere. Looking at the ground, there was green moss, and near the cardboard wall was a simple bed made of wet weeds and cardboard boxes. Just as he was stunned, a nice but weak voice sounded in his ears. Jiang Cheng, you are back. Turning his head, he saw a pale girl looking at him with red eyes. Qingwan, why are you here? Aren't you? Jiang Cheng was about to speak when suddenly an arrogant voice sounded from the side. Jiang Cheng, I have to say, this woman is very smooth. Smooth? Listening to this, Jiang Cheng turned his head suddenly and saw a face with a wretched appearance, which he wished to cut into pieces. Wood. Seeing the person clearly, Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously wanted to summon the Tang sword. But no matter how he thought, his hands were always empty. Where is my space ring? Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was horrified. But at this time, Li Qingwan's voice sounded again. Jiang Cheng, don't be impulsive. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Cheng's chest was immediately filled with anger, and he didn't care so much, raised his fist, and hit the person in the face directly. Would FCK your mother. At the moment of punching, the other party flashed a trace of contempt in his eyes, raised his hand lightly, and said, "Giant." In an instant, the hand grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a second, it became as big as a yoga ball, and with a swing of its arm, it hit Jiang Cheng's head directly. Jiang Cheng felt dizzy, his eyes went dark, and he fainted. When he woke up again, he was already in a dark water dungeon. I really don't know why you keep this waste. It's better to kill him directly to save food. A sharp and harsh voice sounded in front of him. Jiang Cheng looked up and saw a domineering woman's face in his sight. Huang Shui. When he saw the person coming, Jiang Cheng's eyes were red and his teeth were clenched. He wanted to rush up and eat her flesh and blood. It was a pity that his hands were locked with iron chains, so he could only stand there helplessly and furious. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Look, isn't this the point of keeping him? Wood looked at Jiang Cheng as if he were a beast, and said, I used to like raising dogs, especially the ones that don't listen to their owners. I am the favorite because its neck is chained and it can only bark at me, but I can control the life and death of this dog. Don't you think this feels good? Having said this, Wood suddenly smiled lewdly, and with an exclamation, he suddenly pulled Huang Shui into his arms, and then his big hands began to move dishonestly. Huang Shui said coquettishly, I hate it. Is there anyone else? Having said that, the movements are unusually coordinated. Soon, a live erotic drama was staged in front of Jiang Cheng's sight. You too, itches. Soon, the scene changed again, and Jiang Cheng appeared on a city road. There was no constant traffic, but only abandoned houses, dark red zombie blood on the ground, and some broken limbs that had long been dried. Jiang Cheng, in a daze here, do you want to die? Come here quickly. Listening, Jiang Cheng nodded and hurried over. The screen changed again. Jiang Cheng appeared in the shed at the base. In front of him was Li Qingwan's pale and cold corpse, and a feeling of despair and helplessness rose in his heart. Soon, the screen jumped again. He stood outside the city wall of Lincian base. There are countless zombies in front of you. A man and a woman even laughed wildly on the tower. And among the zombies, a shrill voice came. Jiang Cheng, run quickly. Leave me alone, run. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was thrown to the ground by a zombie. Then countless zombies lay on his body and began to bite him. He just lay helplessly on the ground, his pupils dilated, despair spreading in his chest. Finally, my vision went dark, and I fell into a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. As the body fell, various emotions such as fear, anger, and sadness came up. Am I dead? In a trance. Puff! A sharp pain came from his body. In an instant, Jiang Cheng's vision became clear again. He looked down in disbelief and saw that his chest was pierced by several black feathers. Blood kept flowing out of the wound, and a feeling of weightlessness and powerlessness came. His body softened and fell directly from midair. Not good. The leader has been hit. Father Yang looked at Jiang Cheng falling from the air. His body suddenly turned around, and then he kicked hard and jumped directly into the air. As for Qin Yang and others, they were a little stunned when they saw the figure falling from the air. In their eyes, the invincible Jiang Cheng was defeated. And at this moment, Jiang Cheng, listening to the whistling wind beside his ears and watching the scenery constantly passing by in front of him, he was not too scared, but a little unbelievable. What was that just now, an illusion? It's too real. Muttering, Jiang Cheng suddenly became alert as he saw that he was less than 100 meters away from the ground. He said loudly, The wind is coming. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew. His falling body quickly stopped and was slowly lifted up by the wind under his feet. He looked at the proud golden-mouthed Phoenix King in the sky again, and his face gradually turned cold. Now he was almost 100% sure that he had just been hit. And he didn't expect that a mere 4th-level spirit beast could actually attack mentally. It's a pity. If it were someone else, you might have succeeded, but you met me. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, looking at the old man Yang who came over and said loudly, Old man, don't worry, I'm fine. As he said that, he grabbed a black feather on his chest and pulled it out with force. Zila, blood arrows spurted out, but were quickly sucked back into the wound by an invisible suction force. Not only that, the blood hole just now also stopped bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wound grew granulation tissue, and then healed rapidly. Next, Jiang Cheng simply grabbed all the black feathers and pulled them hard. All the black feathers inserted in the chest were pulled out, and the wound healed under the super-fast regeneration recovery force. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yang Lao's mouth twitched. This is still called nothing. But watching Jiang Cheng's wound heal quickly, the worry on his face also faded away. After hesitating for a while, he reminded, "Then you should be careful." After speaking, he turned around and flew up the city wall. Watching Yang Lao leave, Jiang Cheng pointed his hand into a sword and shouted, "Bronze mountain and river sword." Zheng. An ancient bronze sword circled in the air and quickly appeared in front of him, hovering above his head again. Revenge. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes. The bronze mountain sword began to condense green light again. The sword light surged towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. 200 meters. 300 meters. 900 meters. 1,000 meters. It rose to 1 kilometer before stopping. As if feeling the power emanating from the bronze mountain sword, the golden-mouthed Phoenix King, who was originally staring at Jiang Cheng with pride, was stunned and then turned into a faint fear. The next second, its red eyes radiated ripples again. This time, Jiang Cheng clearly felt a strange energy rushing towards him. He narrowed his eyes, and a faint murderous intent rose on his face. "Same trick. Do you think I will be hit a second time?" Jiang Cheng spoke loudly, and a half-meter-long small sword invisible to the naked eye condensed on his forehead. Spiritual power flying sword. Swish! The small sword flew out, and the moment it touched the ripples, it seemed to break through an extremely thin piece of white paper, and the ripples collapsed in an instant. After defeating the death wave, the flying sword of spiritual power pierced into the center of the brow of the golden-mouthed Phoenix King at an extremely fast speed. Instantly, the golden-mouthed Phoenix King's body shook, his ruby-like eyes rolled back, a long black tongue dropped from the corner of his beak, his wings softened, and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng moved his sword finger and swung his arm down to the golden-mouthed Phoenix King. As Jiang Cheng swung his arm, the green giant sword also swung, splitting the cloud in front of him directly into two halves, and slashed towards the golden-mouthed Phoenix King, who fell to the ground. In less than a second, puff, blood splashed. The golden-mouthed Phoenix King was completely split into two halves from the head to the body and from the back, and the intestines and blood flowed all over the ground. After dealing with the fourth-level golden-billed Phoenix King, Jiang Cheng just glanced at it lightly, then looked up at the flock of spiritual birds in the air in front of him, and with one hand, he put the mountain and river bronze sword back into the space ring, and then shouted softly, "Condensate." Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless golden small swords gathered around him, densely packed and occupying most of the sky before stopping. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. With a wave of his right arm, countless golden giant swords turned into a light golden stream of light and flew towards the flock of spiritual birds. Puff, puff, puff. The golden small swords broke into the flock of spiritual birds, just like a meat grinder, and countless spiritual birds burst into a blood mist, let out a wail, and fell to the ground. In less than 10 minutes, the flock of spiritual birds that were originally aggressive was immediately solved. After doing this, Jiang Cheng looked at the countless corpses of spiritual birds on the ground and waved his hand. A beautiful figure with silver hair appeared in front of him. "Master, you finally remembered me." I happily hugged Jiang Cheng's arm and said affectionately. Feeling the softness on his arm, Jiang Cheng was speechless, but still said, "Bai, you are the one who will dig out the crystals in the bodies of these spirit bird corpses on the ground." TSK. I thought the master missed me. I didn't expect that the master just treated me as free labor. Bai Qing spat and said helplessly, "Forget it. Who let me like you so much?" After that, a silver long blade condensed in his right hand. Swish, turned into a gust of wind. It swept towards the spirit bird corpses. The remaining fourth-level spirit beasts in the spirit beast tide and the fourth-level zombies in the zombie tide were also solved by Qin Yang half an hour later. As for the rest of the minions below the 4th level, they were all solved by the Imperial City soldiers within 3 hours. The disaster that was originally a disaster for the Imperial City was completely wiped out after only 4 hours, but the Imperial City soldiers also sacrificed many soldiers. Even the Special Affairs Bureau sacrificed 3 team leaders and 1 squadron leader in this battle, and 28 bottom-level members. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Cheng met the #1 officer of the Great Zhou in the #1 banquet hall. He was a thin old man with white hair and a kind face, like an old grandfather next door. In the past, he could only see this old man from online news or videos. Now he saw a living person. Even if he had lived 2 lives, it would be a lie to say that he was not excited. Soon, the #1 officer personally awarded Jiang Cheng a title. The awarding ceremony was over. The #1 officer said earnestly, "The building is collapsing, and there will be no eggs under the overturning. I hope that we can deepen cooperation in the future. I don't ask to recover the provinces of the Great Zhou in a short time, but to rebuild a steel city in this chaotic world as a home for human beings to recuperate." Jiang Cheng listened and nodded heavily. When the meeting was over, the #1 officer privately pulled Jiang Cheng to talk a lot. No one knew what the two talked about. They only knew that when the two came out, the #1 officer was full of red. The next day, after the farewells of Yang Liang, Old Lady Zhang, Zhao Xiaofeng, the heads of the 6 major families, Wang Zhangwo, and the 5 commanders of the Dragon Fang Special Operations Battalion under his command, Jiang Cheng took Old Man Yang, Miao Pass, Qin Yang, and Yang Rui, who insisted on accompanying him, and flew towards Linxian on a first-class flying ship. On a first-class flying ship. I mean, Mr. Jiang, what on earth did Commander #1 tell you? Was it so mysterious? Father Yang couldn't help but ask. Jiang Cheng's lips curled up slightly, and he slowly said 2 words, secret. TCH, it's boring. Father Yang complained, then directly picked up the AR glasses and entered the game. Qin Yang looked like Grandma Lu, who had just entered the Grand View Garden, constantly looking at the items in the first-level flying ship. At the same time, Seoul, beside the Bai Bridge, a man ran quickly, and from time to time a white energy ray flew behind him, freezing the ground around him into ice. What bad luck! What bad luck! The man was in July, and he was on the verge of tears. It was only the 3rd day after he took over the Seoul base that he encountered a 4th-order spiritual beast in the river beside the Bai Broken Bridge. Of the 102nd-level Doomsday Warriors brought over, 30 were immediately destroyed, and the remaining 70 were used to prevent the spirit beasts from advancing in batches. This was enough to buy July time to escape. Almost a minute later, July finally saw his base. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up and open the door for me." Ding! Identity verification successful. The door is open. A mechanical sound sounded in front of the door, and the metal door slowly opened toward the wall. Seeing this in Chiyue, he plunged straight in. The door quickly closed the next second. Boom! There was a loud bang. The entire base shook slightly. Chiyue was startled for a moment, and then couldn't help but ask, "Soul, could this guy break through the defense of the base?" The words fell. A charming woman with a proud figure appeared in the air. She looked at Chiyue Jiao Didi and said, "Brother Chiyue, don't worry. The 1st-level sub-base can defend against the strongest attack of the 4th-level spirit beast 3 times, and it can automatically carry for the biological expulsion device. It should leave soon." In other words, I'm okay for the time being? Chi couldn't help but ask. Han Shang smiled coquettishly and said, "Of course, even if the defense is broken, Brother Chiyue can use the base's teleportation array to teleport back to Linxian." How that's good. Sitting paralyzed on the ground of the base, Chiyue breathed a sigh of relief, but after a while, he still felt a little worried, so he got up and ran towards the teleportation array upstairs. Ishidako Base. During this period, Li Feng and Wang Chong almost wiped out all the remaining forces in Ishida City, gathering a total of 1,983 survivors. Gather 3 awakened ones except the original Ishida base. Everything is moving in a good direction. 3 hours later, the flying ship landed in the square in front of the mission hall of Dawn Base. Just got off the flying ship. Lin Ro and Li Qingwan, who were leading the patrol, rushed over immediately. Also rushed out to receive them were Zhang Ye, Lu Xinru, Miao Feng, Yuan Ningling, and others. Jiang Cheng, you are back. Lin Ro said happily. Umph. Sister Xiao, what about me? Don't you welcome me? Yang Rui, standing behind Jiang Cheng, pouted. Lin Ro smiled lightly and said, Welcome, Xiao. Umph. I'll let you go this time. Yang Rui said proudly, then swooped down and hugged Lin Ro tightly and said, Sister Xiao, Sister Qingwan, I miss you so much. After that, he began to talk excitedly about his experience of returning to Zhoudu yesterday. Sister Xiao, let me tell you yesterday. Just when Yang Rui was about to start telling the story with excitement, Jiang Cheng interrupted him directly and then pointed to the slightly embarrassed Qin Yang beside him and introduced. This is Qin Yang, a native of Zhoudu, an invincible Grandmaster realm ancient warrior. Yesterday, just joined me dawn. The invincible Grandmaster? When Lin Ro, Zhang Ye, and others heard this term, they glanced at the old man with white hair and beard next to them. Their expressions suddenly changed, and their hearts felt like huge waves were rising. They have practiced ancient martial arts, so they naturally know what the invincible Grandmaster represents. That's equivalent to a 5th-level awakener. So he just joined? The captains of the Dawn Guards immediately became curious about Jiang Cheng's experience yesterday. Then, Jiang Cheng introduced to Qin Yang. This is Lin Ro, the captain of the 2nd team of our Dawn Guards, and this is Li Qingwan, the 3rd captain of the Dawn Guards. Jiang Cheng introduced them one by one. Qin Yang couldn't help being shocked, because these captains are basically at the 2nd level of strength. Compared to the Imperial City, it was no less generous. Moreover, with Jiang Cheng's precedent, he did not dare to underestimate these people. After all, no one knew whether these people would explode with the same fighting power as his father. Okay, starting from today, I officially appoint Qin Yang as the 13th Guard Captain of my Dawn base. Following Jiang Cheng's announcement, Lin Ro and others began to look at Qin Yang with gentle eyes. One more thing. From today on, I have been awarded the rank of Major General by the #1 commander of Zhoudu. I can recruit soldiers from any province in the Zhou dynasty at will, and I will be responsible for the overall jurisdiction of Chu province. Jiang Cheng announced again. What? Chief, you were awarded the rank of Major General? At this time, Lin Ro, Yuan Ningling, Lu Ziyun, Lin Yi, and Ziyi were completely uneasy. They have been part of the army and know how difficult it is to become a general. It takes a narrow escape to succeed. Chief, are you sure you're not joking? Yuan Ningling said seriously, frowning. Looking at the disbelief of the crowd, Jiang Cheng spread his palm, and a set of military uniforms appeared in his palm out of thin air. Seeing the military ranks on the uniforms, Yuan Ningling and others were completely convinced, and their eyes looking at Jiang Cheng became softer. After all, if the Chudu base had not been destroyed, they would not have joined Shuguang, and deep in their hearts, they still considered themselves soldiers. Now that they are under Jiang Cheng's command and Jiang Cheng has become a general, they naturally feel closer to Jiang Cheng. Okay, that's all the gossip. Next, you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll take Captain Qin to visit the base first. Yes, Chief, several people said excitedly. After several captains left, Jiang Cheng took Qin Yang to the backyard gate and said lightly, Open the door. Ding. Identity confirmed. Master, please come in. A mechanical sound rang out. The tightly closed backyard iron gate slowly opened. What came into view was a wide backyard, with pavilions, birds singing and flowers blooming, and even a small lake and a small jungle. Is this the backyard? Qin Yang couldn't believe his eyes. He saw from the outside that the base only covered an area of more than 100 square meters, and the inside was only a few dozen square meters at most. Is it an illusion? Qin Yang whispered, but just as he was in a daze, Jiang Cheng's voice came. What are you still standing there for? Come in quickly. Listening, Qin Yang reacted, realized his own gaffe, and hurriedly followed in. But he had just stepped into the door. His body froze again. How is this possible? Qin Yang was stunned, and then his face showed excitement, because the bottleneck that he had not loosened for a long time actually loosened at this moment. And in the Dantian, the true energy was flowing like a river and the sea, and there was an incomparable amount of energy around him. Pure spiritual energy poured into his body. He quickly stepped into the backyard, sat cross-legged on the ground, and started to run the technique. Jiang Cheng looked at Qin Yang practicing with his eyes closed, shook his head, and laughed. He has seen too many similar performances like Qin Yang's. The magical thing about the 5th-level backyard is that it can accelerate the progress of martial arts training by 30%, and the spiritual energy in the backyard is also continuously generated, which is better than the spiritual energy in the outside world. The concentration is much higher, equivalent to a small cave heaven paradise. As a martial arts practitioner, it is normal for Qin Yang to be excited. So I just stood there and waited quietly. Almost 10 minutes later, Qin Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Break! A majestic momentum burst out from Qin Yang, stirring up the air in the backyard and forming gusts of wind. At the same time, Lin Ro and others who were patrolling also felt the terrifying aura and became busy and alert. Lin Ro said loudly, "Be alert." For a moment, the members of the Dawn Guard who were following behind them immediately assumed a fighting stance. This momentum went away as quickly as it came. Just for a moment, he disappeared, as if he had never appeared at all. But Lin Ro still waited vigilantly for 3 minutes. It wasn't until no abnormalities appeared that he breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help frowning. Who released the momentum? Yuan Ningling asked. Could it be the old man named Qin that the leader just brought back? It's very possible, Lu Ziyun said, touching her chin. After all, except for the mysterious silver-haired woman and the leader, no one in the entire base has such terrifying strength. No matter what, everyone should remain vigilant. I will ask the leader what the situation is later. Lin Judao, just finished speaking. Jiang Cheng's voice sounded in the headset. No need to panic. Mr. Qin Yang is making a breakthrough. Really? The captains had a clear look on their faces. Yuan Ningling spread her hands helplessly and said, Okay, I'm going to patrol first, so I won't talk to you anymore. The captains who were left looking at each other were speechless. And in the backyard, after Qin Yang consolidated his realm, he looked at Jiang Cheng with some trembling. I broke through? You know, there has been no movement in his realm for 20 years since the last breakthrough. After all, above the invincible Grand Master, every small realm is as difficult as reaching the sky. But what he doesn't know is that in Jiang Cheng, breakthroughs are inevitably. As for realm bottlenecks, there is no bottleneck in practicing Xianyuan Gong and Shangyuan Gong produced in the martial arts research room. Everything just happens naturally. Even if you practice other skills, you will get twice the result with half the effort in the base. Compared with the outside, it is also easier to break through bottlenecks. Jiang Cheng laughed and shook his head. Old Qin, it's just a breakthrough. Why are you excited? Shu Guang, will have more magical items in the future, so why don't you die on the spot in excitement? Qin Yang shook his head and said bitterly, I lost my temper, but the leader didn't know. I have been trapped in the 3rd level of the Invincible Grandmaster for 20 years, and the lifespan of the Invincible Grandmaster is only 150 years. Breaking through is as difficult as reaching the sky. I am now 138 years old and have less than 12 years left to live. I thought there was no hope in this life, so I thought about going to Zhoudu to fight for the final benefits for my descendants. Who would have thought? Qin Yang sighed. Good luck. Learn. Jiang Cheng nodded. He somewhat understood why an old monster like Qin Yang appeared in Zhoudu. When he was alive, he could still suppress one party. After his death, the 6 major families lost their backers and would be exposed to other more terrifying forces. That's why his descendants accepted Yang Liang's invitation. Otherwise, with Yang Liang's mere innate status, they don't know how to be a bird. Qin Yang's move can be considered a great effort. Okay, now that you, old Qin, have been able to break through and join me, Shu Guang, for the first time, I, as the leader, can't help but express my gratitude. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, with a thought, a milky white porcelain bottle appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. He handed it over and said, This is the Xuanyu pill. There are 5 of them in it. It is helpful for the cultivation of warriors above the innate level. I will give it to you as a gift. You, Shinjade pill? Qin Yang curiously took the milky white porcelain bottle, then uncorked the bottle. Suddenly, a pleasant medicinal fragrance emanated from the mouth of the bottle. Just by smelling it, Qin Yang felt some faint movement among the realm crystals that he had already broken through. Okay, what a good pill. Qin Yang's face turned red, and he quickly and carefully put the pill away, then half knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "Thank you, Chief, for giving me the pill." In my heart, I was completely convinced of Jiang Cheng and no longer had any dissatisfaction. "Just keep these for now. When you're done with them, you can get them from me." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back and said, "Okay, get up first and come with me. I have something to discuss with you." "Explain." "Yes, leader," Qin Yang said tremblingly. After passing through the lounge area of the hall, Jiang Cheng led Qin Yang directly upstairs to enter the room information. "From today on, room 18 is yours." After the introduction, Jiang Cheng took Qin Yang into the gym. Just stepped in. "Owner." The shadow of a royal sister stood at the door and spoke quietly to Jiang Cheng. "Well, let's introduce the use of the gym to this new member of Shuguang." Jiang Cheng said, "Yes, master." Shuguang responded calmly, and then introduced coldly, "This is a level 6 gym. Except for the owner, if you train in it for 2 hours, you can permanently gain 501,000 kilograms of strength, or gain 35 meters per second, 70 meters per second. With the speed increase of 1 second, apart from the formal training time, you can get a 25% increase in understanding and a 100% increase in skill proficiency during the rest of the time. Is this the legendary Cave Heaven Paradise?" Qin Yang asked with a look of disbelief. Jiang Cheng laughed dumbly and did not explain. Instead, he found a place to sit down cross-legged, waved his hand to block the dawn, pointed to the ground in front of Qin Yang, and said, "Old Qin, sit down." "Yes, leader." Qin Yang immediately sat down as instructed. Jiang Cheng thought for a while, and then said, "Tell me about the previous 3 sects and 3 sections. I'm very interested." Qin Yang frowned and said, "Actually, I don't know much about the 3 sects and 3 sections. I only know a little about them from the family classics." Speaking of which, Qin Yang continued, "First of all, there is the Northwest Hanging Temple, which is located near the 1,000 Buddha grottos in Mogao City. Xiankong Temple is different from other hidden families. It can be said to be a huge force of warriors hidden among the people. Its ancestor is named Master Baitian. This old monk is no younger than me. I heard that he also participated in World War II and killed people overnight. The Japanese army had more than 30,000 people. At that time, their strength should be at the level of a grandmaster. Now, more than 80 years later, their strength should be at least that of a grandmaster. In addition to Master Baitian, Xiankong Temple also has 2 halls, 1 courtyard, and 1 pavilion. The 2 halls refer to Prajna Hall and Luan Hall. 1 courtyard refers to Bodhidharma Court, and 1 pavilion refers to Sutra Pavilion. Under its door, the number of disciples is no less than that of our 6 major ancient martial arts families. Let's talk about Taiji Mountain Juyang sect. Speaking of this, Qin Yang looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile and said, "Speaking of which, the Juyang sect is considered a tourist attraction in Chu province." It seems to have made an impression. Jiang Cheng nodded. In his previous life, he had traveled to Tai Chi Mountain during the summer vacation of his freshman year. However, after his rebirth, this memory was more than 6 years old for him, and the impression was a bit blurry. According to reports, this Tai Chi Mountain is located in Shijiang City, and the master who founded the Juyang sect was a master from the late Yuan dynasty named Zhang Sanfeng. It is said that he reached the level of an invincible grand master at the age of only 100 years old. The three halls of the Juyang sect are the Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing halls. Each of the hall masters has the strength of a grand master or above. In addition to the hall master, His Highness Sanqing also has the deacons and elders of the 3 halls. Each one has the strength of a grand master, and among the 3 sects, their strength is at the top. Besides, Jun Nanshan Sanqing Temple is a Taoist sect like Juyang sect, and it is also divided into 3 temples based on Sanqing. Its master's skills reach the sky, and his strength is estimated to be at the level of a great master. Except for the 3 sects, there are the 3 sects. The 3 sects are different from the 3 sects. They are underground forces in the Great Zhou dynasty. They usually carry out some assassination activities. Their power distribution is mysterious and cannot be verified, but their strength should not be inferior to the 3 sects. That's about all I know. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he added, I don't know what else the leader wants to know. As long as I know something, I will tell you everything. Jiang Cheng was actually shocked when he heard this. It was also the first time that he knew that there were so many masters in Dazhou. He waved his hand and said, "No, I want to sit down for a while. If you are okay, you can visit the base." "Yes, Chief." Qinyang was an old man and knew that Jiang Cheng was seeing off a guest, so he immediately stopped staying for a long time and walked towards the backyard downstairs with a thought. It wasn't until Qinyang left that Jiang Cheng sighed deeply. Compared with these forces, the high-end combat power of his Dawn base is still too weak. Nowadays, he and Luo Fan are the only ones in the base who have truly reached the 3rd level. Maya Papas is not among them. Although Chi has been injected with the 3rd level awakening potion, there is still some time before he can break through the 3rd level. Let's wait for now. Jiang Cheng still plans to wait. After all, the stronger the foundation is, the stronger he will be when he breaks through in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng made a thought and walked downstairs into the energy conversion furnace. After all, he got a lot of crystal stones during his trip to Zhoudu. Enter the transformation room. All the crystals obtained by Zhoudu were poured into the transformation furnace. Soon, several numbers popped up. Energy points plus 225000000. Energy points plus 3992400000. Remaining energy points 892, 639, 800. After redeeming it, Jiang Cheng returned to the gym and secretly said, "Open the base mall." Ding. The base mall is open. A mechanical sound sounded. Product column. The first lower-level universe manual, 100 billion energy points. The first universe humanities and technology map encyclopedia. For sale with broken bones. Reserved. Level 5 gene enhancement potion, 100 W energy points. Quantity, 5. After use. Each attribute increases by 50 points, has a certain antivirus ability, and can increase arousal by 60%. Level 6 Eye of Doomsday Data, 3000 W energy points. After use, it can observe the combat power of creatures below level 6 mutants, and can be superimposed with the level 5 Eye of Doomsday Data. Level 5 Space Ring, 1000 W energy points. Contains space-time technology, can store objects. Volume 10,000 cubic meters. Level 1 Time Hut, 100 W energy points. The time ratio with the outside world is 10:1, and the aura concentration is synchronized with the Doomsday base. Level 5 Doomsday Smart Armor, 100 million energy points. Can release Magnetic Shield, unbreakable at level 5. Can release Energy Cannon. The power is comparable to a full blow at level 5. Energy Cannon can be used every day. 3. Level 2 Farming Robot, 2000 energy points. Quantity, 10. Can manage 500 acres of land alone every day, automatically replenishing energy. Level 4 Doomsday Warrior, 50 W energy points. Quantity, 5. Strength is comparable to level 4 mutants, 100% loyal, can absorb sunlight to restore energy on its own, and possesses ordinary human wisdom. Level 2 Violent Blood Potion, 2000 energy points. Quantity, 10. After use, physical attributes will be tripled, and the effect will last for 10 minutes. Side effects. Within 6 hours, the overall combat strength is halved. Looking at the first column of the base mall, Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly. Sure enough, after consuming 1 million energy points, the first lower-level universe manual was retained. As for other products, there is nothing particularly outstanding. He said directly, "Remove the first column of products and clear the product column." Ding. Do you want to spend 14754 W energy points to purchase goods? Bot. Ding. The items will be distributed within 2 meters of the host. Please collect it in time. The mechanical sound fell, white light flickered, and a pile of items appeared in the center of the gym. First, there were 5 metal syringes filled with blood-red medicine. Jiang Cheng directly took out 2 of them and thrust them into his arms. Soon, his attribute bar changed. Wisdom, 580.5, 655.5. Strength, 50,392.5, 50,557.5. Agility, 1,389.6, 1,464.6. Spirit, 1747.4, 1832.4. Superpower, Level 3 Creation, Awakening Degree 4.8%. Level 2 Super Speed Regeneration, Awakening Degree 5%. Level 1 Time Stillness 10%. The second item is the Level 6 Doomsday Data Eye, which is still a contact lens case. Jiang Cheng puts it on with ease. The third item is the Level 5 Space Ring, which is still a metal ring. The only difference is that it is inlaid with 5 transparent gems. Jiang Cheng immediately replaced the item from the Level 4 Space Ring to the Level 5 Space Ring. The third item is a golden metal door. Jiang Cheng put it on the wall of the gym. Ding! The time cabin is integrated. A mechanical prompt sounded. In total, his gym has integrated 3 cabins, namely, the Level 1 Gravity Cabin, the Level 1 Time Cabin, and the Level 2 Spiritual Cultivation Cabin. Next, Jiang Cheng put 9 Level 2 farming robots into the Level 1 Small World to turn the soil with the Level 1 farming robot, and the remaining Level 2 farming robot stayed in the Level 6 cultivation room to take care of the crops. The fifth item was a sci-fi armor with gold and black colors. Just a light touch, the Level 5 Doomsday armor turned into metal particles attached to the skin surface, completely protecting the whole body. At the same time, an intelligent voice sounded. Level 5 Doomsday armor is worn. Armor number 1 is at your service. Can the armor be hidden? Jiang Cheng couldn't help asking. After all, such armor looks cool, but wearing it all the time is almost like a COS, and he doesn't want to die. Ding! The hidden function is turned on. The mechanical sound sounded again, and soon, the armor on the body slowly faded and turned into a black watch the size of a sports bracelet worn on the wrist. As for the remaining blood-burst potion, Jiang Cheng didn't even look at it and put it directly into the space ring. Finally, there were 5 Level 4 Doomsday Warriors, 4 of whom looked like women and 1 looked like a man. You guys are responsible for protecting Lin Ro, Qing Wan, Zhang Ya, Lu Xinru, and Old Man Yang. Yes, Master. Soul Base. Standing in front of the portal, Chiyue frantically rubbed her red hair until it was messy, and then asked tentatively, Soul, are we embarrassed enough like this? Han Sheng looked at Chi-Chi's appearance with a speechless expression on his face, but he still said objectively, Master of the base, with my master's character, as long as you go to ask for help, I will not respond. Then you should have told me earlier, which made me mess up my hair. Chi-Chi complained dissatisfiedly, then directly opened the portal and strode through. As a dazzling light flashed before his eyes, familiar scenery appears in front of you. He quickly said to the miniature communication device, Chief, help me. I'm dying. Jiang Cheng's slightly magnetic voice sounded in the headset. What's wrong? Chi-Chio said with a mournful face. Soul is too dangerous. I really want to cry. Okay, it's too bad to sell less. Come to the gym. Okay. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Judging from Jiang Cheng's tone, she really wouldn't blame him, so she hurried downstairs. Not long after, he appeared at the door of the gym. No knocks yet. A voice sounded from inside. Okay, stop standing at the door and come in quickly. Yes, leader. Chi-Chio looked solemn, and then immediately opened the door and entered. What caught his eye was Jiang Cheng, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the gym practicing. Chi-Chi strode over, then his face fell, and he said, Chief, you have to find someone to help me. Jiang Cheng exhaled, slowly opened his eyes and said softly, What happened? That's right. In July, he explained the whole story clearly, and finally said with a sad face, Anyway, you know the result. All the Doomsday Warriors stationed at the base were wiped out, and if they hadn't stood behind me, I probably wouldn't have been able to come back. Yes, I understand. Jiang Cheng nodded. In fact, he had already thought of the dangers in Seoul, but he didn't expect that a 4th-level spiritual beast would appear just a few days ago. It just so happened that Qin Yang had just joined the base. Jiang Cheng's mind suddenly moved, and he said directly to the micro-contact device, Sister Ya, tell Lao Qin to come to the gym. I have something to explain. Yes. Zhang Ya's intellectual voice sounded. Old Qin, new member? Chi-Chi asked cautiously. Jiang Cheng said angrily. You guy, someone is coming over soon. Remember to say hello. Oh. Chi-Chi secretly rolled her eyes. Not long after, an old man with white beard and hair walked in, The excitement on his face had not dissipated. It was obvious that he had gained a lot in the backyard. However, seeing a strange man next to Jiang Cheng, the smile on his face instantly faded, and he turned to calmly say, "Chief, what's the matter?" Jiang Cheng pointed to Chiyue beside him and said, "Let me introduce you first. This is the base master of our Seoul sub-base under Dawning Base. He is also the captain of the 6th guard team of our Dawning Guard, Chiyue." After introducing Chi-Chi to Qin Yang, Jiang Cheng said to Chi-Chi, "This is Qin Yang who just joined our Dawn base. His strength is the invincible Grand Master, which is equivalent to the level of a 5th-level awakened person. He is also known as Qin Yang. I am appointed as the captain of the 13th Guards of the Dawn Guards. Also, you should respect Lao Qin from now on. He is old enough to be your great-grandfather. 5th, level 5 strength." Chi-Chi was shocked and tongue-tied when she heard these 2 words. What is the concept of 5th level? The spiritual beasts Yajin and the red-eyed giant rock that originally attacked their Dawn base were at the 5th level, and their strength was almost heaven-destroying. Looking at the surprised Chiyue, a touch of pride flashed across Qin Yang's face. For now, among the captains of Dawn base that he has seen, the ones with the highest strength are at the 3rd level. As a 5th level, he has a natural advantage, and it is inevitable that he will be reused in the future. That's it for now. Old Qin, something happened over there in July. I'll give you a temporary task. This can be considered your first task. You are responsible for assisting July in cleaning up the spirit beasts in the Seoul base and reorganizing the Seoul base. 1 month. Jiang Cheng looked at Qin Yang. It's not impossible, it's just. Qin Yang hesitated. Seemingly sensing Qin Yang's worries, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "A portal has been established between Seoul base and Shuguang base. You can return to the base to practice at night." "Thank you, Chief." After Qin Yang finished speaking, he waved his black robe and said to Chiyue beside him, "Without further ado, Captain Chiyue, let's set off." "Okay, Qin. Captain." Chiyue responded, then rubbed his hands carefully, looked at Jiang Cheng embarrassedly, and said, "What about the leader, my lost Doomsday Warrior? Look at." Jiang Cheng said angrily, "For the 200 Doomsday Warriors you lost, I will replenish you with 200 second-level Doomsday Warriors. This should be enough, right?" "Hee, the leader still cares about me and promises to complete the task." Chiyue puffed up his chest, saluted, and then ran happily outside the gym. Seeing Chi-Chi's relaxed tone when communicating with Jiang Cheng, Qin Yang was thoughtful. Soon, the two passed through the portal one after another. Qin Yang once again felt the impact of technology. As soon as he entered the Hanchang sub-base in July, he began to introduce. "Old Qin, since you have joined our Shuguang base, from now on, we are a family. One family does not speak 2 different languages. From now on, we will talk about martial arts. For matters related to cultivation, I have to rely on you," Qin Yang said calmly. Easy to say. When Chi-Chi heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter, and then he said, "Without further delay, please ask Lao Qin to follow me to fight that beast." Jiang Cheng sighed. "Wait until Qin Yang and Chiyue leave." Jiang Cheng looked at the blue door in the corner and pushed it open directly. September 4th, 2022. Jiang Cheng got up early, took out a small Rubik's Cube from the space ring, and thought about it. In an instant, he appeared in the first-level small world. Put your feet on the ground and look around. Under the care of 9 level 2 farming robots and 1 farming robot, nearly half of the originally flat land has been turned over. Inhale gently, and the air is still mixed with soil. Who is the fragrance of green grass? Nodding secretly, Jiang Cheng exited the first-level small world, went directly to the cultivation room to take out the aura rice seeds, and then entered the small world again. Summoning all the farming robots, Jiang Cheng distributed the seeds one by one, and then said, "These seeds must be taken care of, and there should be no mistakes." "Yes, master." The second-level farming robots responded mechanically. Jiang Cheng nodded and exited directly after delivering the seeds. Then he inspected the base and reviewed the documents sent by Zhangya. According to data records, 3 hunting team captains in Dawn Base have passed the mission hall, exchanged for first-level awakening potions, and successfully became awakened once. There are 223 survivors who have completed 2 injections of first-level genetic enhancement agents. 54 survivors completed an injection of agility potion. 30 survivors completed the injection of the first-level ancient virus agent. Overall, excluding these non-awakened people, the number of awakened people in the base reached 61. After reading the document, Jiang Cheng glanced at the tasks in the character hall, thought about it, and added 2 more. 200 zombie crystals can be exchanged for a piece of chi napping technique. 3,000 crystals can be exchanged for a small return pill. After adding it, Jiang Cheng looked at the document with a look of satisfaction on his face. From now on, let the members who join the Dawn Guard start directly with Xianyuan Gong. September 6, 2022. Because it was autumn, the morning sun came out later than usual, and it was also the time for the second commodity exchange with Zhou. Jiang Cheng sat in the gym, opened the permanent product column, and said directly, "System, exchange me for 2,000 first-level ancient virus vaccines, 5,000 first-level genetic enhancement potions, 2,000 second-level genetic enhancement potions, and third-level genetic enhancement potions. 500 pieces, 5,000 first-level awakening potions, 2,000 second-level awakening potions, 1,000 first-level recovery potions, 1,000 first-level doomsday pistols, 1,000 first-level doomsday submachine guns, 5,000 second-level doomsday submachine guns, and first-level doomsday guns. 1,000 bombs, 5,000 level 2 doomsday bombs, 5,000 sets of level 1 doomsday armor, 5,000 level 1 mecha energy supply cubes, 2,000 sets of level 2 doomsday armor, 2,000 level 2 mecha energy supply cubes, and level 1 doomsday armor. 2,000 tang knives, 1,000 level 2 doomsday tang knives, 500 small return pills, 10,000 rounds of level 1 doomsday bullets, and 5,000 rounds of level 2 doomsday bullets. Looking at the list of exchanged items, Jiang Cheng nodded secretly and said directly, "That's almost it. System, how many energy points are needed?" Ding. 305,860,000 required. The system replied, "Okay, buy it directly." Ding. The purchase was successful after spending 305,860,000 energy points. The remaining energy points are 439,239,800 energy points. Continue to redeem 600 small return pills for me. Ding. 144,000 energy points were consumed, and the exchange was successful. The sound of the system fell, and a mountain of weapons, ammunition, and genetic potions appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. After entering the space ring, Jiang Cheng took Yang Rui and Yang Dad with him. After a few words of explanation, he set off towards Zhou. At the same time, Zhou, Imperial City. Because of the last transaction, the overall strength of the Imperial City has been improved, adding more than 100 first-level awakeners and 12 second-level awakeners. Since Jiang Cheng left, Commander-in-Chief Wang Jiangwo and Director General of the Special Affairs Bureau Zheng Ping respectively ordered that the entire army should focus on collecting crystals as their top priority. After 3 days of full-scale collection by 100,000 people, as well as the zombies collected in that battle, the Imperial City collected another 1 million ordinary zombie crystals, 200,000 mutated zombie crystals, and 800 first-level zombie crystals. 50 second-level zombie crystals, 900,000 ordinary spirit beast crystals, 150,000 abnormal spirit beast crystals, 100 first-level spirit beast crystals, and 15 second-level spirit beast crystals. At this time on the Imperial City wall, several soldiers were on guard and chatting excitedly in low voices. "Li Xiang, have you heard about the Longya Special Forces camp?" A young soldier said excitedly to a young man in his early 20s with a dark face and lazy eyes next to him. Li Xiang held the gun, curled his lips, and said, "I said Chen Xiao, why are you so excited? What can happen to you?" The soldier named Chen Xiao lowered his voice and said, "You don't even know this. It has spread throughout the army. It seems that the 5 commanders of the Special Operations Battalion went to find the commander-in-chief and then became awakened ones." Oh, a gleam flashed in Li Xiang's lazy eyes, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. He pretended not to care and said, "What does that mean? Are you stupid?" Chen Xiao looked at Li Xiang with a look of a fool on his face, and then said, Don't you know how difficult it is to awaken? It's good to have 1 or 2 awakenings among 1,000 people. Think back to those days. Our 150,000 Imperial City soldiers lost more than 50,000, and only a few hundred were awakened. And after the 5 battalion commanders went to the commander-in-chief's office, they were all able to awaken. This means that the commander-in-chief has something that can make people 100% awaken. Li thought. But what does that have to do with us? The relationship is over. Yesterday, my distant cousin from the Special Affairs Bureau told me that as long as ordinary soldiers perform well, they will have a chance to awaken. Chen Xiao said in a low voice. I think you still think too much about how big the awakening is. Even if there is something in the Imperial City that can make people awaken, it will never be our turn. Li Xiang said helplessly. Okay, that seems to be what you said. Chen Xiao, who was originally excited, suddenly became depressed. But Li Xiang turned around and looked thoughtful. He had secretly written down Chen Xiao's words and said to himself, it seems that I have to find an opportunity to visit the commander-in-chief's office. In addition to the soldiers, the Special Affairs Bureau has also undergone major changes recently. The 6 heads of the Guwu family came with their disciples, and the Special Affairs Bureau added 6 more bureaus. Not only that, the Special Affairs Bureau is also expanding its recruitment. From the beginning, the number of more than 100 people in each bureau has increased to more than 320 people. Of course, the new members who have joined do not yet have skills for them to practice, and can only be regarded as reserve personnel. And at this time, inside the General Administration of Special Affairs. Mom, why did you ask me to come here? I still have a lot of things to do in the game, and I am very busy. Yang Liang glanced at the angry woman next to him and said to his mother. But before Zheng Ping could speak, the woman next to her couldn't help it. I said, Yang Liang, do you hate me so much? Zhao Xiaofeng said a little annoyed. Yang Liang sneered twice and turned his head. You? Zhao Xiaofeng was anxious to speak. All right, Zheng Ping raised her voice and said calmly. You are already in your 50s, and you are still acting like a child. Having said this, he looked at Yang Liang and said, Lianger, no matter how much Xiaofeng forced you to do so, you still gave birth to her for my Yang family. And it's been so many years, so you should let it go. Mom, if it hadn't been for her, Xinlan wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. Yang Liang said unwillingly. Okay, if that woman really cares about you, she will come back to see you at least once after all these years. Zheng Ping said irritably, and simply said, Okay, let's talk about business first. Those members of the 6 ancient martial arts families, what do you think, old man? What do you think? I stood upside down and had diarrhea. Yang Liang wanted to complain, but after thinking about it, he said, Mom, since the 6 ancient martial arts families have joined Dawn, we shouldn't suppress them too much. I think we can just maintain the status quo. Zheng Ping looked at Zhao Xiaofeng and said, Xiaofeng, what do you think? Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head. At present, our power is still too weak. Even if we take away half of the rights in their hands, you know the strength of those of ours who are really interfering. I think it is better to let go than to suppress them. Withdraw our people, and then cut the positions of the 6 major families in the Special Affairs Bureau, which can be regarded as a goodwill released by our imperial city. Zhao Xiaofeng, do you know what you are talking about? Yang Liang suddenly became anxious. Zhao Xiaofeng squinted at Yang Liang and said disapprovingly, It's better to block than to open up, as long as the power is in our hands. Impossible, Yang Liang retorted. Zheng Ping rubbed her temples and said a little troubled. Okay, let me think about it for now. The newly opened special event is within 3 rounds. The heads of the 6 major families sat together with different expressions on their faces. Zhao Chun was the first to speak. Hey, you said that my ancestor has been following the leader for so long, so there won't be any accidents, right? Qian Shui frowned and said, No, I think the leader is still okay. Hearing this, Li Changhe said angrily, Old Qian, why are you so naive? Do you really believe what others say? Qian Shui spread his hands and said, What can you do if you can't believe it? Now that they have settled in the imperial city, our biggest backer is the leader. Actually, what Lao Qian said is true. We can only choose to believe it now. Sunin, the head of the Sun family on the side, said helplessly, Well, to be honest, I, Zhou Huai, have never been so cowardly. I am a dignified patriarch of the Guwu family. Although I am now the director of the 7th Special Affairs Bureau, the deputy bureau in the Imperial City is really incapable of doing anything. There are 4 captains who have been brought here. I really don't want to say that they don't even have the innate realm, yet they dare to look down on me. If it weren't for the sake of the leader, I would really. Zhou Huai sighed. As soon as these words came out, the other clan leaders began to complain. However, while they were chatting, a mechanical roar sounded outside the door. Suddenly, several clan leaders stopped talking. They looked at each other, remained silent, and walked outside together. In the square of the reception hall number 1, a huge triangular aircraft was parked on it. The soldiers in the Imperial City were already familiar with this. Steam. The hatch opens. Jiang Cheng jumped down from the hatch with a light body, followed closely by Yang Rui, who jumped down excitedly. The last one to get down was Father Yang. Dad. Yang Rui happily ran up and down to Yang Liang and shouted obediently. At this time, another female voice came from the side. Damn girl, can't you even call me mom? Yang Rui immediately turned her head, with a look of surprise on her face, and said, Mom, you're here too. It's too late to see me now. Zhao Xiaofeng crossed her arms, turned her head, and snorted, pretending to be slightly angry. Yang Rui hurriedly hugged Zhao Xiaofeng's arm and said coquettishly, Mom, I haven't seen you for a long time. After saying that, he put his head to Zhao Xiaofeng's ear and whispered, Mom, let me tell you quietly, Jiang Cheng brought a lot of good things this time. Good stuff? Zhao Xiaofeng frowned slightly and couldn't help but said, Is it the kind of potion that can make people awaken? Speaking of this, Zhao Xiaofeng became a little angry. Last time, this guy Yang Liang negotiated a deal with Wang Zhengwo without saying anything, and he still used public funds. After that, the overall strength of the special game increased greatly, and the number of first-order awakened people alone increased by 50. There were also a few more second-level awakeners, which made her feel very aggrieved. She was determined not to let Yang Liang get ahead of her again. Thinking about it, Zhao Xiaofeng softened her tone, turned to look at Yang Rui pitifully, and said, You have to help Mom this time. You didn't give me any of the things your dad got last time. As soon as these words came out, Yang Liang secretly said that something bad had happened. If this were to happen in the second round to Special Affairs, he might have to be crushed again in the Special Affairs round after he managed to stand up. Then he wanted to speak. Who knew that Yang Rui spoke before him? Mom, wrap it up on me. Zhao Xiaofeng immediately slapped Yang Rui on her face with a smile as bright as a flower. Suddenly, Yang Rui's little face turned red from the kiss. Seeing this, Yang Liang couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily to Zhao Xiaofeng, Despicable. You're still dirty. Zhao Xiaofeng scolded. You took advantage of the situation. Yang Liang pointed at Zhao Xiaofeng and said tremblingly. Zhao Xiaofeng simply ignored Yang Liang, pulled Yang Rui, and said with a smile, Please introduce this little brother Jiang Cheng to Mom. Mom. While the mother and daughter were laughing quietly, Mrs. Zheng coughed lightly and said solemnly, Is Chief Jiang coming here with that batch of goods? Jiang Cheng smiled lightly and said, Of course. Okay, little friend Jiang, please come in and we'll talk in detail. Mrs. Zheng said seriously. Jiang Cheng cupped his hands and glanced at the 6 Guwu family patriarchs who were looking at him pitifully. Mrs. Zheng understood immediately and said loudly and calmly, As the defense force of the Imperial City, several directors should also come in and listen. Upon hearing this, the 6 Guwu family patriarchs all cast grateful glances at Jiang Cheng. Mrs. Zheng then said to Li Chongying, who was in the Special Affairs Department, Shao Li, go to the General Command Room in the Imperial City and call Commander Wang over. Yes, Director General. Li Chongying nodded and trotted away immediately. Zheng Ping led Jiang Cheng to sit down in the reception hall number 1, but this time, Mrs. Zheng sat on the host's seat. Jiang Cheng sat on the guest's seat. Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Liang sat under them. And the 6 people behind them, the family patriarch was divided into 2 rows and sat down at once. Father Yang and Yang Rui's grandson sat at the end as melon eaters, chatting quietly. Xiao Feng served tea to Chief Jiang. Mrs. Zheng said calmly, Yes, Director General. Zhao Xiaofeng stood up in surprise. but soon understood that the old lady asking her to pour tea was equivalent to pulling her in front of Jiang Cheng to recognize her face, so that she could have a better understanding of the future development of the Second Bureau of Special Affairs. It was also beneficial, so he stood up respectfully, picked up a kettle beside him, walked to Jiang Cheng, and said with a smile, "Chief Jiang, these are the hair tips picked in early spring this year. The soup is crystal clear and has a clear fragrance. Try it, look." As he finished speaking, his waist was slightly bent, his collar opened, and a touch of Snow White came into view. Then he tilted the kettle, and the tea poured down. Suddenly, the teacup was steaming, and the soup turned golden and emerald at a speed visible to the naked eye, because it was brewed with boiling water. After soaking, as the steam rises, the fragrance lingers faintly. Just smelling it makes you feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Cheng smiled calmly and looked at the charming young woman in front of him. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He then put the teacup down and said with a slight smile, "The tea is good. What a stable boy," Zhao Xiaofeng thought to herself. Although it was not the first time she met Jiang Cheng, it was the first time she had met him head-on. She had only tried to test him out just now, but she didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be unmoved by the beauty. This made Zhao Xiaofeng take a high look. Feeling satisfied in his heart, Zhao Xiaofeng looked at Jiang Cheng with a more sincere look. Then Zhao Xiaofeng handed the teapot to the team members beside him and said, "Xiao Zhou, pour tea for all the directors." Zhou Hu quickly took the teapot and said, "Yes, director." Just as Zhou Hu was pouring tea one by one, a cheerful voice pushed open the door and entered. "Little friend Jiang, it's so easy to wait for." Wang Zhengwo laughed, followed by Deputy Commander-in-Chief Lu Weigua and 5 battalion commanders of the Longya Special Operations Battalion. Jiang Cheng stood up, stretched out his hand, and replied with a slight smile. "Commander Wang has not seen you for a few days, and he is more energetic and energetic." "Ha ha, easy to say, easy to say." Wang Zhengwo laughed and waved his hand, signaling the battalion commander behind him. The battalion commander understood and immediately brought a chair and placed it next to Jiang Cheng. "Come on, Jiang Xiaoyu, let's talk slowly." Wang Zhengwo pulled Jiang Cheng to sit down, and the transaction officially began. Jiang Cheng was too lazy to be polite and said directly, "I won't say anything else. This is the list of items this time." As he said that, he flicked the list lightly. Immediately, the list was wrapped in a stream of true energy and fell accurately into Yang Rui's hands. This, Yang Rui, who was originally chatting and laughing with Old Man Yang, was stunned when she looked at the list in her hand and Jiang Cheng's smiling eyes. Old Man Yang next to her quietly pushed Yang Rui and said, "Girl, don't be stunned. Read the list out." Okay. Yang Rui finally reacted and hurriedly picked up the list and read it out. This time, the Shuguang base brought a total of 2,000 first-level ancient virus vaccines, 5,000 first-level gene enhancement drugs. Every time an item was read out, it was like a hammer hitting everyone's heart hard. Yang Rui continued to read. 2,000 second-level gene enhancement drugs, 500 third-level gene enhancement drugs, 5,000 first-level awakening drugs, 2,000 second-level awakening drugs. Hearing this, Wang Zhengwo took a breath of cold air. Hiss! 5,000 first-level awakening potions. That means they can have at least 5,000 more first-level awakeners, and 2,000 second-level awakening potions. That means 2,000 second-level awakeners. If this transaction is successful, the strength of their imperial city will definitely increase greatly, and it will be easier to conquer Zhoudu in the future. 50,000 second-level doomsday bullets. Soon, Yang Rui finished reading the last item, and Wang Zhengwo took a deep breath and said, "I wonder how many crystals Chief Jiang Cheng needs for this batch of goods." After this, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Cheng. 3,058,600,000 ordinary zombie crystals. Jiang Cheng crossed his legs and reported a number with a smile. 3 billion. Wang Zhengwo took a breath of cold air again. 3 billion ordinary zombie crystals. I wonder if their inventory is enough. Seemingly aware of Wang Zhengwo's worries, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "According to the crystal inventory reported to me by Mr. Wang last time, we only need 4.2768 million mutant zombie crystals, 1.1 million at the first level, and 2.2 million at the first level. 2.7 million pieces at the first level, 70,000 pieces at the second level, 80,000 pieces at the second level, 50,000 pieces at the second level, 15 level 3 zombie crystals, 10 million ordinary spirit beast crystals, mutated spirit beasts 6.4 million, 600,000 first level spiritual beast crystals, 300,000 first level spiritual beast crystals, 100,000 first level spiritual beast crystals, and 35,133 second level spiritual beast crystals. After saying that, Jiang Cheng added, "These items are still at the last price, with a 20% discount for the Imperial City. I wonder what Mr. Wang thinks." "No problem," Wang Jingwo said very simply. Jiang Cheng was able to offer this price, which was completely acceptable to him, and as long as he took Jiang Cheng's batch of supplies, he was afraid that he would not be able to obtain the zombie crystals. "Mr. Wang is so cool," Jiang Cheng exclaimed in praise. But at this moment, Zhao Xiaofeng, who was silent, said, "As for this batch of supplies, I, the Second Bureau of Special Affairs, require 1/3 of them." "Zhao Xiaofeng, you are crazy. You want 1/3 of such a large batch of supplies. Can you swallow it in the second round?" Yang Liang lost his voice. Wang Jingwo pondered for a moment and then said, "The First and Second Bureau of Special Affairs are currently staffed with 8 brigade captains, 24 squadron captains, 72 squad captains, and 216 team members. The full number is 320, plus the director and deputy director, too. There are no more than 322 people, so I can make the decision. The first level awakening potion can be injected by all low-level team members. The squad leader, squadron leader, and group leader, and 2 directors can distribute the second level awakening potion. The rest too much is a waste of resources." Once these words are spoken, it is equivalent to excluding the rest of the Special Affairs Bureaus except Special Affairs 1 and Special Affairs 2. Not only Zhao Xiaofeng, but also Yang Liang frowned. The heads of the 6 ancient martial arts families looked like they were watching a good show. Anyway, after joining the Special Affairs Bureau, they understood that if any good thing happened, it would never be their turn, so they didn't care about these supplies. They just wanted to watch the fun. As the general director, Zheng Ping said in a low voice, "Commander Wang, is this too unfair? Our Special Affairs Bureau currently has 8 bureaus with a total of 2,576 people. It is impossible to only supply Special Affairs 1 and 2. Hearing this, Zhao Chun, as the director of the 3rd Special Affairs Bureau, was not afraid of taking too many troubles and said hurriedly, "I mean, when I joined, I said that resources should be distributed fairly and not favor one over another. I agree with Director Qian's statement." Qian Shui raised his hand. "Sunan, me too. Li Changhe, I agree. Zhou Huai, I agree too. Wu Zheng, I agree." After hearing these words, Wang Jingwo, Zheng Ping, Yang Liang, and Zhao Xiaofeng all fell silent. It is true that it was admitted at the beginning that the distribution of other Special Affairs Bureaus should be the same as that of the Special Affairs Bureau, but in this way, the items distributed to the children of the 6 major families were a bit too much. 6 families, totaling 966 people. It was Zheng Ping who finally spoke. "This matter is of great importance, and the result cannot be discussed for a while, so we can only make further arrangements." Having said this, Zheng Ping looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile and said, "Besides, it's not easy for little friend Jiang Cheng to come to Zhoudu. You must be tired. Why don't I ask Xiaorui to take you around the Imperial City for a while? Is it feasible?" "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. He is only responsible for collecting crystal stones. As for the distribution of items, that is the Imperial City's own business. The understanding dispersed. Zheng Ping, Wang Jingwo, Yang Liang, and Zhao Xiaofeng left in a hurry, leaving only the heads of the 6 major families looking at each other. Jiang Cheng, who was standing outside the reception hall, glanced at the 6 major families in the room, thought for a while, and said, "Miss Yang, wait for me for 10 minutes. I have some things that need to be dealt with." "Okay, hurry up then." Yang Rui's original enthusiasm suddenly disappeared, but she thought it would only last 10 minutes, so she mumbled and replied, After Jiang Cheng nodded, he walked directly into the reception hall. When the clan leaders saw this, they were about to kneel down. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said, I will waive the common etiquette. I will simply explain a few things. First, you can rest assured that Qin Yang is fine. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, several clan leaders also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were still very panicked before seeing Qin Yang. As masters who had guarded the 6 major families for hundreds of years, they could not live without Qin Yang. And once Qin Yang died in Shuguang, it meant that their 6 major families would suffer disaster. Second thing, here are another 600 small return pills. Each of your families will share 100. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and 60 milky white porcelain bottles were piled randomly on the ground. He said, each bottle contains 10 small returning pills. You can pick them up each. Looking at the piles of Xiaohuan Dan on the ground, everyone in the 6 major families fell silent. It was the first time they saw hundreds of small returning pills being piled randomly on the ground. If other ancient martial arts forces knew about this, they would definitely go crazy. The 6 clan leaders picked up 10 porcelain bottles with a tacit understanding, and then said in unison, "Thank you, Chief." The third thing is that as long as you behave yourself during this time in the Imperial City, you will have a steady supply of Xiaohuan Dan in the future, and you will even get more refined pills than Xiaohuan Dan. Jiang Cheng gave an instruction and turned away, leaving several clan leaders dumbfounded. It was not until Jiang Cheng left with Yang Rui that several elders reacted. "Old Zhao, try pinching me? I am not dreaming," Li Changhe said in a daze. The next moment, Zhao Chun, who was also in a daze, stretched out a hand, pinched a piece of meat on Li Changhe's waist, and then rotated it 360 degrees. Hiss! A piercing pain spread from his waist, making Li Changhe come back to his senses in an instant, and cursed, "Good Zhao Chun, I told you to pinch me to death." "Li Changhe, you asked for it yourself, it's none of my business. Besides, you didn't say how much force, how do I know how to apply it?" Zhao Chun spread his hands and said speechlessly, "You?" Li Changhe held the long sword at his waist. Zhao Chun also blew his beard and glared. "What? You want to fight? With your 3-inch thing, can you hurt me? FCKU." Just as the two of them were about to fight, the other clan leaders hurriedly pulled them back. Sun and said, "I say, you two, we have been friends for many years. Why do we have to fight? That's right. If we have the time, we might as well distribute these pills quickly. This time, my Zhou family has invested a lot of money, bringing several innate elders and hundreds of elite disciples." Zhou Huai said. After these words came out, several clan leaders looked at each other, and then walked out of the door tacitly, heading towards their respective special affairs bureaus. At the same time, on the path in the Imperial City, "Jiang Cheng, what do you think of Zhoudu?" Yang Rui asked curiously. "It's beautiful and has a sense of history." Jiang Cheng replied casually. He has been to Zhoudu 3 times. The first time was in elementary school, when my dad went on a team-building trip. The second time was after graduating from junior high school. The third time was after the college entrance examination. Except for the first time, the latter 2 trips were not very good. My impression of Zhoudu was just okay. Seeing Jiang Cheng's careless answer, Yang Rui also lost interest in chatting. She turned her head away, pouting and sulking. Outside the Imperial City, in the suburbs of Zhoudu, in front of a dilapidated temple less than 1 meter wide and covered with weeds on all sides, a 6 or 7-year-old boy knelt in front of the dilapidated temple and kowtowed 3 times respectfully to the statue inside. His childish voice slowly read, "Please bless my mother's illness to get better soon." After that, he kowtowed 3 more times respectfully, and finally took out a wrinkled instant noodle bag from his arms. He found it after being hungry for 3 days. He reluctantly placed it in front of the clay figurine in the temple, clasped his hands together, and said, "Grandpa Land, these are all the food I found now." After saying that, a faint white mist floated out from the land statue and floated towards the little boy. The next second, the little boy was refreshed, then kowtowed 3 times excitedly and ran away quickly. The instant noodle bag offered in front of the dilapidated temple, along with the packaging bag and the expired instant noodles inside, began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the meeting room of the General Command Room, Wang Jiangwo looked at the 3 people in front of him and said, "There are many people in our army. You can take 1/3 this time, and the remaining 2/3 will belong to us." Yang Liang could not sit still immediately and said directly, "Old man, Your appetite is too big. Our Special Affairs Bureau has more than 2,000 people now. You want to take two-thirds at once. Isn't it too much? Zhao Xiaofeng also frowned, but did not speak. Wang Zhengwo smiled and said, You have more than 2,000 people, and our army has 100,000 people. Who is more excessive? At this time, Zheng Ping finally couldn't help but say, Don't argue. So this batch of materials will be given priority to Special Affairs 1 and Special Affairs 2, including our people in the other 6 bureaus. Let the rest of the Guwu family find a way themselves. How about it? It has to be Director Zheng. Wang Zhengwo rarely flattered. Zheng Ping said in a calm voice, Okay, the matter is settled like this. It's better to be early than late. We will distribute the materials in a while, so that some people don't always worry about it. The 4 people distributed the materials. In the Special Affairs Bureau, 50 people have been injected before, and the remaining 271 people who have not been injected, the bottom team members, each person will receive a first-level awakening potion, which is 216 in total. The team leader can be allocated a first-level awakening potion and a second-level gene enhancement potion. The squadron leader can be allocated 2 second-level gene enhancement potions and a first-level awakening potion, and the captain can be allocated 2 second-level awakening potions and a third-level awakening potion. Special Affairs Bureau 2 will be allocated according to the above. Just as several people were distributing in full swing, the satellite phone in Wang Zhengwo's arms suddenly rang. Commander-in-Chief, there has been progress in the research on the mysterious wreckage. The person in charge of the Imperial City No. 1 laboratory invites you to go. Wang Zhengwo's face sank and nodded. Okay, I know. Zheng Ping asked, What's the matter? Wang Zhengwo said seriously, It is very likely about the last zombie wave invasion. Hearing this, Zheng Ping's face also became serious. Without further delay, I'll go with you. Okay. The 2 of them stood up and walked out the door, leaving Zhao Xiaofeng and Yang Liang alone. But the 2 of them just looked at each other. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty? Zhao Xiaofeng said unhappily. Yang Liang, Beauty, where is the beauty? I only saw a yellow-faced woman. Yang Liang. While the 2 of them were arguing, Zheng Ping and Wang Zhengwo moved forward and passed through several checkpoints before they came to the core area of the underground of the Imperial City, the Imperial City Laboratory. The Imperial City Laboratory is divided into No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3, each of which studies different topics, while No. 1 laboratory studies relics. Especially half a month ago, they found the remains of suspected alien civilization from a ruin. After half a month of intensive research, they finally made a major breakthrough. As soon as Wang Zhengwo entered the laboratory, he asked, Dr. Zhou, what's going on? Dr. Zhou's name is Zhou Wei, and he is the head of the laboratory. He wears a white coat. The white hair on his head has almost fallen out, revealing the command center in the middle. His face is full of wrinkles, like ravines. He is now over 80 years old. It can be said that he has contributed his whole life to the great Zhou. Zhou Wei said with a serious face. You will know when you come and see. Wang Zhengwo and Zheng Ping walked forward. Looking at the location where Zhou Wei pointed, it was a huge culture dish. There was a huge humanoid head in the culture dish, about the size of a yoga ball. The whole head was gray, and there was a blue gem with a faint glow on the forehead. The eyes and the whites of the eyes were European black, like 2 bottomless black stones. The nose was high and the lips were exactly the same as human lips, but at this time the head seemed to be alive and spoke intermittently. The end of the world, the mysterious revival, the hunting ground of the Creator. He can speak Chinese? Wang Zhengwo couldn't help but say. Zhou Wei shook his head and said, No, he actually spoke an alien language, but through research, we found that their language has a special frequency band that allows people around them to quickly understand what they mean. So he is alive now? Wang Zhengwo asked. Zhou Wei shook his head. No. According to the Blue Star's judgment of death, he is actually biologically dead, but they seem to be different from any life form on the Blue Star, no, or a bit like salamanders. Their cells are omnipotent, but the growth cycle is slow, and their cells have a strong ability to infect, can assimilate surrounding objects, and can also activate organisms. Wang Zhengwo frowned. Can you put it in a more popular way? Zhou Wei said. Short limbs can regenerate, and any dead creature can be revived. Reviving dead creatures? Wang Jiangwo took a deep breath and said, "Doesn't that mean he has the ability to revive life?" Zhou Wei shook his head and said, "No, he just made the living me move in a simple sense, but it is not a true resurrection. In other words, the life form infected by their cells has lost its original characteristics and evolved into another species, just like zombies." Wang Jingwo blurted out. Zhou Wei's eyes lit up and said, yes, it is zombies. So we have reason to suspect that the zombie virus may not be a virus from our blue planet. But this guy translated as Binxing brought it to the blue planet in our ancient times. But for some reason, the virus has been frozen under the ice until it was activated in the first half of this year. Wang Jingwo asked, "This shouldn't be the main reason you came to me." Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Half, because tracing the origin of the virus will help us produce a large number of vaccines. Even if we can't produce vaccines, we can develop biological weapons against this type of virus-infected people." "What about the other half?" Wang Jingwo frowned. Zhou Wei said, "The other is this sapphire inlaid on the forehead of the Zhuobin star. It may be related to the zombie tide that broke out on September 2nd. Our machine detected that this blue stone emitted a supernatural energy fluctuation, and this energy ray can penetrate the shielding of any material. Especially on September 2nd, it had an energy burst, and it happened that the zombies attacked the Imperial City that day, so we concluded that there may be a connection between the two." Wang Jingwo recalled that the behavior of the zombies on that day was indeed very strange, as if they all had a common goal to rush towards this side. But in the past, as long as they didn't go out, such a large-scale zombie gathering would not often appear. After thinking for a while, Wang Jingwo asked, "Why did you call me here now?" "We detected gems with the same wavelength nearby, so we hope the commander-in-chief can arrange for someone to retrieve them." "How far away is it?" "Not much, about 1,000 kilometers to the southeast." "That's probably what happened." Wang Jingwo looked at Jiang Cheng with some embarrassment and said, "The Great Zhou dynasty is 1,000 kilometers southeast, which is probably near the territorial waters of Japan and Bangxi. With the power of our imperial city, we cannot face the unknown deep-sea beasts, so Jiang Xiaoyu, can you?" "How many crystal stones?" Jiang Cheng directly reported a number. Wang Jingwo was stunned and said quickly, "How about 1,000,000 zombie crystals?" Jiang Cheng was silent. Wang Jingwo watched, gritted his teeth, and continued reporting. 2,000,000 zombie crystals. This is the most we can come up with every week." Jiang Cheng remained silent. Wang Jingwo said simply, 2.5 million. We really can't get any more. No matter how much we get, we can't come up with it." Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, 2.8 million. "The number 250 is unlucky. I don't like it." "Deal," Wang Jingwo said, then looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "I don't know when Xiaoyu Jiang is going to leave. This matter is very urgent. How about 12 o'clock tonight?" Jiang Cheng thought for a while and asked, "Okay, at 12 o'clock tonight, I will arrange for people to come together here." After bidding farewell to Wang Jingwo, Jiang Cheng took Father Yang back to Shuguang. To be honest, with the current situation of Blue Star, he is not willing to take such a risk. After all, the area of the Blue Star Ocean is more than 2.4 times that of the land. In addition, after the spiritual energy is revived, the expansion of Blue Star directly leads to the unlimited area of the deep sea. Expanding, and there are far more species in the deep sea than on land. Once it enters the sea, the situation will only be more dangerous than Seoul. There was only one reason why he chose to go, and that was the words Wabinxing. After returning to Dawn Base, Jiang Cheng went straight into the energy conversion chamber and put in all the zombie crystals he had obtained in Zhoudu and the batch of spiritual bird crystals he had killed 3 days ago. Soon, several mechanical sounds sounded. Energy points plus 45,879 million. Energy points plus 840 million. Remaining energy points 47,158,095,800. Looking at the numbers on the panel that appeared in front of him, Jiang Cheng was stunned. He counted them one by one. 1, 10, hundreds, thousands, tens of millions, billions, billions, tens of billions. Hiss. He took a deep breath. He knew that this trip to Zhoudu would make him rich, but he didn't expect that the energy points would directly reach the tens of billions level. Transferred directly into the gym, Jiang Cheng took out a golden card, which was the last level 3 cracking accelerator card he had left, and said, "Open the level 3 biochemistry laboratory." Ding. Level 3 biochemical research laboratory. Level 3 gene enhancement potion. Cracked. Level 1 recovery potion. Cracked. Level 3 awakening potion. Remaining cracking time for 50:59:59. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation, "Use the accelerated cracking card to crack the 3rd level awakening potion." Moment. The level 3 cracking accelerator card turned into a golden stream of light and disappeared into the palm of the hand, and the next moment, a mechanical prompt sounded. "The 3rd level awakening potion has been cracked." As the beeps sounded, sure enough, the status bar behind the 3rd level awakening potion changed to 3 big words: cracked. Then, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Exchange for 23 3rd level awakening potions." Ding! 9.2 million energy points were consumed, and the exchange was successful. In the blink of an eye, 23 blood-red potions appeared in his hand. Putting it into the space ring, Jiang Cheng exchanged it for 100 2nd-level awakening potions and 1,000 1st-level awakening potions, consuming 8 million energy points. Redeem 3,000 2nd-level Doomsday Warriors and consume 1,200 W energy points. There were also a series of 1st-level recovery potions, 1st-level Tang Dao, 2nd-level Tang Dao, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-level gene enhancement potions, 2nd-level awakening potions, 1st-level awakening potions, etc., which were all exchanged for a total consumption of 32 million energy points. After doing this, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Upgrade the base to level 6. Ding. Do you want to spend 1,000 W energy points to upgrade the 6th level base? Upgrade. This upgrade will take 32 hours. Please be patient." After doing this, Jiang Cheng safely put the items into the space ring. Next, he prepared a large amount of spiritual water, spiritual beast meat, spiritual food, fruits and vegetables, and then ordered all captains, except Chiyue, Luo Fan, and other base owners who had been injected with level 3 gene enhancement potions, to called over. The call was also very simple. He directly took out 13 3rd-level awakening potions and distributed them. High-level spiritual beasts have been appearing recently. Your current 2nd-level strength is not enough to cope with the next difficulties. This is the 3rd-level awakening potion. Take all the super awakening potions and inject them. After the distribution, Jiang Cheng motioned for everyone to leave, leaving Zhang Yu alone in the gym. Jiang Cheng asked, "Sister Ye, what's Yi Tianxin's situation?" Seemingly hitting a certain point of laughter, Zhang Yu suddenly smiled and said, "I was about to tell you that Yi Tianxin wanted to meet you yesterday, but you have been very busy, so I didn't inform you for the time being." "Oh, what's his attitude?" Jiang Cheng asked with interest. "If a 4th-level awakener can be added, the strength of his base will be greatly increased." Zhang Yu smiled and said, 9 times out of 10. "Okay, let's go and have a look." And at this time, the health area of Shuguang Outer Base, a house only half a person's height, is right next to the toilet. Even though the toilet pit where thousands of people go to the toilet is cleaned every day, the faint smell of feces can be smelled within a 20-meter range. As for Yi Tianxin who lives in it, let alone. His eyes are covered with black cloth, his hair is messy, his hands are tied behind his back, his legs are tied to both sides in a straight line with ropes, his buttocks are hanging in the air, and he only has a thumb-sized piece of meat to sustain his life every day. He now looks half dead. Even the guards who are watching outside can't help but feel some sympathy when they see Yi Tianxin's miserable condition. "You said this kid is really hardcore. If it were me, I would have surrendered long ago." "Yeah, who said it wasn't?" Listening to the chat between the two guards, Yi Tianxin also felt bitter in his heart. "Damn, where am I hard? I surrendered a long time ago, but you didn't ask me." He cursed in his heart, but he said weakly, "I want to see your leader, let me see him. I have something to say." The voice was so low that people couldn't hear what he was saying. Just when he was gradually despairing, a voice suddenly came. "Go untie him. And this, feed him." As the man's voice sounded, Yi Tianxin felt his limbs loosen, and the black cloth covering his eyes was taken off. The light that entered his eyes instantly made him unable to open his eyes. At the same time as he was untied, a stream of sweet water flowed into his mouth. For a moment, Yi Tianxin felt indescribably cool all over his body, and a surge of strength surged in his body. Feeling the surge of strength, he hurriedly shouted, "Surrender! I surrender! I want to join Dawn. No one can stop me. Whoever stops me, I will be angry with him." After this shout, everyone present, including Jiang Cheng who rushed over, was stunned. This attitude was the first time he had seen it. "Are you sure you want to surrender?" Jiang Cheng was stunned for a long time and couldn't ask a word. Yi Tianxin might have been torn apart for too long. Just when he wanted to get up, he felt a pain in his crotch and fell to the ground. However, he still gritted his teeth and endured it, crawling to the front of Jiang Cheng. He hugged his thighs and cried, "I want to surrender." He had been tortured crazy these past few days. The two guards guarding him were so dedicated. As soon as they saw that the rope binding his legs was loosened a little, they immediately went up to reinforce it. Under the continuous tearing, he felt, "I almost lost consciousness in my bag. He is really suffering." Jiang Cheng was silent again. Seeing Jiang Cheng's silence, Yi Tianxin became even more panicked and cried, "Please let me join. I have a heart for the Dawn. If it doesn't work, you can just let me be an ordinary survivor." "All right." Jiang Cheng nodded with some sigh, then turned around and left with Zhang. At the end, he said, "Take him to the medical area, heal his injuries first, and then send him to Director Zhang." "Yes, leader." The two guards answered respectfully. After saying that, Jiang Cheng turned around and left directly. After Jiang Cheng had left for a long time, Yi Tianxin realized what he was doing and asked in a panic, "Brothers, what did the leader mean just now?" A guard said enviously, "Brother, congratulations," the leader agreed. "Yeah, with your strength, it's probably no problem to be a member of the escort team." Another guard said, I was selected," Yi Tianxin murmured, and then laughed like crazy. "Ha ha ha ha, I am finally selected. God, your eyes are finally open." Seeing Yi Tianxin's appearance, the two guards unconsciously took a step back. Jiang Cheng, who was far away, couldn't laugh or cry, and said to Zhang beside him, "This guy, I just locked him up for a few days. How exaggerated is it?" Uffed. Zhang covered her mouth and chuckled, and said angrily, "It's not all your bad idea. It's really wicked to let people live in doghouses. Who can stand that kind of low house? Besides, it's still half-hung." "Really?" Jiang Cheng pretended to be surprised, then turned around and said with a smile, "Build more kennels like this, and remember, they must surround the toilet." "Giggle, you are too bad." Zhang Ye's smile trembled wildly, and she let out a laugh like a silver bell. The two talked and laughed along the way, and soon they arrived at the gym. Jiang Cheng's smile faded, and he said with a serious face, "Sister Ye, I accepted a mission from Zhoudu. I am going to the Yellow Sea, which is very close to the Japanese and Bangzi countries. I don't know what lies ahead, so I will leave Dawning Base to you for the time being." After speaking, he handed over 2 level 3 gene enhancement potions and a level 5 gene enhancement potion and said, "These 2 gene enhancement potions can increase arousal by 40%, and this level 5 gene enhancement potion can increase arousal by 100%. 60-60 of the awakening level. Wait until you successfully advance to the 3rd level before injecting, so that the effect can be maximized. If you are in danger, you can inject these gene-enhancing potions in advance, which will help you quickly break through the 3rd level." "Right." Jiang Cheng took out another 3rd-level space ring and handed it over. "This is a 3rd-level space ring. It has 100 cubic meters of space. I leave it to you. There are also these 10 mysterious jade pills. You can take them after you break through the Xiantian." Looking at the items Jiang Cheng took out, Zhang Ye's beautiful eyes sparkled because Jiang Cheng gave her a feeling that would never come back. "If it's too dangerous, it's better to push it." Zhang Ye hesitated and said. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "You can't push it. There might be something I want there." For a moment, Zhang Ye was silent. After a long time, Zhang Ye slowly said, "Please pay attention to your own safety and don't be too pushy in everything. I will wait, and Tuanchuan will wait for you to come back." "Good." Jiang Cheng nodded heavily in agreement. After Zhang Ye left, Jiang Cheng called Lu Xinru again. Looking at the man sitting cross-legged in the gym, Lu Xinru said angrily, "You guy, you are finally willing to find me." Jiang Cheng opened his eyes, looked at Lu Xinru apologetically, and said, "Xinru, I'm sorry." Since he confirmed his relationship with Lu Xinru in Chudu, he hasn't been looking for her much in Shuguang. Even if he does, it's a matter of work. It can be said that although they are boyfriend and girlfriend, they behave like ordinary friends. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to look for it, but that as the spiritual energy recovers for a longer time, the changes on Blue Star become greater, and the evolution of those spiritual beasts becomes higher and higher. For the future of the base, he devoted himself to the development of the base. In order to improve everyone's strength, Lu Xinru was ignored. Before Jiang Cheng could fall silent, Lu Xinru walked over angrily, then put her hands on her hips and said, "Sorry, what's the use? Why don't we be more practical?" "What reality?" Jiang Cheng asked somewhat dully. Lu Xinru looked at Jiang Cheng's dazed look, feeling angry and amused, so she simply grabbed Jiang Cheng's neck and kissed him fiercely. Jiang Cheng was stunned when he smelled the woman's body fragrance. "I even don't know where to put my hands." But only for a few seconds. He reacted quickly again. He raised his eyebrows. How could his territory tolerate this woman's wantonness? He tightly hugged Lu Xinru's slender waist with both hands and began to work hard to conquer the city. The next moment, a shadow of a queen condensed in the corner of the wall, frowning at the man and woman in front of her, muttering, "Damn, master, are your hormones so strong?" As she said that, she pointed with one hand. The gym door was immediately locked. Then she glared at Jiang Cheng's direction, and the shadow of the queen slowly disappeared. Soon, a soft moan came out of the gym. For a long time. Lu Xinru collapsed in Jiang Cheng's arms, hugging the man's naked chest, and said with seductive eyes, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? I took a mission in Zhoudu, and I may have to go out to sea." Jiang Cheng said truthfully. When Lu Xinru frowned, Jiang Cheng said, "It will be at 12 o'clock tonight." Lu Xinru was surprised and said, "So soon?" Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Yes, there may be something about the Zhua Bin people there." Lu Xinru immediately said, "Then I will go with you. My healing ability has now broken through the second level, and it is not a problem to treat some serious injuries." Jiang Cheng shook his head and refused directly. "This trip to the sea is far from as simple as imagined. There may be monsters of the 4th, 5th, or even 6th levels. When the battle starts, I may not be able to take care of you. You should stay at the base." Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Lu Xinru was silent. "Okay, I know you are worried about me, but these are just my guesses. Maybe there is no danger." Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Xinru's silence, smiled and comforted, and then continued, "By the way, these things are for you." With that said, he took out a silver ring from the space ring and handed it over. "This is a 4th level space ring with 1,000 cubic meters of space. Hold it carefully." Jiang Cheng took out a few more items and said, "These are 2 level 3 gene strengthening potions, which can increase the awakening level by 40%, and this one is a 5th level gene strengthening potion, which can increase the awakening level by 60%. You can wait until you break through to level 3 before using them. If you encounter a strong enemy, you can use them directly, which will help you break through quickly. And this is a level 4 Tang Dao." Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng seemed to have thought of something and turned to himself. Soon, a gelatinous object appeared in his hand, and he gently held the back of Lu Xinru's hand, watching the slime-like slime in his hand slowly climb up the back of Lu Xinru's hand. It wasn't until the 4th level venom armor completely covered Lu Xinru's body that she said softly, "This is the 4th level venom armor. It can protect against attacks at the 4th level. If you encounter someone at the 4th level, don't show off and run to the base. I have stored the rest of the items in the space ring for you. You can rummage through them later." After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Lu Xinru leaned her head, her straight black hair hanging down, covering her pretty face, so she couldn't see clearly what she looked like at this time. But the next second, tick, a crystal teardrop fell on Jiang Cheng's clothes, making them wet. Jiang Cheng trembled, then sighed deeply and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I know. I'm waiting for you to come back." Lu Xinru raised her head and said with red eyes. At this point, Lu Xinru suddenly turned over and sat on Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and said, Xinru, you? Umph, I don't care. You'll be gone for who knows how long. I want to leave you in my thoughts. Lu Xinru said angrily. Listening to Lu Xinru's childlike angry words, Jiang Cheng couldn't laugh or cry and said, Aren't I going to die? I won't listen. Today, you have to listen to me. All right. Soon, a hormonal atmosphere began to fill the gym. Yellow Sea. It has been the territory of the Zhou dynasty since ancient times, and there are countless surrounding islands. However, because of the beautiful country, the Japanese country and Bangzi are like two mad dogs, wantonly occupying the surrounding islands. But the way of heaven is easy to reincarnate. No one will be spared by heaven. A wave of zombies swept across the world. The soldiers stationed on the islands of the Bangzi Kingdom and the Japanese Kingdom were almost wiped out. In the mainland, because of its small land area and high population density, 70% of the country's population was infected with zombies. Not only that, 3 consecutive days of heavy rain caused sea levels to rise, and tsunamis swept across the two countries, inundating all coastal cities. In this tsunami, another 15% of the survivors died, which transformed into zombies. The Yellow Sea at this moment is quiet and magnificent. Looking from top to bottom, it is a blue ocean with no edge. Suddenly, buzz! A huge humpback whale leaps high from the bottom of the sea, but if you look closely, you will find that this humpback whale is a little strange. Half of the head was exposed, with pieces of rotten flesh attached to it that shone with blue light. The tail swung. Puff! Water splashes. The whole body was exposed to the sun. At first glance, its body length reaches an astonishing more than 100 meters, just like a giant egg sailing on the sea, which is amazing. Wow! There was another splash of water. The humpback whale zombie submerged into the ocean. Except for the huge waves and white spray on the sea, it seemed as if the humpback whale had never appeared at all. Suddenly, Key Island near humpback whales. A woman's head poked out. After observing the surroundings, he lowered his voice and said to the companions behind him, Yamamoto-kun, Ito-kun, and Idagawa-kun, I suggest you act at night. Daytime is the peak period for the activities of zombies transformed by these sea beasts. If we acting now will definitely alarm the other party. After the words fell, Ito Kinto, who had one eye on Mari Nachan, immediately responded, Idagawa-kun, Nachan is right. I think the best time to act is at night. Baga, Ito-kun, don't you know that the guys from Beautiful Country and that shameless stick country have already taken action? If we take one step at night, our things might be snatched away by those bastards. Idagawa Taro cursed, and then added, Now, our country, Japan, is in crisis. Even if we risk our lives, we must seize the opportunity to obtain this divine object when the time comes. Speaking of this, Idagawa Taro said with some longing, We can stand up and become the masters, and we don't have to look at the faces of those white-skinned pigs. We can even occupy the Bangzi Kingdom, the Yellow Sea, and the 3 provinces of the Great Wednesday, realizing the realization of our ancestors of supreme glory. Listening to Idagawa Taro's words, Yamamoto Shirzwa beside him was also affected by his emotions and sighed. As the eldest son of the Yamamoto Shishizu family, I have the obligation to restore the glory of the Yamamoto family. But what Kanachan said makes sense. Kinto Ito retorted in a low voice. Just finish speaking. Snap. The left side of his face bulged high. It was Taro Idagawa who made the move. He cursed, Bagyaru, you coward, a male dog in heat. We are at least level 3 awakeners. How can a mere humpback whale zombie stop us? Ito Kinto was silent, or rather, he was timid. As a vassal family attached to the Idagawa family, he dared not refute. But this risk can be completely avoided, Idagawa-kun, Yamamoto-kun. Marina, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but speak. Nachan, Yamamoto-kun, and I have decided to act now, and Ito Kinto will act with us. Taro Idagawa glared at Ito Kinto. Facing Taro Idagawa's fierce eyes and Miss Marina's angry eyes, Ito Kinto silently apologized in his heart. I'm sorry, Nai-chan, I was forced to do so. Then he bowed to Idagawa Taro with a clear conscience and said, Hey, Idagawa-kun is right. I was too timid. Idagawa-kun just woke me up. I, Kinto Ito, decided not to be a coward anymore. I am a warrior of the Great Wa Empire. Very good. I was right about you, Ito-kun. Idagawa laughed and patted Kinto Ito on the shoulder, then looked at Marina proudly and said, Nai-chan, look, everyone has agreed. If you feel scared, you can stay here and wait for us. We will also share some of the credit with you at that time. After all, you are a woman. No need you go. Marina snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and turned her head. Umph, an ungrateful woman. Idagawa Taro cursed in a low voice, then pulled Kinto Ito and Ichishiro Yamamoto and walked directly to the reef. Only Marina was left cursing in her place. At the same time, 30 nautical miles away from the reef, a muscular man wearing a star-striped tights with 8 abdominal muscles clearly printed on the outside and a star-striped cape was floating above the island. After looking around, he slowly landed on the island below, and 50 miles away from the star-striped muscular man, there were several men and women wearing black windbreakers sitting together discussing something. September 6, 2022, 8 p.m., Jiang Cheng picked up Lu Xinru, who was sleeping soundly, and placed her gently in his dormant chamber. He then took out the only 4th-level awakening potion from the space ring and placed it next to the pillow. After kissing Lu Xinru's forehead, Jiang Cheng said softly, Sweet dream, I'm leaving first. With that said, he pressed the hatch, and then said to Xiaoyu and Mayapapas who were still awake beside him, Xiaoyu, Mayapapas, Xinru, I will leave it to you two to take care of me. Meow, Meowpath groaned dissatisfiedly, but still nodded humanely. Xiaoyu also called out with some reluctance, and then stayed obediently. Jiang Cheng gave the remaining 2 level 5 gene enhancement potions to Lin Ro and Li Qingwan respectively. After doing this, he jumped directly onto the 1st-level Doomsday flying ship. Flying ship number 1, location, Great Zhou Imperial City. Yes, Master. The level 1 Doomsday flight slowly took off. A swish sound. A blue tail flame streaked through the dark night sky and flew towards the Imperial City of Great Zhou Dynasty. At the same time, the Imperial City of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Imperial City Headquarters. Wang Jingwo looked at the commander of the Langius Special Operations Battalion in front of him and said loudly, Long Wu, be sure to investigate that mysterious area clearly. If you find any objects, be sure to bring them back. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Long Wu's face was full of determination. General Administration of Special Affairs. A man and a woman walked into the General Bureau of Special Affairs, not wanting to see each other. A man had a lewd look in his eyes, and his eyebrows were like swords. The only thing that made people have the urge to slap him twice was his eyes. The woman has a delicate face and cold eyes, like an iceberg that cannot be melted away. The two walked up to Zheng Ping. The two of them straightened up. A special incident. Li Changing is here to report. Second Special Affairs Bureau, Bai Inger is here to report. Okay, before you come here, I believe Director Yang and Director Zhao have made it clear to you. Zheng Ping said calmly. Yes, I already told you. The two replied separately. Very good. Your mission this time is to investigate the cause of the energy fluctuations near the Yellow Sea. If you find any items, you must bring them back. Zheng Ping said seriously. Yes, Director General. Okay, you guys go to the reception hall square and wait. I believe General Jiang Cheng will be here soon. Yes, Director General. The two of them walked out of the gate of the General Administration of Special Affairs one after another. Zheng Ping looked at the two men and frowned slightly, muttering to herself, I hope this mission can be successful. At this time, we were on our way to the number 1 reception hall square. Li Changing saw that there was no one else around, relaxed a little, then looked at the beautiful Bai Inger beside him, and said with a flattering smile, Sister Inger, I am really lucky to be able to do the mission with you this time. It's unfortunate. Bai Inger looked forward and said calmly without looking at Li Changing. Li Changing looked embarrassed and said, Oh, don't say that. Our Special Agent 1 and Special Agent 2 are as close as one family, so why are we so open-minded? Also, the ratio of men to women in our Special Affairs Bureau is really worrying. It doesn't hurt to get acquainted with each other. Bai Inger listened, stopped in her tracks, and turned her head to look at Li Changing, which made Li Changing feel happy. I didn't expect the next second. Bai Ying'er's eyes suddenly glowed with blue light, and electric arcs flashed around her eye sockets. She said calmly, "Put away your hormones that have nowhere to be released. I don't mind cutting them off." As soon as these words came out, Li Chongying felt a chill in his crotch. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said with an apologetic smile, "No, no." Listening, Bai Ying'er continued to move forward. Li Chongying followed behind angrily. The two of them soon arrived at the square in front of the #1 reception hall. At this time, Long Wu from the Longya Special Warfare Battalion was already waiting in front of the special exhibition hall. When he saw the two coming, he just nodded slightly and turned his head, like a pine tree, standing straight in place. Li Chongying looked at Bai Ying'er and Long Wu and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "What an unlucky thing, I met two boring guys." With that said, he sat cross-legged on the ground and started playing with the flying sword in his hand. Not long after, a spaceship landed from midair. Its sci-fi appearance made all three of them stunned, and the surprise could not be concealed in their eyes. Steam. A burst of white gas was released. The cabin door opened, and a young man jumped out of the cabin. Long Wu and Bai Ying'er both had serious expressions on their faces, and Li Chongying quickly stood up and trotted over. The three of them arrived in front of Jiang Cheng. Long Wu saluted, "General Jiang Cheng, I am Long Wu from the Longya Special Operations Battalion. I am at your disposal under the orders of the Commander-in-Chief King." Jiang Cheng looked at Long Wu in front of him with some appreciation. The short hair, Chinese character face, thick eyebrows and big eyes are the standard military image. Bai Ying'er of the 2nd Special Affairs Bureau, in the name of Director Zhao Xiaofeng, is at the disposal of General Jiang Cheng. Bai Ying'er saluted straightly. "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. As for Li Chongying, he lazily said, "Li Chongying of the Special Affairs Bureau, in the name of Director Yang Liang, is at the disposal of the general." "Is Director Yang Liang okay?" Jiang Cheng asked. "It's not bad," Li Chongying said lazily. Bai Ying'er and Long Wu frowned at this tone, but because Jiang Cheng didn't say anything, they didn't speak. "Good." Jiang Cheng nodded. His face became serious, his eyes slightly cold as he said to the three people, "From now on, you will be under my command, but I need to remind you of a few points. First, you must obey my orders completely, and no private actions are allowed. Second, put away your personal emotions. Third, abide by the above 2 points, otherwise I don't mind kicking you back to your original unit. Do you understand?" "I understand," several people immediately said in a loud voice. "Very good. Now follow me into the ship," Jiang Cheng said, and led several people into the first-level flying ship. Like the group of old lady Zheng before, Bai Ying'er, Li Chongying, and Long Wu all had eyes flashing with shock. "I swear, I have never seen such a flying machine. Is this really on the blue planet?" Li Chongying exclaimed. Bai Ying'er was also secretly amazed. Only Long Wu remained silent, but the surprised expression on his face had betrayed his mood at the moment. "Okay, now prepare to ascend. Fasten your seat belts." As Jiang Cheng reminded them, the three of them saw that on the flat metal floor, for cabins like those in science fiction movies, slowly rose from the ground like flowing water. The four people sat in the safety cabin seats. Jiang Cheng said lightly, "Flying ship #1. Target, 1,000 kilometers southeast, the border between the Korean and Japanese seas." "Yes, the target has been determined. Start the ascent mode. There may be some turbulence during the ascent. Please be careful not to unfasten the seat belt to avoid falling." A female voice sounded slowly. The few people were shocked again. After all, they had never seen such an intelligent system. As the female voice fell, the flying ship slowly rose, and the surroundings of the flying ship gradually became transparent, and the scenery outside also came into everyone's sight at this moment. Don't panic. This is a normal phenomenon. You will be able to take action when the spacecraft flies parallel to each other in a while. Looking at the three people who were a little panicked, Jiang Cheng reminded them with a smile. Listening, the three of them gradually calmed down. At the same time, above the yellow sea, puff, water splashed from the edge of the reef, and a man wearing a star-striped tights rushed out of the water with a splash. If you look carefully, you will find that his face is panicked, and the special shirt on his body is also damaged a lot, especially the fabric on his buttocks, which seems to have been bitten by something, and turned into strips of rags, resulting in his entire buttocks was exposed to the air, and with the sea breeze blowing in waves at night, he only felt his buttocks were chilly. Oh God, this sea area is so dangerous. If I had known better, I shouldn't have listened to that old ghost MacArthur. As soon as the man finished speaking, a voice from below suddenly reminded, John, be careful of the guy below, it's coming up. Oh, damn zombies, do you really think I can't kill you? John scolded, taking a deep breath and leaning back. And the next second, an abyssal maw big enough to accommodate a 100-meter-long ship rushed up with its mouth wide open. In the maw, there were rows of teeth that were bent inward like old toothbrushes and were densely connected. It makes one's scalp tingle, and the bottomless hole in the center of the huge mouth makes one's back shiver. Fortunately, John dodged in time, and the huge mouth flew past his back. Seeing that John had not been bitten, the giant mouth fell into the water like a free fall, and huge water splashed around. After a few minutes, the sea surface turned dark, but looking down from the sky, you can still see the rolling black waves, and a huge black shadow beneath the waves. John was even more annoyed after escaping the attack, because although he had just escaped the attack, the humpback whale zombie was covered with barbs because it was close to his body, causing his butt to suffer and was scratched. There were traces of blood. Now he only felt the burning pain in his buttocks. Damn zombies, do you really think I'm made of mud? John shouted angrily, his eyes turning red. Seeing this, the companions on the island below quickly reminded, John, stop attacking quickly. Do you want to attract more zombies? I can't control it anymore. He hurt my butt. I'm very angry now. My psychiatrist warned me that I must vent my anger, otherwise I will lose my mind. After John finished speaking, 2 hot infrared rays of light shot toward the sea from his red eyes. The ray made a sizzling sound just as it hit the sea surface. Under the high heat light, the water instantly turns into steaming white steam and evaporates upwards. For a moment, white fog actually rose on the sea surface because of the high heat rays. It was also dark at this time, which made the already unclear sight even more cloudy. However, this ray is not completely ineffective. The next moment the ray penetrated the sea surface. A thick blue mucus floated up from the bottom of the water, covering a large area of sea water. The companion on the side saw that his vision became blurred and couldn't help scolding. John, this fool with a simple mind and strong limbs, look what stupid things he has done. Now our task is even more difficult. Forget it, Joseph. Actually, we don't have to go to such trouble. After all, aren't those group of stick men also in the water? And those group of Japanese dwarves, to use an old saying from the Zhou dynasty, we can just reap the benefits of the fishermen. A woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, a sexy figure, and a pair of huge car lights on her chest said, Al, you are right. He is indeed the brain trust of our Premier League. He is not like a fool like John who only shows off his muscles that have nowhere to go. A brown-haired man admired him. Joseph, actually you don't need to praise me. You can read more of Sun Tzu's Art of War and 36 Strategies of Zhou Dynasty in the future, and you will understand a lot. I know the wisdom of great Zhou. Just when the beautiful country team was fighting zombies. Under the sea, a 3-meter-long black shadow suddenly jumped out of the water. Puff! Squirting out a mouthful of water, Heiyu suddenly transformed into a man with black hair, single eyelids, and small eyes wearing a windbreaker. Jia, we were fooled. It's all because of that bastard Kim Kun-suk. He actually said that as long as he's a fish, he can swim in the sea. But I'm a catfish. My skin has been corroded by sea water. How many skincare products will it take to restore it? I must take good care of my skin when I go back this time. The man said angrily. Appa, you've worked hard. Come up quickly. The woman said distressfully. No, I came up here to take a breath. I almost suffocated to death just now, and the fish bubble was about to explode. The man complained, then took a deep breath and plunged into the sea water again. Compared to the embarrassment of the two teams, Japan seems to be going very smoothly. 200 meters deep under the sea, the 3 men kept diving until they saw a blue light spot. They looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Then the 3 of them began to dive faster. Until an hour later, they discovered a very helpless thing. No matter how deep they dived, the blue light spot always seemed to keep a certain distance from them, as if it was deliberately attracting them there. In desperation, they could only change their minds and start returning. After all, even a third-level awakener can only hold his breath in the water for a limited time. Soon, they jumped out of the water. Call. I'm about to suffocate. Idagawa Taro gasped. Ben 14 was so tired that he didn't want to speak. As for Ito Kento, he lay on the rocks exhausted and motionless. It took a long time. Idagawa Taro looked at Mariana. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, the facts told him that this woman was right. He said helplessly, Nina-chan, we didn't find anything under the water. We saw a blue light spot, but it's too deep and we can't reach it. What should we do now? Jinna sneered and said, what else can we do? Wait, with the pissing habits of beautiful country and Bangzi country, they will definitely take action. We just need the mantis to catch the cicada and the oriole behind. Nachan is right. Just as the three people finished speaking, suddenly, a blue light flashed from the sky. At this time, it is high in the sky. A huge flying ship hovers in the sky at an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. Inside the ship, Jiang Cheng said directly, Flying ship number 1, activate the optical stealth system. Ding. Optical stealth activated. As soon as the voice fell, the number 1 flying ship suddenly merged with the surrounding dark clouds. At a glance, there were only patches of flowing black clouds. Do these things well. Jiang Cheng waved with one hand. In an instant, a silver bracelet came out of his hand and condensed into 10 silver-clad doomsday warriors in the air. Meet the master. The 10 doomsday warriors all knelt on the ground and said. Jiang Cheng said directly, you guys, let's go to the sea to investigate for now. Once you discover the situation, you will report back immediately. Yes, master. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the flying ship opened. 10 second-level doomsday warriors jumped down from the sky one after another. Long Wu and Bai Inger were surprised when they saw it. They couldn't help but said, Major General Jiang Cheng, what are you doing? Jiang Cheng smiled lightly and said, just wait patiently. September 7th, 2022. 3:10 in the morning. Location, Yellow Sea. Looking down from the sky, there are endless black waves. Under the breeze, the waves are several meters high, which makes people feel as if they are about to be swallowed by the waves. And at this moment, under the sea, a catfish several meters long keeps swinging its tail and shuttles between the coral reefs on the seabed. It is Li Jincheng of the Korean team. Because it is night, Li Jincheng's vision is extremely limited, and he can only see the position of 20 to 30 meters ahead. Damn, is there really something in this ghost place? Li Jincheng muttered to himself and continued to grope forward. Just when he dived to 200 meters, a blue light appeared in front of him. What is this? Li Jincheng immediately became excited, and then swung his tail violently to chase the blue light. At the same time, plop! Suddenly, there were several splashes of water on the sea surface, but because the waves were so big, the sound was directly covered by the sound of the waves hitting the reefs. Only a few silver-white light shadows could be vaguely seen. They were the 10 level 2 doomsday warriors that Jiang Cheng had photographed. On the sea surface, there were several mosquitoes with wings flashing, trying to stop their bodies. After entering the water, the level 2 doomsday warrior quickly melted into a ball of metal liquid. And then from this ball of metal liquid, a silver fish tail gradually condensed into shape, and the upper body was still human-shaped, but there was a row of fins on the arms and back. In a few seconds, the 10 doomsday warriors turned into 10 half-mermaids and dived towards the bottom of the sea. In about 10 minutes, the level 2 doomsday warrior dived to 300 meters below the sea. A blue light spot immediately appeared in front of him, but the level 2 doomsday warrior just glanced at it lightly and continued to dive. He almost dived to 500 meters. A layer of light film blocked the way of several doomsday warriors. One of the second-level doomsday warriors took a few steps back, turned his right hand into a spear, and stabbed at the light curtain. Bang! Ripples spread on the light curtain, and the second-level doomsday warrior who attacked was directly bounced back. Not only that, the seabed under the light curtain began to shake. Seeing this, the other second-level doomsday warriors stepped back a few steps, and then stabbed forward one after another, but all failed. In desperation, a second-level doomsday warrior said to the doomsday warrior next to him, "Go back and tell the master that an abnormality has been found 500 meters below the seabed, requesting support." Yes. The Doomsday Warrior responded, and then swam quickly towards the sea without looking back. Others, follow me to continue to break through the barrier. Yes. At the same time, above the sea surface, which was originally only rolling waves, suddenly raised huge waves. The Three Kingdoms team standing on the reef only felt their bodies shaking suddenly and were a little unstable. The Japanese team. What's going on? Is there an undersea earthquake? Idagawa Taro felt his feet shaking so much that he almost fell to the ground. Marina was also standing unsteadily. She held onto the reef and said loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. Hold on to the reef." After saying that, she looked at Ito Kento beside her and said, "Ito-kun, go check out our lifeboat dock nearby. Remember, don't let the hull have any damage." "Yes." Nai-chan. Korean team. Why hasn't Jiang Cheng Appa come up yet? Did something happen? Jia held onto the reef, looking worried. "Don't worry, Li Jincheng's ability is fish. He won't have any problems." A man next to him said, "I hope so." Beautiful team. Oh God. What happened? Was it an undersea earthquake? Elle tried to stabilize her body, but her headlights were too bright and shook with the reef. Joseph frowned and said, "I don't know, but something incredible must have happened at the bottom of the sea." Just as the three parties were guessing, suddenly, a silver-white figure broke out of the water. "Marina, what kind of creature is this?" "Joseph, it's confirmed that there is something at the bottom of the water." "Jia, we can't wait for Jiang Cheng Appa any longer." When the three parties saw this scene, they all looked at their companions and then jumped towards the bottom of the water. And at this moment, on the display screen inside the number 1 flying ship, a silver-white figure broke out of the water. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and he immediately said, "It seems that the second-level Doomsday Warrior should have discovered something. Now it's our turn to go down." Aloud, flying ship number 1, open the hatch. "Yes, master." The female voice fell. Steam. The hatch opened, and a gust of wind swept in. Jiang Cheng immediately had an idea. The mad wind that was pouring in at the door stopped abruptly, as if there was a transparent and unclear film at the door that blocked the gust of wind outside the hatch. Next, Jiang Cheng said to Bai Inger and the other two, "Get ready to enter the water." "Yes, Major General." The three responded. Looking at the three, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and took out 3 bracelets and handed them over, saying, "Wear these bracelets on your body. If you encounter danger, they can help you escape." "Yes." The three took the bracelet without any doubt. After all, they had seen the second-level Doomsday Warrior transformed by the bracelet with their own eyes before. "Get ready." Jiang Cheng jumped down from the hatch first, and Bai Inger and the other two immediately followed. The 4 of them rushed towards the seabed in a free fall from an altitude of 2,000 meters. 20 seconds later, at the moment when they were about to touch the sea surface, Jiang Cheng shouted softly, "Magnetic shield, open." As soon as the words fell, the level 5 Doomsday armor on the wrist quickly turned into black particles that wrapped Jiang Cheng's whole body and released a magnetic shield with a diameter of 4 meters with Jiang Cheng as the center, wrapping the other 3 people inside. Puff! The seawater exploded with huge splashes under the huge impact of the magnetic shield, but with the protection of the magnetic shield, the seawater outside could not invade. The 3 people, including Jiang Cheng, showed surprised expressions. Since they broke through the 3rd-level Awakener, they can survive for 3 hours even in a vacuum environment. Now with the protection of the magnetic shield, it is like sitting on an underwater sightseeing submarine. Everything on the seabed is in full view. Suddenly, a voice sounded on the side. "Master, it is 500 meters deep on the seabed." Jiang Cheng turned his head hurriedly after listening. When he saw the owner of the voice clearly, he knew that this was the second-level Doomsday Warrior who had been waiting for a long time. "Okay, lead the way." Jiang Cheng nodded. "Yes, master." The second-level Doomsday Warrior swung his tail and immediately turned around to swim underwater. Jiang Cheng's mind moved, and a strong thrust was immediately generated around the magnetic shield, and the group dived towards the seabed. But when they were less than 100 meters away from their destination, boom, a huge explosion sounded. The shock wave generated by the explosion rushed towards Jiang Cheng and others with the water. What's going on? The bottom of the sea is no different than the ground. The further down you go, the greater the pressure. People are in the sea, And if they encounter such sudden turbulence, if they are not careful, they will be swept away to nowhere. Feeling the huge impact of the water flow, Jiang Cheng tried to steady his body while observing the front. Suddenly, a broken metal arm hit his magnetic shield. Several more voices came from the front. Ha! I thought it was something great, but it turns out it's just a piece of junk. John, be careful. These things are civilizations you have never seen before. Remember to collect samples and bring them back. No, these robots belong to our Japanese empire. No one is allowed to touch them. It should be from our Big Bang country. Haven't you seen you from the star? That's from our Bangzi country. Shameless stick. Does the universe belong to you? If you don't accept it, let's fight. As the noise became louder and louder, Jiang Cheng immediately understood what was happening. His face darkened, and he said calmly to Bai Inger and the others beside him, "There should be forces from other countries in front of us. Our goal together is too big. Now we remove the magnetic shield and find a place to hide." Yes. Several people responded. Bai Inger and Long Wu looked normal, but Li Changding's heart was beating wildly, and he obviously had an inexplicable fear of the sea water. "I'm leaving." As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the magnetic shield disappeared, and a wave of sea water instantly surged towards the three of them. In an instant, the seawater enveloped several people, and wetness and coldness spread all over their bodies. Fortunately, the third-level awakeners would not be greatly affected under the water, and their vision became clear after a moment of blur. The few people got used to it after a while. "Okay, now be careful to stay hidden. If the other side starts a fight, we can reap the benefits." After Jiang Cheng gave the order, the group immediately hid behind an undersea rock. As the turbulence disappears, the scenery ahead appears. Only 100 meters away, there was a huge undersea cliff. On the cliff, several men and women were standing opposite each other. Under their feet, there were the remains of several second-level doomsday warriors. Jiang Cheng's eyes turned cold when he saw it. However, in order to figure out the purpose of these people, I still suppressed the anger in my chest and continued to observe. At this time on the cliff, "People from Japan, I know you are also looking for the source of that mysterious energy fluctuation. How about we join forces? After all, our two countries have been working closely together since World War II. Joseph smiled. As soon as these words came out, I'll secretly scolded this idiot for not opening any pot. Sure enough, the expressions of several people from the Japanese country changed immediately, as if their sore point had been stabbed. Taro Adagawa, who has a bad temper, directly scolded, "Damn white pig, are you mocking us?" Joseph's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Who are you calling a white pig? A Japanese dwarf?" Idagawa Taro mocked. With white skin, enlarged pores, thick hair all over the body, and a stink that has not evolved fully, isn't it a white-skinned pig? Hearing this taunt, even the calmest AL's face changed. The few stickmen on the side watched the show with great interest. "Japanese dwarf, you succeeded in irritating me." Joseph gritted his teeth with hatred and immediately shouted angrily, "Transform into a beast, the invincible King Kong." The words fell. His body began to expand crazily, and the short shirt he was wearing was torn apart due to the expansion of the reminder. The skin all over his body and his arms turned black, and there were long black hairs on his body. Roar! After a while, a 10-meter-long chimpanzee that looked like the one in the movie King Kong appeared in front of several people. "Despicable Japanese dwarf, go to hell." Joseph roared angrily and swung his fist. Because the force was too great and he was under the water, he drove a row of bubbles and hit Idagawa Taro directly on the head. Incomplete chimpanzees. Facing Joseph's heavy punch, Idagawa Taro remained unfazed. He sneered, raised his hand and pointed at Joseph, and said lightly, "Superpower, black prison." The next moment, a row of black iron railings fell in front of Idagawa Taro, blocking Joseph's fist. Then several iron railings wrapped Joseph, and then several iron railings came together to form black iron prisoners. The cage locked Joseph inside. No, Joseph is in trouble. Al saw Joseph trapped and was immediately shocked and said hurriedly, "John, do it quickly." "No problem, Al. Let's see how I deal with them." John sneered. His eyes flashed with red light, and the seawater around his eyes turned into white air and floated up due to the hot light. Scorching light. Call out. Two red rays suddenly shot out from his eyes, pointing directly at Idagawa Taro. No, Idagawa-kun is in danger. Ito-kun, do something quickly. Although Mariana was jealous and hated the arrogant guy Idagawa Taro, they were both Japanese and they had common interests, so their personal emotions could be put aside for the time being, and she quickly shouted, I know. Kinto Ito hesitated. In fact, he was unwilling to take action, hoping that something unexpected would happen to the other party. But now that Nai-chan has spoken, he has no reason to refuse. He can only move his body and shout. Animal transformation, iron-armored green turtle. Instantly, Ito Kinto turned into a 7 or 8 meter long turtle with a green metallic tortoiseshell on its back and green hair on its limbs, blocking Idagawa Taro. Sizzle. The hot rays instantly fell on the tortoise shell, making a sizzling sound, and Ito Kinto showed a painful look. But in order to show off in front of Nai-chan, he still held back. Seeing this scene, Puff, Li Chongying, who was hiding behind the rock, laughed out loud. Isn't this a green-haired turtle? Keep your voice down, don't get caught. Bai Inger scolded in a low voice. Li Chongying then closed his mouth in dismay, but his flushed face and trembling shoulders showed that he was having a hard time holding back now. In fact, it was not just Li Chongying. Even Long Wu, who had always been serious, had his mouth twitching. And Jiang Cheng also understood when he saw this. And these people in front of him were obviously attracted by the energy fluctuations. But he was not in a hurry to take action now. He still wanted to continue watching this group of people bite. Ito-kun, John, seeing that their companions had already started fighting with the other party, Marina and Yamamoto Ichishiro could no longer hold back and attacked. Superpower, Eye of Medusa. Shouted, folded his hands together, palms facing outwards, and a pink eye suddenly condensed in his palms. In the eye, a group of pink energy beams continued to gather. Not good. Seeing the pink rays continuing to gather, Mariana instinctively felt a hint of threat and shouted hurriedly. Yamamoto-kun, stop that so. Japanese Bichi, what do you call me? There was a hint of anger on AL's beautiful face. She actually has a trace of Zhou descent. Her maternal grandfather is from the Zhou dynasty and her maternal grandmother is from the beautiful country. So her mother has been a beauty since she was a child. Later she met her father, a naval special agent from the beautiful country. Retired officer of the team. Therefore, she has always felt that her bloodline carries the gentleness and beauty of Zhou women. Of course, she is indeed very beautiful, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a high nose. But the lines on her face are not as strong as those of beautiful Chinese women. With a touch of softness, this creates her unique beauty that combines Chinese and Western styles. This has made her a bright spot in the class since she was a child, and she has never stopped being pursued. And this damn Japanese country Bichi dared to call her a sow. The pink light in AL's hand grew stronger and stronger, and he shouted one last time. Petrified light. Bang! With the palm as the center, a group of fine white water bubbles vibrated around the pink energy group, and a pink ray broke through the sea water and rushed towards Jinna. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Nai-chan. Yamamoto Kazuchi had a cold look on his face, clasped his hands together, stood in front of Jinna, and said solemnly, Superpower, the soul of a warrior. As he finished speaking, a huge blood-red phantom wearing armor rose up behind him. The phantom seemed to be alive. It opened a pair of huge hands and wrapped Yamamoto 14, forming a huge blood cocoon. The blood cocoon dissipated, and a man wearing traditional blood-red Japanese warrior armor appeared in front of Jinna. It was Yamamoto Kazushiro. Yamamoto 14 held a katana with a black handle and a silver blade in his hand, and swung it at the pink light that had rushed forward. Ghost-killing sword technique, small 1,000 worlds. In an instant, the silver blade transformed into thousands of knife shadows and slashed towards the light. Between the electric light and flint, the pink light collided with the small world. Bang! A circle of fine water bubbles spread out from the center of the impact to the surroundings, stirring the sea water wherever it passed. Some unlucky fish hit the bubbles and were rolled directly. As the blisters disappear, everyone looked towards the center. I saw Al and the samurai wearing red armor looking at each other, both eyes full of vigilance. My petrifying light has failed? How is this possible? I was shocked. Since the end of the world, she accidentally awakened the eyes of Medusa, and her abilities have been invincible. Therefore, she was favored by the top management of the beautiful country and was selected into the Super League. In the Super League, her strength is among the top 10. This white woman is so strong. Yamamoto 14 was equally shocked. As the contemporary head of the Yamamoto family, a man who awakened the soul of a samurai after the apocalypse, his strength ranks among the top 6 in the Chrysanthemum Club established by the military. I didn't expect that this woman could block his attack, which should not be underestimated. It seems that the only option is that. Yamamoto 14 thought. He spoke pure Japanese English and said coldly, "Woman, you are very strong, but as a warrior of the Japanese Empire, you will eventually be killed by my sword." Haha, Japanese dwarf, you can try it. Al sneered. The next second, Yamamoto 14 turned his head and lowered his voice. "Nana-chan, please." "Hi, Yamamoto-kun." Jinna's expression became serious. She flipped her wrist, and a long metal rod with a bunch of bells and a white square piece of paper hanging from the end appeared in her hand. Holding the metal rod, Mariana shook it gently, and the bell also made a rustling sound. As the bell shook, a series of invisible ripples spread out. The next second, the eyes of Yamamoto Ichiju, Ito Kinto, and Idagawa Taro suddenly turned red, and there was a faint red glow around their bodies, as if they were on stimulants. Yamamoto 14 laughed wildly and said, "This feeling of having power is really good." As he spoke, he licked the corners of his mouth and raised his katana with both hands. "Al, Joseph, these people are a little weird. Please be careful." John reminded with a frown. "Haha, it's just a bunch of dwarfs. Watch me crush them into meat pies." Joseph opened his mouth, showing a mouth of fangs, and said with a ferocious smile. The people in Bangziguo who were standing aside silently took a few steps back. Obviously, they felt a stronger smell of gunpowder. And behind the rocks 100 meters away, seeing the changes in the Japanese people, Bai Inger whispered, "That Japanese woman seems to have the ability to go crazy. That Yamamoto's ability is very extraordinary. As for Xiao Qinjia's move, I feel it can rival my Gungjin's sword technique. At least it's in the 3rd level." Li Chongjing rarely put away his cynical expression. Said seriously, that Idagawa Taro's strength is not simple either. With that black prison move, even awakened persons below the 3rd level cannot escape, and opponents below the 3rd level will also be trapped for a short time. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to break free immediately. Longwu nodded. After listening to what a few people said, Jiang Cheng silently opened the data eye and scanned around. It has to be said that as the most elite warriors in the imperial city of the Great Zhou dynasty, their judgment was correct. Several people, including Bangziguo, were at the lowest level of the 3rd level. If he had such strength a month ago, he might have been wary of it. But now, he wanted to continue to observe it, just as the few people from Dezhou were observing. The battlefield between the confronting United States and Japan changed again. Roar! Joseph beat his chest and roared. Berserk mode. Turn on. After he finished speaking, his height of more than 10 meters expanded again, and the narrow black prison was soon exploded by his body. Turn them all into meat paste. Joseph roared, clasped his hands together and raised them high, aiming at Ito Kinto and smashing them. And Ito Kinto was not only not afraid, but his tone was full of excitement. "Come on, you stupid gorilla." Absolute defense. Ito Kinto's head and limbs retracted into the tortoise shell, and the tortoise shell began to rotate at high speed in the sea, gradually forming a high-speed rotating black sphere, flying towards Joseph's cannon hammer. Bang! A punch fell. Joseph flew back more than 10 meters, and Ito Kinto only retreated 2 or 3 meters, still maintaining a high-speed rotation. "Damn green-haired turtle, take another punch from me." Joseph was furious and rushed forward again with his fists raised high. As Joseph made his move, Yamamoto Ichishur and Idagawa Taro also made their moves on the Japanese side. Super strong black prison. Swordsmanship to kill ghosts. Hell. In an instant, countless black iron bars fell, surrounding Joseph, John and Al from all sides, blocking their retreat. Behind Yamamoto Ichishur, countless evil ghosts condensed into a scene of eating people. With a swing of the knife, they turned into countless evil ghosts and pounced on the people from the United States. John, Al said loudly. John nodded. Both of them also used their strongest moves. Eye of Medusa. Multiple petrifying rays. Multiple pink rays shot out from Al's hands. One of John's eyes flashed with a hot red light, and the seawater around the eye sockets continued to boil and evaporate. The other eye had ice condensed around the eye socket, and the eye flashed with blue light. Scorching rays. Cold rays. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.